station, Today 95.1 FM in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. I am your favorite sports girl, Fakaskoke, the sports diva, driving proceedings this afternoon, and the guys are here with me to do justice and give their expert analysis on major footballing events making the rounds in everywhere in Europe.
Yeah.
But then I do have the guys, that person just introduced himself. He just said, and you already know who that person is. Priya Izogo. Priya, good afternoon to you and welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, Sports Diva. Good afternoon to the beautiful city of Port Harcourt. Good afternoon to my co-analyst. And it's always great to talk European football, and especially with all the controversy during the midweek and games. It's always great talking European football.
It's always great talking European football. And not forgetting, we also do have SAS.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't get the surname, but probably you would introduce us to that. Welcome to the show, Osas.
All right. Good afternoon, Lucas. Good afternoon to everyone out there. Good afternoon, Port Harcourt. Good afternoon to all sports fans around the city, around the nation, and around the globe. It's pretty a wet day, but I know great things will happen, definitely.
I was expecting you to say Osas.
Okay.
Yeah.
You mean my name?
Yeah.
Okay, full name, Osage Ihimi. That's why I shortened it to
You
Osas.
see, I simply prefer the Osas.
Okay,
Yes,
Osas,
thank you.
okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. We also do have Nathaniel here with us today. Nathaniel, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Dorcas, and good afternoon to all sport lovers listening to this program this afternoon. It's good to be here.
It's good to be here. And on the menu, we told you it's a footballing show today. Like, every Saturday we give you everything European football. And FIFA takes control of VAR in all 211 associations as we look at how the system has worked in the Premier League and also in the La Liga. Not forgetting the UEFA Champions League and Europa League draws were conducted yesterday with mouth-watering fixtures. Who do you think will emerge champions? The guys will be dissecting that and also want you to also air your opinions with us on that particular one. Plus a little extra as we update you on all live games across Europe. The show, like is always packaged to be interactive, so we urge you to be part of it by leaving us a message on our platforms for SMS only. SMS only. It's 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. Or you can copy us on Twitter at TodayFM951, at TodayFM951, or you can either copy my handle at SportsDivo4, or you can go to Priya's handle, which is at PriyaPZ. Then we'll read your thoughts live out here on the show this afternoon. But for now, let's get the show started.
You could be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you go find yourself. Standing in the Hall of Fame, yeah. And the world's gonna know your name, yeah. 'Cause you found.
Well, let's kickstart the show from FIFA. FIFA has taken full operational control of the assistant referees, that is VARs. World Football Governing Body has informed all associations. Mattia Grafstrom, FIFA's Deputy General Secretary for Football, told all 211 associations in a letter on June 29. The International Football Association Board, that's IFAB, football's lawmakers, have previously worked closely with FIFA on the development and implementation of VAR in all competitions, including technological matters, training, and education. Grafstrom's letter states, and I quote, "We are proud that the introduction of VARs has been a universal success, with the implementation of the VAR system now complete in over 100 competitions globally. Following the successful launch period where FIFA worked in conjunction with the IFAB, we would like to inform you all that VAR-related activities will now transfer to FIFA. All VAR-related questions, comments, or suggestions have been directed to FIFA from July 1st. FIFA will continue to work with IFAB on matters involving VAR protocols, the laws of the game, or approval requirements." Last December, Arsene Wenger, FIFA's chief of global football development, called on Premier League referees to use pitch-side monitors before making decisions using VAR. Let me quote a little bit of what Wenger said. He said, "That, for me, is the most important worry," said Wenger after a meeting of the International Football Association Board, IFAB, in Belfast. That was in January this year. But let's take a listen to what Arsene Wenger said about the whole situation of VAR in the English Premier League.
view to improve it. Will be some hiccups at the start of a functioning, certainly. We still need to clear up the way it works. Yes, I agree. Is that enough to renounce? I would say no. Personally, I'm still a fervent supporter of it, and I believe we have to move forward and to improve the system, certainly, but we have to go for it.
Now let's look at VAR in the English Premier League. Incorrect penalty decisions were made by the video assistant referee in all 3 Thursdays games. A former referee working for the Premier League Match Centre told BBC Match of the Day. Bruno Fernandes won a sport kick, which he scored in Manchester United's 3-0 win over Aston Villa. James Ward-Prowse hit the bar after a disputed penalty as Southampton drew 1-1 with Everton. And Tottenham should have had a penalty for a Joshua King shove on Harry Kane in a that United and Southampton should not have been given penalties, but Tottenham should have been awarded one. Former Everton midfielder Tim Cahill, a Match of the Day pundit, said a former player should be involved to work alongside the VAR officials at Stockley Park. Quoting him, he said, "I think that would really help them to understand the movements." The former Australia international said, "When a player forced to buy a penalty, you can feel it. It must need a player there to give advice on what the player is doing. They are there to make big decisions and they can't do it. It's really disappointing." FIFA is taking over direct responsibility of VAR from football rulemakers IFAB and is expecting to insist on greater consistency across more than 100 global leagues on issues such as the use of pitch-side monitors. There has been confusion in the Premier League with referees chief Mike Riley limiting the use of the monitors to ensure the game is not slowed down. Now let's hear what these aggrieved coaches think or what they have to say of the decisions made by VAR this season, especially irrespective of their teams that they coach. Now let's get to listen to Arteta. This was after Arsenal's game against Leicester City, and here was what he had to say.
I don't understand the rules since I've been in this country the last year. I never seen a referee check any of the images. It's the rules. We can do nothing. I can do nothing now.
That was Mikel Arteta. Now let's go to the very aggrieved Jose Mourinho. This particular game was the Southampton against Tottenham, where he made that particular comment. I wouldn't want to say it myself, so I would allow Mourinho to use his own mouth to say that. He said we can take where. That was what he said. So, Jose Mourinho, let's hear you.
I feel that powerful people doesn't like to be criticized. That's my comment. And from here, you can take it away the way you want. Powerful people doesn't like to be criticized. For the referee and for the VAR referee. For both. One, because doesn't see at the 5 meters distance what everybody could see like us 50 meters distance. And secondly, because the VAR had all the opportunities to see what is obvious, and I don't go further than this. I stay here.
And it's Jose Mourinho, he stays there. He has finished saying what he wants to say. It's not a matter of being scared of something. He has been fined a whole lot of times. Now let's hear what Dean Smith, that Aston Villa coach, had to say about this particular VAR decision against Manchester United, where they lost 3-0 to Manchester United. Now let's hear Dean Smith.
It's been a desperately disappointing evening for you. Where did it unravel, do you think?
It unravelled with the first goal, I think. I thought we made a really bright start of the game, put them under pressure, had some chances, tried to hit the post. They're a quality team who were always going to be a threat on the counter because of the pace that they've got and the quality that they've got. But it's all changed around on the penalty decision. I mean, I can understand John getting it wrong. He's on the pitch, but I don't know what they're looking at. It's a disgraceful decision, but can't really tell you what I think about it because I'll get fined. And it's a poor decision. We've got a screen over there that can go and look at, but they don't seem to be bothered now.
If you say anything,
you get fined. That
that
makes you
isn't
scared.
really good, you get fined. So Jose Mourinho prefers not to be fined. But I'll get the thoughts of the guys and also your thoughts as well, you listeners out there. But let's give you fixtures of today's games. Some have already started. The games have started actually. Norwich City are up against West Ham United, and they're actually losing that one against West Ham United. West Ham is leading that particular game 1-0 in the 32nd minute as we're speaking the first half. So the game is still going on. Watford are also playing host to Newcastle United. They are also losing that one at home to Newcastle United. Newcastle are 1-0 up against Watford. Later on, by 3 o'clock, Liverpool will do battle with Burnley, and Sheffield United will take on Chelsea. That is a big match to decide the European qualifications for both teams generally. And then Brighton and Hove Albion will do battle with Manchester City. That will be later today. And tomorrow we'll see Wolverhampton Wanderers up against Everton, Aston Villa up against Crystal Palace, Tottenham, the North London Derby, will be taking on tomorrow, where Tottenham will play host to Arsenal, and AFC Bournemouth will do battle with Leicester City. So now let me go straight to the guys. Let me start with you, Priye.
Yeah.
The whole thing I've read out, FIFA taking control over VAR. Is this the right decision, or is this what we've been waiting to see? FIFA coming to the aid of these leagues so they can at least seem to make the right decisions or use the VAR the way it's supposed to be used.
Yeah. First off, the game between Norwich and West Ham is now 43 minutes. It's actually getting to the end of the first half, and then I need to start this with Mr. Collina. Pierluigi Collina is the Italian former World Cup referee and the chairman of FIFA referee committee. He told Reuters and some couple of days back about how the game needs to be unified, and I think he's actually in charge right now when it comes to the VAR right now. I think a whole lot needs to be done. I think there should be a universal decision when it comes to making these critical points in football right now, because the controversy in EPL is becoming something else. Like, I will say this clearly: this is the worst Premier League I've watched in years. I've seen decisions go AWire in the past, but this is so crazy because
This stops it for you.
It's crazy because now let's just take a look at what is actually happening between the third position down to the eighth position. It's keenly contested, and this kind of decision can actually make a team not qualify for Champions League next season, and it's quite critical. Like, a typical example is what happened to Tottenham for the past 3 games. They have actually seen decisions against them. Their game against Sheffield United, another against their last match against Southampton. So it's crazy. I think English system, a whole lot needs to be done when it comes to the whole control of VAR, because right now it's not looking nice at all. And we are still seeing in other league, but in EPL it's becoming something else. Like, you see decisions that are so clear. Even the center referee without VAR in the past can actually get decisions right, but they are just failing to call it off. Like, I'm not a conspiracy theorist person, but I kind of see like there's something towing towards one line, and which is quite funny.
Please,
I'm not that kind of.
So let's understand what you're
Let me
trying to
elaborate
say.
on this clearly. It seems like Manchester United have not been in the Champions League for a while. And
Yes.
some teams want them, some persons want them to be
there.
To be there. No, I will not take anything away from Manchester United right now. Their form is quite great, but some people want them to qualify for Champions League. And it's becoming glaring by the day, because some of these decisions are actually not too smooth for other teams, and it's now 2-0 for West Ham United, and it's almost done for the first half.
Antonio has scored the brace in this
Antonio has
particular
scored the
game.
brace. It's quite good this period right now. So for me, it's quite clear that things are not going right in the EPL, and now the VAR actually exposed many things. They can actually hide it without the VAR. It seems like that's why they didn't actually accept the VAR from the very first season.
Yeah,
Yes,
we
first
will
place.
get there.
Because
We will get there because as a conspiracy theory, we will get to that angle. But now you brought it up. Now let me still stick with you on that. Is it that the Premier League are trying to do everything possible for the eradication of VAR in the English Premier League? Look at the fact that before now they were the only league to aid the referee.
They say they are going to analyze. And funny enough, Mr. David Hilerai, he was in charge of IFAB, and he's a former English. He's quite an important person when it comes to decisions with this. And I feel if you are in charge of VAR, your primary league, your FA should make this perfect. You should be like the leading example. And they have 4 votes from all the British nations. They have 4 votes. So why are you not just making these decisions right?
Okay.
I just like what FIFA just did right now, taking it off their hand, IFAB. Now they are actually in charge. Let them unify the rules, because the rules can be different in some other country and different in another country. A typical example, we know the penalty line, when the goalkeeper should not come out of the line before the spot kick is taken. It's not been implemented in the Premier League, but we saw that in the World Cup. Goalkeepers are giving yellow card and penalty are to be retaken. Even in the Women's World Cup, we saw it happen. But why is it that the English Premier League and some leagues are actually
even in Spain as well happened to Barcelona against Atletico Madrid?
Exactly. You have to retake the penalty. I don't know why the English Premier League, just like I feel this season has been manipulated.
Okay.
And it's not fair for a competition that they have built a whole lot of credibility over the years, and they're actually killing it right now. The cookies are actually crumbling.
Okay, I was speaking to some journalists outside Nigeria, and what they said, well, that's sports journalists anyways. Someone said VAR is a means to VAR is an advanced way of match fixing, especially in the English Premier League.
It's glaring.
This was what this journalist said. I didn't say I said that, but some of them were insinuating such. So now let me come to you, Osage.
Yeah.
Now, is it the right decision coming from FIFA taking control of it? They want to unify the rules. We've seen in the English Premier League, what is a penalty today, tomorrow in the next game would not be a penalty.
Yeah.
What is an handball today would not be an handball tomorrow. So is this going to help, especially in leagues where these rules do not actually correspond in every game?
Yeah, sure. It's going to help. I must applaud FIFA for this decision. Actually, right now, everyone will face what they are called to do. IFAB, being called to make these rules and regulations, will handle it properly.
Okay.
While FIFA, on the other hand, because there is also something FIFA does when it comes to implementing these rules, educating those involved. Now, FIFA can do this because seems to have someone cry foul that maybe a scheme is against him, and another for that person to fault or falter without knowing he has done that. So I think FIFA has told the right path by taking things out of the hands of IFAB when it has to do with VAR.
Okay.
Now, every place where football is played is going to be played under a unified rule. Now, there's nothing like we do not want the pitch side monitors, we do not want to make use of this, or we do not want to make use of that. Every person them to do. And also FIFA will be able to pass out education concerning changes in rules from a singular source. That I think they've done pretty good with this. Yeah.
Okay. Now, before now, we were complaining about refs making before VAR came. We were complaining that some refs were favoring some persons. I think back then in English Premier League, some persons would think that Alex Ferguson was favored in the hands of referees, where we got to where there were rumors of some referees being Manchester United fans, while some named their children the names of Manchester United players. So, what's the difference between the use of VAR and back then the referees who they thought?
I saw a Photoshop on during the weekend on Twitter, where they actually they cut off the head of one of the VR guys and they placed Alex Ferguson. It's crazy.
I understand that.
It's crazy. I saw the Photoshop video
the truth here is I do not think these things happen, and when they happen, people will definitely voice out.
Okay.
When VAR wasn't here, a lot of us felt Manchester United was being favored this season or the other season. Arsenal was being unduly robbed of their points. Now VAR is here and we're doing the same thing.
Okay.
Now it's the way humans are wired. When it's not favoring you, you complain.
But this is not a matter of favoring you. This is not favoring virtually everybody in English, and people out there can see it. It's not just a team now. It's every other person out there. What I was trying to say is, today we have a penalty situation with a boot on someone's face.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, that same thing happens and it's not a penalty or a red card.
Yes. What I'm
So what we're trying to say is everybody is affected.
Yeah.
Now the thing is, what's the difference? Is it that we do not actually need VAR?
No.
Or
no.
we should just go back to using
that's-
referees?
let me learn. That was where I was coming to.
Okay.
We actually need VAR. We need improvement, not just VAR alone. Definitely, this while technology grows, we will have other areas where assistance will come into football. You understand me?
I
we
pray
need
it's not linesmen.
we need these things definitely. Talk. Even when that one comes, we'll have a lot of persons say it's not working properly. Now, FIFA has told the right direction to make sure these things work properly. I think what we should do is come together, work with FIFA, and make sure that VAR is brought to perfection, even if not 100%.
But now, let me
Yes.
put this out straight
There
to
is-
the hearing of everybody.
Okay.
It is not a problem with VAR.
Yeah.
VAR is
It's
spot
the
on.
problem of the system.
It's the problem of those interpreting it, those
laws.
behind the VAR. They are
Okay.
the problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you agree today that there is a penalty today
Yeah.
with that particular incident,
Yeah.
tomorrow it should be the same thing. Now, another question I would like to ask is,
Yeah.
is it right for the Premier League or any other league to come out and apologize to those affected clubs, those aggrieved clubs or players, come out to apologize after they've dropped points or it has affected them in a drastic way? What do you think the league bodies, the FA, should do to those behind the VAR who made the decisions? Because the referees are not the ones actually making these decisions. So if those people, what do you think the league should do? Should these referees behind the VAR be fined? Because before now, we know that there is a rule called demotion.
Yeah.
If you're in the Premier League and you do something not quite right,
Yeah.
you're demoted to the Championship or
Yeah.
maybe to the League One, and that's in the
Yeah.
English Premier League and
Yeah.
the rest of it. But we could see that those things have not been won. In the English Premier League, you heard Dean Smith. He came out to say, just in an interview I just played, he said, if he says anything, he will be fined. Why can't referees be fined? And why can't this demotion we've seen in the two incidents involving Tottenham, Michael Oliver, the referee, was involved. And he's still going to be the referee again in the London Derby, in the North London Derby tomorrow against Arsenal and Tottenham.
Okay.
So if these things happen, how should they be fined? Should they be thrown to the Championship or the League On or be fined?
They should be outrightly sacked, like clearly, like they are not competent enough. Like it's glaring because this is inconsistency. You have been doing this over and over again. You made so much mistake. They had to bring in technology into the game, and now you're still making mistakes. Like one of the games, I think it was among the VAR guys, the officials in the VAR room, and they still made similar mistakes. So I think it's a deliberate act. Like, first off, I was not a person that actually talk about this whole match fixing stuff till I started seeing glaring evidence like that of Mark Aldice in the past, where he actually tried to tutor someone how to maneuver the system. These things are there in England and it's becoming obvious by the day.
Okay.
And it's crazy. I think they really need to work on this because credibility is at stake. You cannot tell me that a referee will do the same thing over and over again and nothing is done to that referee. Instead, it's being promoted. It's even shameful. As big as the English Premier League, they have no referee in the World Cup. That's to show you that your referee lacks competence.
Okay.
And they're not credible. And one thing about referees is that you make the final decision. You can call off a goal and that will change the whole momentum of the game.
Okay.
Because imagine what happened to Sheffield United. Immediately after they lost that scandalously.
They
A
drew
goal
that
was
particular
cancelled.
game.
They drew that game.
Against Aston
The
Villa.
next game they lost.
The next thing
The next game they
as well.
lost. It took them a while for them to get themselves back. And look at where they are right now. They're struggling to qualify for Champions League. This is a team that was in poor position to qualify for Champions
And it's
League.
still happening to Tottenham
See,
because
it's
of their,
happening
you
to
know.
Tottenham right now. Right now, it's affecting Tottenham as a team because this Jose Mourinho team is built to scoring one goal and defend the goal. Now, when you have the chance of having the penalty and it's not being awarded to you, that means they don't want you to qualify. Is that glaring?
Okay.
So for me, I feel personally, the English FA, I don't know what they are doing behind the scene.
They know what they are doing.
If they want people to win leagues, they want people to qualify for Champions League for them to make more money. But I feel it is actually killing the game.
We are not conspiracy theorists here, so we'll try to be as factual as we can today.
I want to contrast a bit on that, on some areas. Yes, we know these things happen, but I don't want to look at it through this angle that the English Premiership is conspiring or working to see a particular team qualify for the Champions League. I
Or
feel
win the Champions
or
League
win the
too.
Champions League. I feel there are lacunas.
Premier League.
The Premier League. There are lacunas definitely when it comes to the operational process for VAR. The same way we had lacunas when we had live referees alone, the center referees alone. It's exactly the same thing. It's just that a referee is seated in front of some screen and
not just one screen, they have several screens
but
they can see it from different angles.
Yes, but he could make a decision today, and the outcome is A. And after he has given his verdict, some days later he will see that fine, it shouldn't have been A. You understand what I mean? Yes. So right now, what I feel is the same way we've been handling referees before, where you have referees do a lot of stuff, and you go over these decisions that they've made, and they are found wanting or guilty, they are penalized. The same thing should happen to referees that handle the VAR. But I don't think we should generalize it or begin to hit.
Mike Oliver has been here over the years. We have Mike Dean has been doing the same thing over the years, and these referees have been there. Nothing is happening. Instead of when the manager says something, he's being fined. It's clearing. This is quite open. Like, first off, we were just like playing down it, like, oh, like just a mistake or something, when there was no VAR. Now there's VAR and it's still happening clearly in front of our eyes. It's glaring. Like, they don't want Tottenham to qualify for Champions League. It's like glaring.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
If can be fine, I cannot be fine. I have to say the truth. Like, they don't want them to qualify for Champions League. It's glaring.
Let's not limit it to Tottenham or
it's not about limiting it to Tottenham now. When you have a certain Manchester United in form, something can actually make them to drop their momentum. A decision can actually spoil everything for Manchester United. A 1 hour, because it's quite a young team. Now, if they possibly don't have a goal for the first half, they become nervy as a team, especially the front players. Now, when decisions are going in favor of this team in the first 30 minutes, they can actually grow in the game. So you cannot tell me that these decisions don't affect players. Now, when let's look at the Tottenham team now. You built a defensive-minded team, as Joe said. You know you will not score, get your goal, and you have the opportunity of having the penalty, and they don't give you. So what will we say?
I know we need to correct a lot of things when it has to do with VAR, but I don't want us to limit it to that.
I am not limiting.
Because what I'm saying is
it's like the FA are not making any drastic decisions.
I was reading an extract a few minutes ago, looking at the La Liga, where Barcelona accused the La Liga of favoring a particular
Real
team.
Madrid.
Yes, Real Madrid. And what was the response? Even if VAR was not to be present, if we take away those points, it will still fall to 77. Oh, okay. All right. So now you could see if Tottenham should play their game, if they should play their game, I don't think they will come to a point where you have to be relying on a penalty. Just do your thing.
You can't say that. Momentum can change.
Now,
a game can change the mentality of players.
You know that nobody is relying on penalty, but if you get it, they should be given.
Yes, it should be given, but
it's a goal.
Yes,
the point is, the whole system with VAR, it hasn't worked really well.
Yeah, no doubt.
In the English Premier League, for the first season, this is the first season in the English Premier League.
Yeah,
we did not hear this whole drama in the La Liga, the first season, in the Bundesliga, the fourth season, even the second season. We didn't get to hear it in Italy, even the first and second season. So, what is the English Premier League doing differently that these other leagues are not doing? Wisdom joins us in the program today. Wisdom, good afternoon to you and welcome to the show.
Good afternoon to you, Dorcas. Good afternoon to the cute and lovely guys in the building.
I thought cute is for me. Come on.
No, she's beautiful.
She's beautiful,
if you can check us out on YouTube, Dorcas is looking really good.
No, say it well now, so they will know.
I was almost confused when I came in, but I had to keep my calm. Before VAR will just blow me in. but it's great to be here, Dorcas, to jump into the discussion. It's been funny in England, and when some teams are not even talking these days, you just tend to believe that it's not going in their favor. So okay, let me not hide it. Man United fans were crying at the beginning of the season. Oh, it's all about Liverpool. They want to hand Liverpool the trophy. They are doing it, and towards the middle of the season, it now became about United. And as we speak, a whole league of 20 teams, United has 16.something% of the penalties.
0.5% of the penalties. That is 13 out of 79 given.
So looking at that now, the fans are no longer talking about the VAR. What they are now saying is hopefully, but talking about drastic measures. They came out, they first met in December, met in January, until they now decided in this other February or so that they're going to adjust the way things are done. We are going to have, from next season, we are going to have a P-side monitor, and the referee will definitely be able to go and check. I've always said this, that the English guys like to make their things look different.
Okay.
They want to just look for something unique to make it look a little bit different. We have issues with VAR in Spain because sometimes there's this 20-second pause. The referee now goes to check and looks very well. Same with Italy. So the English guys were trying to avoid that, so theirs would look different. So they decided, once you just hear from this other guy, at least he puts his hand 1 or 2 seconds, beep or what have you, he blows for a foul or a penalty or an infringement or a red card or something, but it's not working. And since it's not working, I had expected them to almost immediately. There's no day you're going to Lagos, you now follow Nembe Waterside, enter boat there, and you're going to Lagos. No matter how far you go, you will not get to Lagos. So wisdom demands. Wisdom demands you just stop once you discover this our direction is not the best. You just pause immediately and immediately turn. There's no way it will become a right direction just because you're doing it continuously. Yes, we had purported or expected before this season that we are going to get to a point where the VAR will be tested and we're going to see the lapses. Okay. But this particular issue now is something that we can actually deal with immediately. I think the referees should bear the full brunt for whatever happens in the field of play.
So what are you suggesting for them for the brunt?
Simple, Dorcas. They should have the opportunity to be fired. Not that. You know why? See, you can't fire the referee. Because these days, there are people down there that are telling the referee, what to do.
Now, okay, that's the point
Mourinho,
I make. Should it be those behind the VAR that should be sanctioned or fined? Because these things cost the players, the club, the team, the coaches, the fans heartaches. We've seen it happen.
We've seen recycled. Like sometimes the center referee will be in the VAR
room making decisions.
So if you're there making decisions,
should they be fined, or should something drastic happen to this? Because we've seen them demoting refs to the championship, to the League One and League Two thereabout. So what should be done to these referees behind the VAR that make those decisions that affect these teams in the long run?
Well, it's always easy to point fingers, especially when it comes to the wrongdoings. But it will be very difficult to point fingers on 3 to 5 guys or 6 guys behind the scenes.
Okay.
So my suggestion is still the faucet, what I've been saying from the beginning. The referee should see the final footage.
Okay.
Even if you tell the referee it's a penalty, let him go and see it. Then he takes advice from the guys inside. Brothers, what do you think? From our own standpoint, it looks like a penalty, but you go and check it out yourself. Then he goes to look at it. No, it's not a penalty. Let it be that the referee is the person that those people should just be advisors. We think it's a penalty. 2 out of 3 people think it's a penalty. You go check it out yourself. Then you go over there and look at it. Oh, it's not a penalty, or it's a penalty. Let's know that the referee gets punished.
Okay.
If you keep punishing 4 people, 5, because I won't tell you that it's Pierre that did it or Osagi.
That's why.
I would just say we were here, we just made the decision. You want to punish, you punish everybody.
Okay.
Because probably nobody will want to point.
Okay.
So someone was even suggesting that was Tim Cahill was suggesting on Friday that they should bring in players inside. It will not change anything. The people that are there, didn't they study football rules?
Okay.
They also studied some of these rules, and some of them even played a little, at least relatively. So I think the referee should always get the referee assisting the VAR.
It should be. It's clear.
That's what Mourinho said.
Video referees, not VAR. This is VR that's happening in England right now, and it's offending many teams.
Then the referee is not the video assistant.
Yes, exactly. See a team like Brighton. They have been favored by VAR.
Okay.
With this, most likely they'll not be relegated.
Okay.
How do you would you say it's actually fair to other teams that will be relegated at the end of the season? That will not be playing Premier League next season. They will not make money.
How
Money.
about Tottenham and United?
What about
For
same
last
thing?
season-
Sheffield should have won that game against
For last
Sheffield.
season,
Exactly.
a decision cost Fulham to relegate Chelsea. Last season, there was no VAR, so the referee could not ascertain if he was offside or not. But that decision cost Fulham to be relegated. Generally. So these things affect teams. Now, we are looking for measures on how to make it better. FIFA coming in, you heard the whole story. FIFA coming in now to take the entire control of the VAR. Is this going to help minimize or curtail those wrongdoings of VAR in all the associations, in all the leagues that they've taken control over?
Well, it might, but they're actually following a complex process to a simple solution. Let the referee just see it, but it will definitely probably go a long way because some people are beginning to suspect some foul play.
Okay.
We're talking about Mourinho. People believe some conspiracy theory.
Yep.
Believes
I believe.
the English guys don't want Mourinho to progress.
Okay.
They don't want him to qualify for the Champions League because let's look at it holistically. This will be the first time Tottenham would not be tasting the Champions League since 2009-2010 season. So if it happens, those are laughing, especially the United and some probably disgruntled, because I know most Chelsea fans are behind him. Some disgruntled Chelsea fans will be clapping. We said it, he has finished, it is finished with him. So if that theory might, maybe if you hold some water, then definitely they might need to look into some of the processes, because the guys inside shouldn't determine, they shouldn't just sit there and determine what happens on the field of play. Exactly. I'm not saying they shouldn't advise.
Okay.
That's why they are there. But it doesn't make sense that the referee, I've been saying it since the days where people believed it was favoring
Team A.
Man City. No, at some point it was Man City.
Yeah.
Then he moved to Liverpool.
And
It
now
was
Manchester
Liverpool for some
United.
time.
Yeah.
Then he moved to Brighton too. They were number one or so.
Yeah.
Now he's Manchester United. I've been saying it from the beginning. Let the referee let him get a look in. Even if FIFA takes over, I think what FIFA will just do is, oh yeah, let's set things right. And Dorcas, you pointed out something. Look at Spain. Look at Italy. Look at the German. Are they crying like this?
I wonder.
When people came out to say, oh, during this particular team in a particular league now, and we think 2 or 3 players came out and say, no, we think they're favorite. People were just looking, what are these ones saying?
What are these
Because we saw it, we saw the game. The referee also saw this same infringement. The VAR guys also saw it. So 3 set of human beings saw these things now. The guys behind the cameras, the referee himself, and me and you. So by the time Cavalier falls and you tell me it's not a penalty, and I look at the footage again, the referee has also looked at it before calling a penalty. We now start, what are you talking about? That's a penalty. Because at least in the mouth of 2 or 3, truth is established. It's not what the holy books. So let's allow the referee get a look in. Even if FIFA takes over, I just think what FIFA will do is use their power and just do the same thing. Or your referee, the solution is simple. Start checking the pitch side monitor. And if we had been checking these things since in England, we would have known who to punish. Have they started again?
Yes.
Is this supposed to be a penalty?
It's a penalty.
Is this supposed to be a penalty? The referee called for a penalty. This is the game we were talking about is Watford against Newcastle.
It's a penalty.
It's a penalty.
They've awarded a penalty to Watford, but
There was contact.
I don't know.
It's a penalty.
There was contact.
There was contact.
Yes.
It depends on where the contact is coming from.
and it's now 1-all. Watford and Newcastle United is now 1-all, and the game involving Norwich City and that are being played so far. And we'll look at that and would I said if it was actually a penalty or not. But we were saying something before I interjected it.
Yes, I was talking about the fact that the leagues that have been able to successfully deploy the VAR, they've actually made it look like a sweet taste in the mouth.
Yeah.
Unlike England. Now, England are making it look like we should vomit this thing and look for something else to do. But you look at the other leagues, look at the German Bundesliga, you look at the Italian Serie A.
Yep.
You've not heard these complaints where people are saying Juventus are being favored to win the title or Inter Milan. We've not heard that. Yes, I could also agree that the focus is not totally the same.
Okay.
The English league is, I know I would say it's not the most successful league, but it's the most exciting league in the world. I could agree with that. So I think for me, Dorcas, we should actually follow suit. Look at what the others are doing. As I would say, no, there's no day you follow the wrong direction. No matter how far you go in the wrong direction, it can never turn to the right. The thing is simple. Why are the ones in Spain, the ones in Bayern, in Germany and Syria are getting it right? They are allowing the referees get a feel of the footage before he decides on what to do. People don't just decide for him and he just takes it hook, line and sinker. And I think that's where Jose Mourinho is coming from. How can you explain it that the first time against Sheffield United, it was a goal, it was disallowed. The second time against this one they played on Saturday, Friday, it doesn't make sense. That's 6 points you've actually taken from one man, and you expect him to finish in the Champions League. It's totally unfair. And once these decisions are made, you cannot reverse it. I like the MPFL. They can. If it was, no time. I want the 3 points.
It's 3 goals now.
But here in England, even if I decide today that they pay me 1 million naira or $1 million to influence a game, thinking like that forever.
Yeah.
They will probably, it will take some kind of miracle for them to deduct back that 3 points. So I think they should actually follow suit with the leagues that are getting it right.
All right, as we were speaking, Aston Villa made it, not Aston Villa, West Ham United made it 3-0, and Antonio is now.
So he wanted to miss that goal. You can imagine. You can imagine
now
Antonio.
scored a hat trick
He wanted to miss this goal
in this particular game against Norwich City. And now let's go to Spain. Still the VAR issue in Spain. The La Liga has refuted Barca's claim that only one team in the league is benefiting from VAR. The other day, Barcelona spokesperson Josep Vives, taking a vowed swipe at Real Madrid, had said there is no fairness in the application of the VAR with no equability at the time. Responding to a query related to the matter, La Liga India Managing Director Jose Antonio Chachazaz, during a virtual media conference on Wednesday, said officially, I have no take on that, but VAR is a good advancement. I used to be a football referee, a semi-pro, so I just can't even think of referees taking erroneous decisions knowingly or intentionally. Yes, there can be mistakes, and VAR can also be important. And no foul intentions by the VAR referee or the other match officials. The remaining matches of the ongoing La Liga, as repeated, will continue to be held in empty stadiums as fans may not return before September. That's too partially. That means next season. However, interventions by the video assistant referee have been decisive in 6 games this season for Real Madrid and Barcelona, respectively. But those points would not have made a difference to the points separating the two sides at the top of the La Liga table. This is to say, on a fairly basic level, that with or without VAR, Real Madrid would sit on 77 points and Barcelona on 73 points, a 4-point lead. This survey was actually done 4 days ago, so we're going to use that 4 days ago survey to actually overlook this. So he's trying to say, with or without VAR, he doesn't see this particular AS newspaper in Spain that actually did the survey, and they are saying with or without VAR, the points between Real Madrid and Barcelona remains the same with 4 points, with a 4-point lead in the league. On the pitch of play yesterday, goals from Karim Benzema and Marco Asensio gave Real Madrid a 2-0 win over Alaves on Friday to go 4 points clear of Barcelona at the top of the La Liga with 3 games to go. Alaves hit the bar with just 3 minutes played, and Rafael Varane declared the follow-up off the line before Madrid took the lead with another penalty. Their 3rd consecutive goal scored from the spot. Ferland Mendy was caught just inside the box, and with Sergio Ramos suspended, Benzema converted. The French striker turned provider in the second half, found by Rodrigo and unselfishly squaring for Asensio to double Madrid's lead with a goal that was initially wrongly ruled out for offside. Yesterday, the scoreline, the results of games played in the La Liga, Real Sociedad lost at home to Granada 3-2. It ended in favor of Granada, and Real Madrid defeated Deportivo Alaves 2-0. Today, by 4 o'clock, we'll see Osasuna play host to Celta Vigo. And by 6:30, Real Valladolid will take on Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid will do battle Real Betis. That is by 9 o'clock. Tomorrow, we'll see ROCD Espanyol up against Eibar. Levante will do battle at Athletic Bilbao. Leganés will do battle with Valencia. And Sevilla will be up against Mallorca. Now, the same situation with VAR in the Spanish La Liga. Nathaniel, La Liga is coming to refute the claims of Barcelona that VAR favors just one team, which is Real Madrid. Do you think that is true? Or they're just coming out to save their face, in public?
For me, not at all, because I've followed Real Madrid match right from the returning back of football.
Okay.
With all the decisions they've given them about the penalty, it's a very clear penalty to me, and some certain foul they've been giving them. It's clear. I don't know why the Barca fans and all that with their players coming out and saying that they've been favoring Real Madrid. But for me, all those ones, they are very, very clear for me.
Okay. Osage, Osas, every one of them. When PK came out to make the claim that the VAR is favoring Real Madrid, a referee, a Spanish referee, a well-known Spanish referee, came out to also say that 90% of out of 100%, 90% of referees are loyal to Real Madrid, while 10% are loyal to Barcelona. Is there any truth in that?
It's for him. I don't see any truth. That's his own ideology. That's what he believes lacunas and make sure that football gets almost perfect. From what Wisdom was saying, I believe the English Premier League is always like this because it's the most exciting, arguably the most exciting league in Europe and the most controversial league in Europe. Someone was, I believe, Spain in the Spanish league. Barcelona should just calm down. If they've lost the La Liga title to Real Madrid this time, they should work and harder for next season. Why we let FIFA do the work on making VAR a near perfect technology.
Wisdom, now we are hearing VAR is for Real Madrid. Last season wasn't so. Last season it was more favorable to Barcelona than it was for Real Madrid. And before VAR came into play, there were talks of Barcelona being favored by referees. So, and nobody came out to say Real Madrid players or anybody came out to say referees are assisting Barcelona. So why should this be the case? Because they've been giving consecutive penalties for the wins.
Well, first I would say that people like the save the little child thing and the David and Goliath thing. Madrid are more of the bigger team in Spain, looking at their territory as a city now.
Okay.
They are more like, the Catalonia Spanish thing now. The Catalonians want to be free. They want to probably form their own country and what have you, and Barcelona is a Catalonian team and Real Madrid is a Madrid team, but more like a Spanish team. Yeah. So you look at that and you want to believe that people are just cooking up things at times just because of the fact that the seesaw tilts towards the direction of Barcelona being the small team and Madrid being the big team at this time. So if you look at it holistically, like last season, as you said, I would disagree. Not just last season, the past 12
seasons.
12 seasons too. I would disagree with that. You look at how many times Madrid have been able to get a feel of the title, outside the one they won in 2016, 2017, and two other ones also they won in this 12 seasons or so. Yes, and maybe one picked by Atletico. Madrid Barcelona had gotten about 7 or so, and in 10 seasons, Madrid had 2. Atletico collected 1, then Barca had 7. The referees should have favored Madrid then. Okay. It's easy for referees to favor too. If they have
90% loyal referees.
If they have 90% loyal referees who are really interested in they are down in Barcelona's downfall, then Madrid should have been up there. If they even came out, the thing is, they had in their mind, if somebody already hates you, there's nothing you can do most times for them to love you. No matter how you try, they've already created a notion in their head. And whether Gerard Piqué or one other player came out before the season started to say that if it was Barcelona, that if they were the ones on top, that the season would not have been if they were the ones behind Real Madrid at that point or something like that, they wouldn't have restarted the season. Yes, they would have resumed the season. They would have just cancelled it. If Madrid were the ones on top of the table at that point, yes, I think Madrid with about 1 point or so.
2 points.
So
yeah, when the season
I think that notion was already in their head. That the reason why the Spanish La Liga decided to go ahead with the league was because Barcelona were on top. I think they just feel like they're against them. Meanwhile, nobody's actually against you.
Yeah.
I think that's just where it is coming from. Because if you look at the past, Barcelona they were nowhere at some point in the 2000s and let's say in the 90s. If you want to measure them with Real Madrid even paused for a while and allowed these guys to come and meet them up in the number of titles. Barcelona were under 20. Meanwhile, Real Madrid had even got into 30. In terms of La Liga titles. I think now Real Madrid about 33 or 36. Going back now, you just have to ask yourself, why would they personally? It's just like a Liverpool fan coming to tell me they were, or a Man United fan, coming to tell me they're favoring Liverpool. And I'm asking you, where was Man United then? Sorry, where was Liverpool when Man United were running through all the titles? Why didn't the referees favor Liverpool to actually come back to pick the title since United had dominated for such a long time, since 1990, looking at who were actually the real leaders of England at the point. So I think it's the same thing with Spain. For the Barcelona guys, I think it's been a poor season for the two teams by their own standards. Real Madrid are struggling to find their balance. The only thing going for Real Madrid is we get the results. Whether they play anything, they struggle, and everybody's working. That's a very, very sweet part, a very sweet part of it. It could be Marcelo scoring, it could be Carvajal scoring, it could be Federico Valverde, it could be Toni Kroos. You don't even talk. Real Madrid don't talk about the attack because it looks a little bit blunt. But those Rodrigo and the others are just coming up. Vinicius does more of assisting these days than probably. So I think for me, yes, we cannot rule out the fact that they are more of a Spanish side and that it is possible that some referees might have some kind of affinity for them. But just like when you do analysis most times, or when you do one or two things, the love for your team maybe could come in, but you're a professional and your job is to say this is black and you can't paint that black white just because it's Nigeria, just because it's Africa. Maybe African players you start praising just because Mane is an African does not mean Mane should be the world best player of the year. But people can say, okay, because he's an African, he must win it this year. But he's not in the Champions League, and he cannot use only the league to win the World Best Player award. But most people could actually paint it towards that line just because he's an African. So, but rarely as a professional, I expect you to say, no, I cannot vote for Mane. I'm a professional here, and with what Mane has done, he doesn't deserve to be the African Player of the Year. I can't say Mikel or who now, Victor Osimhen should be the African Footballer of the Year.
Just because you're Nigerian.
Just because I'm a Nigerian and he has scored 18 goals in 36 appearances. So I really feel the Barca guys and even the Madrid guys, they should just accept it. They've had a very poor season. Barcelona, for me, I don't just know what's the problem. One match they're scoring 3 goals, they're scoring 4 goals. The other match they are playing 2-2, they are playing losing, or they are even losing.
The willpower.
I don't know the exact problem. These days I don't try to suggest for them because it seems like we're against them. If I tell them the real truth now, they will not like it. So maybe we'll just leave Barcelona's solution. If I tell them the real solution now, they will get angry with me. But really, Barcelona needs to restructure, and that's my advice to them. But for Real Madrid, their problem is simple. They need to actually get feeders and scorers. I don't know how they will do it, but the feeding and scoring is having a little problem from the midfield and not from the wings in Real Madrid. But that's by the way. So I really feel Barcelona they've had a poor season by their own standard. Okay, if they were helping them, you will be helping yourself. Be winning your matches.
I think after the referendum of Catalonia, where the whole protesting started, when we saw Pep Guardiola was even angry at a point in time. He was complaining, even though he was in Manchester City, he was talking about his city, Catalonia. They really wanted independence, like so much, like they felt the entire Spain was against them as a people. That's the crown. the royalty in Spain. So I feel it's more about politics than the actual football. That's what it's playing out right now. But it's not affecting the game because for the past 10 years, over 10 years, Barcelona have been dominating that league. They have the best set of players. Arguably, you understand? They have been dominating the league football, not Champions League though, but league football. They have been. I think Barcelona should look inwards, not just talking about if referees are pro Madrid or anti Madrid or anti Catalonia, pro Catalonia. They should just think about building a good squad. Think about signing good players, not much of panic buying what they did signing Dembele and then Coutinho. I think they should do more of restructuring, getting their La Masia back, getting players from the academy, what we know them for, getting quality players. If it's possible to sack managers, I don't know what's happening with me sacking today, but if it's possible getting good managers, academy managers, just the way they had Pep Guardiola in the past. I think they need to improve their structure. It's just beyond having a manager for the senior team. I think their ranks from the under 12, the under 14, they need to go back to the basics. That's what we know Barcelona for. The likes of Pedro, the likes of Xavi, the likes of Iniesta, Lionel Messi, they all came through the ranks. Even Gerard Piqué at a point in time. They took him to Manchester United to learn some tricks. They brought him back. That's the system of Barcelona. They build a good youth structure. So I think they should go back to their youth structure. If it's possible, get some old heads, some former players that knows the philosophy of Barcelona. Let them instill it in these youngsters so that I can actually change the mentality of the team, not just going there and buying players. How much did they buy Lionel Messi?
This is real wisdom, coming from Pierre. Seriously, it's the solution. It's as simple as that. Then they look for a way to see how they can, If you want to, sell the man. If you want to, if you want to copy Real Madrid, you can't beat us. You can't beat the Galacticos to their own game.
Okay.
They don't believe in raising too many players.
That's true.
As a matter of fact, when I watch, is it Mikel Oyarzabal? No, not Oyarzabal. Reguilon.
Yeah.
Sergio Reguilon. I watched this other young man. Now I'm trying to get his name. He's also in Sevilla. Is it not Rodrizola? There's this boy that came from Madrid that they bought from one country like that has that's Sweden or so. I'm trying to get his name now. The boy is doing brilliantly well for the team. Then this Luis Figo, they will buy Ronaldo, the biggest of names. They will buy Kaka. They will buy any big player that's available from back in time. Yes, back in the day, they normally do that. That's their style. Now Barcelona have been the ones who would raise players. We groom, or they buy you when you're 20 or 19 or 17, when you don't really know everything as you're supposed to know. Then they bring you and they introduce you to the system and all that. But this time they've actually strayed off. You can go back in time. How many buys have worked for Barcelona? I don't think Ibrahimovic worked. You can say all you want to say about Henry. I don't think he worked. You can go back and call what's this one? Leb.
Yes.
I don't think he worked.
They even bought Good Johnson at the point in time from Chelsea.
Good. Vermaelen, Good Johnson, Alex Song. All these players, they did not work. Even Cesc Fabregas, after they sent him out and decided, okay, to bring him back.
It was even confusing. Like, they tried playing him as
the first nine. You see?
10, 4,
so
7.
Albeit that people can say, okay, the old legs had not left at the time. But I really feel, if you know what works for you, stick to that and you blow up. Bring in one or two names most times to just like Ibrahimovic. When they brought Ibrahimovic, I felt it's just bringing a big name to shake the dressing room. Like Henry, it's just let's bring in that big name. Let it be that he's here. Madrid, when they hear it, fear they get scared or something. But in reality, it's not their style. Ousmane Dembele, he's the best player. Everybody's going. Barcelona, no, that's not the way they normally operate. When they got Ronaldinho, best player I think that has ever played football for them, really. I know the arguments could go on. But when they brought in Ronaldinho, there was a competition from Manchester United. Ronaldinho was supposed to join United. There's a little story behind that one. But how many people were going for Ronaldinho at that time is a very good question. How much were people willing to break the bank for Ronaldinho? The answer was no. Was it that kind of player you say, okay, the whole world is going for? The people who we know that they do those kind of things is Real Madrid. That player that is 200 million, that's what Real Madrid are interested in buying. Okay. So I think Barcelona, they are beginning to stray off. I look at the whole team now. Luis Suarez came in and I think he has done his bit.
No, he was good with the whole MSN. That's it.
He has done his bit, you know. They brought in Neymar. Okay, Neymar is that kind of player that has not tested European football, so it's okay. It's an okay buy for me.
Yeah.
If Barcelona buy those kind of players, I'm fine. Like Ronaldinho too. He had not tasted Europe. Fine, you know, and the money was not even as expensive as what we have in terms of breaking the banks and all that stuff when they brought him in. So you look at the kind of buys that have worked for Barcelona.
Yeah.
They need to actually stick to that. You want to get the player because he fits the puzzle.
Okay.
Not because he's the next big thing.
Okay.
If Barcelona goes for Sancho now, just be laughing. The names I see them going for at times these days, I'm just laughing at them. Just buy him because I know you're just wasting your money. You know,
it will not work. Like
now they're interested in Lautaro Martinez. I don't want to be the prophet of doom, but I think Martinez is not a Barcelona type of player. I know people will come in with different. Oh, he plays this, he plays that. I don't think he's a Barcelona type of player, but time will probably tell. You know, if he actually fits in. Man, the same thing. You buy what works for you. Okay. Some of these players, I feel some of the players they've even managed to bring in or they've gotten in, I feel could even work in Real Madrid or maybe Manchester United or something. But decided to actually get these guys in and somehow it didn't work out. They should actually trust, maybe put their trust again in La Masia. Not now they sell those La Masia players. Once you just come up and there's no space for you, you go.
All right.
You know, then the biggest of solutions they might just think of maybe probably selling Lionel Messi.
Okay. At Vicarage Road Stadium, is still 1-0 in the English Premier League. Dwight Gill gave Newcastle United the lead in that one. That was in the 23rd minute. And then in the 52nd minute, Troy Deeney got a penalty and equaled the scoreline for them. Wow! West Ham United are cruising 4-0 at the moment. 3 goals. Oh my God! 4 goals for Mikel Antonio. He has scored 4 goals in that
double
particular
brace.
game. Yeah, okay, not yet double brace. Double brace is like 6, but then he has scored 4 goals for West Ham United against Norwich City, which means Norwich City is officially going to be relegated. Because if you lose this kind of, they have about 27 points as we speak, and how many games are left in the English Premier League? So it's really, really a dicey one for Norwich City as we speak. But now it's time for us to get your opinion on the show. We've talked a lot about VAR in the English Premier League, in the Spanish La Liga, and also FIFA coming to take control of the FIFA of the VAR system in all associations in their 211 associations. It's time for us to get your opinions. Do you think there is a conspiracy theory? If there is, back it up with your facts and your stats, so we can also lead a little bit to yours as well. 4 letters 0817 0000951 and 0810 9510 951 for text and what. For text message only is 0701 933 9962. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the Sports Life.
Afternoon. My name is Andrew. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Welcome to the show.
Yeah, I'm a Baka fan.
Oh, okay. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, I'm listening to your discussion. I want to contribute.
Please do.
Yeah. About what you are talking about, Barcelona. Barcelona don't have issue. The issue is just to get the coach they want. Just as they take the coach they want. They don't come back now. They're doing well. That's only what that. They don't have any problem or to buy any players and shop for them. Because different between Real Madrid, only 4 points. So that doesn't mean that they lose 4 more.
Okay.
So that's what I.
All right, thank you so much. Only 4 points. You're behind Real Madrid with 4 points. That is a whole lot, and that could win Real Madrid the title. 4 letters 0817 0000951 and 0810 9510 951 for text and WhatsApp. Text message only. I'm used to text and WhatsApp. Say 0701 933 9962. Hello, good afternoon to you today, Sports Life.
Sadia, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Eto. Welcome to the show.
How was the weekend? How's the weekend?
Fine, thank you. I'm here.
Superman.
Eto, welcome.
The only marriage counselor
Face
who I
the
know.
discussion now, Eto.
Hey, you have to go now. Allow me to
all right, Eto, go on with your thoughts on the show.
As for me, Barcelona, they don't have anything to offer to themselves.
Okay.
That is why they are complaining. I thought every other people who care to know that Real Madrid is winning this trophy with 7 points.
Okay.
So if at all they know that they are fair, they should not come out to blame any other person. Referee will now come out because you are the pro Barcelona. You remember from 2010 downwards, there is a conspiracy between the Blatter and the rest. Who give Lionel Messi a war bet for the role also 3 times.
Is that confirmed?
He's not allegedly, so I like that language. So at the end, it was true. He come out to confess.
Oh, really?
Of course. Are you not aware? That's his job. His job is away. At the end of it, Barcelona, they don't have something to offer to themselves. They should go market and look within internal problem within their team. They should not blame Madrid. This is a time for Madrid. And 7 points we go use and win them.
All right, Eto.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for calling into the program. Hello, good afternoon to you. Today's Sports Live.
Good afternoon, the man in the studios.
Good afternoon to you. Your name and where you're calling us from?
This is Mr. Webb. I'm calling from Ichi. Mr. Webb.
All right, Mr. Webb, go on with your thoughts.
Yes, from the beginning I've been listening to your program, and I think I have 1 or 2 objections to certain things these people say there.
Please do.
Permit me to. Yeah. I think this issue, I've found so many things very, very contradictory in your stand, especially on the VAR in England, and the one of Jirapique in
La Liga.
Spain, in La Liga. The one of England, there seems to be this unanimous decision and agreement with what Mourinho said. I don't know, maybe that of love or whatever, apart from one dissenting voice among you there. And each time that dissenting voice wants to say something, there's this kind of shut down. You people, they're just shutting him down.
All right, so what are you disagreeing with generally?
Then when it comes to that of Spain, they unanimously, people should go and sit down. How come they have been winning for some time?
Okay.
Let me take my mind back to when Mourinho was in England and Spain.
In Spain, yeah.
I tend to think that Mourinho was favored to win in that year, even if he won with certain number of points. But there were so many decisions that went against Barcelona. So many wrong calls against Barcelona that season.
Okay.
So, but in all, I think we learn so much from you people because people are in the studio.
Yeah.
Balance your arguments, and we will be okay. And stop bringing United into this mood as if United cannot do their thing their own the way it is. And look at Ferguson has gone down. Somebody's bringing Ferguson again, and now suddenly Legonasuna is doing well. Oh, he's being favored. Please.
All right, Mr. Webb, what I would try to say is nobody is trying to say, they are trying to bring conspiracy theories from fans out there. They are trying to balance the arguments where their fans are saying that Manchester United are now being favored. Before it was Manchester City, then it left Manchester City to Liverpool, and from Liverpool now it's Manchester United. So that's the argument they are trying to bring in, and they are trying to say why the VAR is not working really well the way it should in the English Premier League. Hello, good afternoon to you. Today's Sports Live. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody at the studio.
Good afternoon to you. Your name and where you calling us from?
Ricky Jacob. I'm calling for Port Harcourt. I just want to say something about Barcelona.
Okay.
The problem of Barcelona now, they have spent too much money for some few players in the past 3 years that did not work in their team. Like Otio, no coach were able to bring that guy to form.
Okay.
They spend money on that guy again. It did not work. You look at they are even broke now. If I look at their bench in Espanyol game, nobody, you cannot even know the name of other players. They don't know the player that they were on the bench.
Yeah.
It's just like they have 11 now. They don't have the bench. What they should do now, they should just they should not be pursuing Madrid. Madrid, they are spending club. They don't use some of their players. They are getting old now. Especially their players are getting old. Some of the old players there.
Yeah.
So they need replacement.
All right,
if they do also replacement, the team will not be balanced. Just like Arsenal, we don't have a balance. We have a top player. We have a young player. I don't even have experience. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. While we were on the phone, another penalty awarded to Watford, and they lead Newcastle United 2-1. Still Troy Deeney. He scored the first penalty and the second penalty. The other game involving Newcastle, Norwich City and West Ham is still 4-0 in favor of West Ham United. Hello, good afternoon to you today, Sports Life.
Star girl, greetings.
Good afternoon to you, Lawson. Welcome to the show.
I greet the sports crew there. Seriously, I don't know what people are saying. Mourinho. The truth of the matter is that it is that a lot of people don't know that Mourinho, you understand, is no longer what it used to be. See, let me paint the picture for you. He was sacked in Real Madrid, sacked in Chelsea, sacked in Manchester United, all for same reason of poor performance.
But don't forget, he also won titles.
Good, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was back in the days.
Okay.
You understand? Now, if you check, you cannot Tottenham. You can't even beat Bournemouth. What about if they cancel one goal? Can't you score 2-3 goals? I mean, if they cancel one goal, yes, okay, VRO has made a mistake. See, let me tell you, Mourinho, what saved Mourinho? He would have been stuck even in that top year. What saved him was this coronavirus that came because he started going down, playing so badly, poorly. He wasn't getting any results.
Okay.
Before that, this COVID-19 break came. You understand? So I don't think that Mourinho problem is this same Tottenham. Don't forget to be qualifying for Champions League. He will not qualify there for even come next season. He will still not be able to qualify Tottenham for Champions League. So stop blaming DRU for what about the times I benefit from DRU? It is not when you are the wrong end of DRU time and then you come out and blame it. And then that of Spain, I don't know whether you people are seeing the game because I see the game. I watch the game. So you could see clearly that Real Madrid is being favored.
Which of those penalties was not a penalty? Even last night, the one Felan Mendy.
You said what?
Which of them is not a penalty, or which of the calls would you say was not a? You can say soft, but which of them is not a penalty?
Even this last, the one I think.
Last night for Deportivo at Alaves.
Yes, no. Even against Sociedad, it was the same thing. Bilbao, forget they got that was penalty. It was soft though, but there was a more bigger penalty. The other end, do you know that the referee did not even bother to go and check? He just waved his hand and then we play on.
Okay.
So when you look at it, don't forget that. Also, don't forget the politics that is played between the Catalan, you understand, and the Spanish authorities.
Okay.
Spain, Real Madrid is seen as the Spanish league official club side, not Barcelona. So you understand, since the politics is getting hot, you understand, they are not deciding to see. Let me tell you one thing. I love to play football and win. You understand? I love that. But when I clearly see that, you understand, somebody is being there is no way anybody who has been watching this the last 5, 6, 7 games will tell me that Real Madrid is not being favored by the referee. There's no way anybody will come and tell me that because I know what I have been seeing.
All right,
in fact, one of the times against the Bilbao, I had to even get up and walk away.
All right.
You understand? I feel that it brings disrepute to the game.
Okay.
Don't hate anybody to win.
All right.
It's clear. Well, it's my opinion. It's what I see. You what I see clearly.
All
that
right.
Real Madrid is being favored by the referee to win the La Liga.
All right, Austin.
Simple. Thank you.
Thank you so much for calling. Hello, good afternoon to you.
Hello, good afternoon, Lucas.
Good afternoon to you, Faith. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. I want to comment on the FIFA taking over VAR.
Okay,
I think it's a good idea, but I really don't understand why people want to complain about the VAR in England when it's not favoring them. Especially this man, Mourinho. Mourinho likes to complain a lot.
Okay.
You know, and I don't really see any conspiracy theory here working for United. On the fact, I think we should blame the fact that there's no pitch side monitor, and that's why most of these mistakes. Fine, there's been a lot of wrong calls. That the VAR has made a lot of wrong calls.
Okay.
But I mean, we shouldn't take it down to some some kind of conspiracy theory. At least the beginning of this thing, I remember people were crying, even the United fans.
Hello, Faith. Okay, it seemed like we lost her there. Yeah, you can call us back, Faith, if you can. Let's go to our text message portals while we wait for your call.
We have a lot of messages here. The very first one. Good afternoon. My name is Ebuka. Please, I want to know about Ben Chilwell and Kyle Havertz.
We'll be giving you that.
Yeah, then hello. I think Griezmann is still going to work for Barcelona. Definitely. They got this one right. Griezmann is still going to shine in Barca. My name is Chigozie from Rumigbo. Mikel Antonio with 4 goals. Tomorrow you will hear that Madrid is looking for him. VAR. The VAR in England this season is a total mess. I pity for coaches who have victims. John Abang from Rumudara. Then this one, it's obvious that the Alex Ferguson influence is coming back to the Premier League through the VAR. How can one team awarded with 13 penalty in the season, how does that work? Author from Port Harcourt. Then the last one, Daniel from Alakaya. I am a Barcelona fan who is seriously not happy with the current Barcelona situation. Thumbs up to what your colleagues in the studio are saying about Barcelona. Barca is it never works. Buying players like Martinez, Griezmann, Sancho, and all might be good for other clubs, but certainly not Barca. We are known for our La Masia productions. Thanks.
All right, that's our testimony. Let's go back to the phone lines and get your thoughts on the show this afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. See you today, Sports Live.
Yes,
Seto.
We Nigerians, we like politics so much.
Okay.
Why is it that whenever judiciary is getting to your favor, you will present them to the high heaven? And whenever they go against your wish, you call them that they are full of bribery and all the rest and this and that. You call them. This same thing apply to what laws is said. Plus is our brother, is our friend. Why is this? Barcelona have been winning trophy for at least La Liga for, out of my knowledge, maybe 7 out of 10. But we as a Madrid fan, we have never taken us one day telling the world that they have been robbing and the rest.
Okay.
Why is it always be like that? So the fact that we are struggling and dragging to win this just this one, it becomes a talk of the town.
Right,
they should go and put their house in order. That is the major point of their failure this season.
Okay.
There is nothing else. Nobody put hand.
All right,
yeah, they say now the other person put hand. Nobody put hand.
All right,
for their failure.
Thank you so much. Let's go take all the calls and other callers. Hello, good afternoon to you today, Sports Life.
Yeah, good afternoon. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. Albert, welcome to the show.
Thank you. The issue of this FIFA coming to take over the VRO aspect of it, I think maybe some other leagues they will still do very well, and they can understand the tradition of English football. Understand? So I don't think maybe they will still do some changes, but you will see all the time I will still play because some of the officials you think they are good in this FIFA, they're also corrupt. You understand?
Okay.
So every the 2018 World Cup, we all of us we saw what happened in the World Cup. So that device wasn't working well in the 2019 World Cup. Because I can remember the game between Nigeria and Argentina, that penalty. After what happened to it, you understand? They took time for they passed that decision, and look at that, they threw us out of the World Cup. And they were making calls. You understand? It was a clear penalty against Otamendi. But what happened to it? They threw us out of the World Cup. One did that very well. So what will they do? You understand? So they understand English football that they used to play gamble.
Okay.
So when somebody bribe you favor them. So it's a normal thing. Understand the league very well.
Okay.
So there's nothing that will change in England. So
all
the thing will still remain like that. But they will just make little adjustments. So you and I will not understand what is going on. The fifth game there now.
Okay.
I cannot 15 matches. So what will happen? We understand them. That's why I don't take the Premiership seriously.
Okay.
You understand?
All right,
They're so corrupt. I don't value them. Corrupt people.
Okay, Abba, thank you so much. He thinks the English Premier League is corrupt. Well, that's his opinion because that is not a fact that we should know. Back to the message bottle.
Yeah, we have this one. Is Kante fit in today's match? Lakia Davis from River State. Then the next one. Hi, Sports Pundit. Why do we always argue and fight about European football? We are still in the dark ages. Jacob from Port Harcourt. Madrid is not favored by VAR. They are only lucky Promise from Uzoba. Then the last one.
Back to the message.
Okay.
The telephone. Hello, good afternoon to you. Today's Sports Line.
Yes, I think this is summarizing.
All right, go on. Over here.
Yes, I think wisdom and a year or people now.
Yes, they are greeting you too.
Greetings.
Yeah, Doctor, let me tell you something.
Please do.
Hello? Are you hearing
Yeah,
me?
we can hear you. Go on.
Yes, someone said something. And after that guy made that comment, I've been thinking and I've been really feeling for you guys. Your job before now used to be very, very difficult. But ever since the ban viewing centers in public places, when I mean viewing centers, these places that people pay money on the roadside to watch matches, viewing centers. Ever since, I must say that currently now you guys are the ones suffering from the outcome of coronavirus when it comes to your job. Your job of late has now, before it was difficult, but now the ban of viewing centers has made your job more difficult. I really sympathize and feel for you people. When you see when I try and balance it now so you won't come out so straight. I don't know how to put it, but when you see viewing centers are shut down, most persons now no longer have the opportunity of seeing these things. They just do on hearsay. That's why you will see opinions like so many of them. I'm surprised someone came out with something and was saying Manchester United will go to relegation.
Okay.
Look at the position of Manchester United, and you people say his opinion. Can I say Obina in the studio there is wearing white and white? When you doctors that is seeing him there knows that Obina is putting on jean and t-shirt, and you're all of a sudden saying is my opinion. I ask a question: what do we even call opinion? What do we call opinion when analyzing football? Someone will just come on air, look at the position of Man U. How many matches remaining? How on earth is it possible for Manchester United as a football club to go on relegation? It's clearly no. So when people come and make these kind of things, you don't call it opinion. You tell the person it's not possible.
All right, Ebina, what's the point you're trying to make?
The point I'm trying to make is that the ban on viewing center has made your job more difficult. More difficult. If not, I don't know how again someone would come and think that the problem with VAR in England is all of a sudden a Mourinho thing.
Okay.
Let me tell you, this is what they want us to be doing.
Okay.
The deal has already been done. The next line now, look, you can see the kind of penalty they gave to my beloved. I cannot benefit from illegality. You can see the kind of penalty they gave to Manchester United against Aston Villa.
Yep.
That is a game that Bruno Fernandes is supposed to have been suspended, even banned or jailed. Rather, they gave Manchester United penalty against Aston Villa. You can see the kind of goals they denied Sheffield United in the restart. You can see the kind of goal they denied Tottenham to balance Sheffield United the following week. What are they trying to do? They are trying to just do what you guys are doing now. Make this thing look like VAR agenda that we saw before now is general problem. Give Man U small, give Sheffield United small, give West Ham small. So they will confuse you. Meanwhile, the main aim of VAR, why they have bluntly refused to go and check the pitch monitor, has already been achieved.
Right, Obina.
When we saw this thing before now, was shouting, there is no consistency in VAR. They are just trying to confuse us now to make us feel as if VAR is like, you can see when you favor you cry. When I will not be deceived. The main agenda of VAR has been achieved. Anything you see them doing now is just cover up. They are just trying to do a smoke screen. There was an agenda. We saw it. We shouted about it, and it has been achieved. So if they like, let them give Manchester United 100 penal and everything, it is just a smoke screen. So divert attention, renew the agenda, it has been achieved. So they should stop doing this thing as if VAR can favor this person, or can favor this person.
All right,
not before you now, they cry. I will not be deceived.
All right,
I know the agenda in England, it has been achieved.
All right,
I am too exposed when it comes to football for English essay to try to deceive me.
All right, Obina. Thank you so much for your takes. Meanwhile, the games in English, first games in English Premier League has ended. Norwich City lost at home to West Ham United 4-0. All goals coming from Mikel Antonio. And the game involving Watford up against Newcastle. Watford came from behind to actually win that one 2-1. All penalties scored by Troy Deeney. And later on, Liverpool will take on Burnley. That's by 3 o'clock. Sheffield United will do battle with Chelsea. And Brighton and Hove Albion will take on Manchester City. Back to the phone lines. Hello, good afternoon to you. Today's Sports Live.
Doctor, so welcome to Odin to avoid to Manchester United. Now, you're favoring Manchester United for the congratulations, Manchester United and Liverpool fan. Congratulations.
You didn't tell us your name. Okay, he just rushed to drop his point and he ran away. Let's go to the text message portal so we can jump on to other matters.
Good afternoon, guys, in the studio. I'm a very good goalkeeper in my secondary school days. Even now, I'm still the number one choice goalkeeper because I know that one day you people will talk about me. How can I join a club for me to be the best as a goalkeeper in the world?
Go to
from
Olamide.
Join Olamide Port Harcourt.
Just go to Google and type Webros FC. They were here the other time. We called their number.
Yeah.
If you think you're good and you are young, you can't be 30.
He was the number one goalkeeper in secondary school.
You can be in secondary school, but your age, age actually matter. If you're still under the 18 years mark, you can actually go type Webros. They will come here again, I'm sure. But they will call. But until that time, you can just go and look for their website. You find out how to register, and they would actually accept. The president and chairman rather was here with the coach, and they say they are willing to actually accept you. That you can try out with the team, and they're promising side too.
Yeah, and the last message is Chelsea buying Ben Chilwell and Kyle Havertz. What time is Chelsea game? I'm Ibuka from Port Harcourt.
But Docas, just to add, the first day I will still say, the first day I saw Norwich City play, I knew that they were going down.
Yeah, I had that feeling too. Against Liverpool.
And then even when they beat Man City, I knew they were going down. Well, it's been stamped and confirmed.
Yeah,
Norwich City are down. I'm sure Temupuki joined maybe the guys coming up or maybe a middle table side, but Norwich City are down. They are back to the championship.
All right, now let's look at the battle for the top four. People, the clubs vying for this top four. Chelsea have already, they're still going to battle it out with Leicester City and Manchester United. Chelsea in third with 60 points. Leicester City are fourth with 59 points. And Manchester United, who are fifth, they have 58 points. So, guys, who do you think is eventually going to drop? And who are those clubs going to finish third and fourth in the English Premier League? Nathaniel, let's start with you.
Manchester will leave that place.
Okay.
Man United will fill the position.
So Man U is going to be fourth and Leicester City are going to drop to fifth.
Yes.
Oh, okay. What's that again?
I'll go with Nathaniel. Sure. Leicester City is going to drop.
Okay.
With the rate at which Man U is going, I even see Man U coming very close to third. Finishing
very close to third.
Finishing third, yes.
Who do you think will finish third?
Manchester United.
Okay,
yes.
They're going to top Chelsea.
Yes.
And sit. Priya, what about you?
It's a very, very, very close one to say. But looking at the Premier League table right now, I think it's going to be a difficult one for Chelsea because they have Liverpool to face. They also have Sheffield United to play today, and Sheffield United had a lot at stake. If they win today, they stay in pole position to qualify for Europe. So they will always want to fight and try to get something out of that game. So I think Sheffield United will give them a big fight. If they struggle to get the points, 3 maximum points against Sheffield United, they're in pole position to qualify for Champions League. So I think possibly Chelsea may qualify. They still have another difficult game against Liverpool. We should not forget that. And the last game of the season is against Wolves. So to be a difficult one for Chelsea. I see it's a very, very difficult one for Chelsea and Leicester. I see Manchester United qualifying. They are fifth right now, but I think Manchester United will qualify comfortably with the features they have right now. I think the destiny is in their hands. if they want to drop points. Then for Leicester and Chelsea, one of them will pick that fourth position. But I'm not too sure right now, but I think Chelsea will pick the fourth position. So it will be Liverpool, Manchester City, Manchester United, and Chelsea.
Wisdom.
Who the three teams left for Leicester? Can you just
let me
call those teams? Because I think the merry-go-round now is actually carrying people who are supporting Manchester United to actually finish third, Chelsea fourth. Some even saying that it could be the other way around. But United fans are strongly saying that they think they can finish third. And if you look at their performance, I tell you, you would not even... the VAR issues are there, yeah? But the combination of Bruno Fernandes, Paul Pogba and Matic has been phenomenal.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely phenomenal. Something out of the ordinary now. You might actually want to measure United by the past years. They've left that level. That combination has been brilliant and it has paid off. Mason Greenwood is firing on all cylinders. He joined, I think, Brian Skeed, Wayne Rooney, and George Best as the only teenagers in Manchester United history 17 goals now as at this point, and he would even better that record with the games left if he continues the way he's going. But in reality, Leicester City, I'm looking at the game.
They have Bournemouth.
Good. Okay.
They have Bournemouth to play, which is for tomorrow. And after that, they would be facing Sheffield United. And after that, they'll be facing Tottenham Hotspur. And
finally, very difficult game.
And finally, Manchester United.
I'm already feeling for them.
Yeah.
Well, tomorrow, Bournemouth. The next game, Sheffield United. The next game, Tottenham,
and then Manchester United.
No balance at all. but in reality, it's going to be really. I wanted to probably side join fate with them to say yes. The mountain will move. But if you look at those guys waiting for them, Bournemouth are struggling. They just showed us the bottom three. Norwich are out. We now have Bournemouth and Aston Villa as the two teams sitting comfortably in the relegation zone, hoping that one win or two wins would save their lives. And if Bournemouth have Leicester tomorrow, they'll be giving that game 120%. But Leicester looking like outside the last game, my advice has always been simple, and he tried it, albeit that Iheanacho was still Iheanacho, but he got a goal. He opened the scoring before now came up to actually score two more goals. I think Leicester might just be moving out. I'll still go with the top four. The guys, I'll just have to join them.
Okay,
I think Chelsea will finish third.
Okay.
United will finish fourth.
All right. With that, let's go talk about the battle for the Golden Boot. Yes, you could say the season has already ended in some quarters because we already know who the champions are. But the battle for the top goal scorer, for the highest goal scorer in the English Premier League continues. And Vardy for Leicester City has scored 22 goals. Aubameyang is next for Arsenal with 20 goals. And Mohamed Salah for Liverpool has 19 goals. Same with Ings from Southampton. So, guys, Mane actually for Liverpool is with 16 goals, with Aguero 16 goals. Rashford for Manchester United is 15 goals. Martial for Man United is 15 goals. Jimenez for Wolves is 15 goals. Abraham for Chelsea is 14 goals, with Sterling 14 goals as well. And the list on and on and on. So who do you think will eventually be given that golden boot? Because is it still going to be like last season, 3 Africans shared the golden boot?
Okay, I see Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang coming with that award. He's on 20 already.
Yep.
And Arsenal are actually doing pretty well right now. I see him getting more goals before the 38 match day. So I'll give it to Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang.
That's for Osas.
Yes.
Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang.
Mine is from a sentimental point of view. I think Jamie Vardy for me deserved given the golden boot this season.
Sentimental?
Why sentimental? Because I've seen the man struggle. He has proved many pundits wrong that late starters can actually do great in football.
Okay.
Professionally, he became very strong in his late 20s. And we are seeing what the man is doing with that pace at that age. I think Jamie Vardy is an amazing player. You can't take that away from.
So you're going with Jamie Vardy?
But from as a pundit,
Yep.
I am always scared when Mo Salah starts scoring the goals. Like, he is that consistent when it comes to wrecking numbers. And if he starts with getting the brace, hat-trick, then he will continue doing this, because there is this confidence. When you do it the first season, second season, that momentum will always be there. And now you are just... I saw the last game, it was quite invisible. Like,
assist on a goal.
Yes, assist on a goal. It was difficult for someone to get him, to mark him. So I think, for me personally, I think Mo Salah, with an hat-trick, Mo Salah will get this. I see Mo Salah winning it, but I wanted Jamie Vardy.
Okay.
I really wanted Jamie Vardy.
Nathaniel, let's go with you.
I've looked at this thing very well, but I think Aubameyang will take that lead.
Okay.
With the way things are going now, it's very, very consistent in playing, and his form is being developed and is scoring goals. So I think Vardy will not even say another goal to score again. The way I'm looking at their fixtures, I don't think
you never can tell. You never can tell. You Jamie Vardy.
So Aubameyang will take that for sure.
Don't you think? Okay, wisdom to you first. Then I would add this. Don't you think Leicester and Sheffield are at par? Because you guys are all saying their fixtures are so tight and so tight and so tight. Don't you think Leicester and Sheffield United are at the same level?
Yeah, sure. It's not like Sheffield are bigger than they are. Sheffield are even lesser than Leicester. Looking at their position on the table now,
and the quality of players,
and the quality too. So definitely they are. Sheffield are just one team that sprang up. So let me tell you how their story ends. Reading. They came up, they finished 8th. By the next thing they were there, Sheffield United will go down next.
But funny enough, we saw that happen with Wolves. And we saw what Espirito Santos is doing right now.
That's another example. That counters Reading's example, because Reading, I would never forget that. Leroy Lita. There's a boy I would never forget him. Got an English call up then and all that. But be that as it may, I think Sheffield United are lesser than Leicester City. But the problem is they are both fighting for a continental spot. Albeit that Sheffield United are struggling to maintain maybe a Europa League spot. A Europa League will still be a miracle for them. They're not even... The Champions League is, let's just keep trying. So they might just want to maintain that level, or at least manage to qualify, because Tottenham are still... I think Tottenham are out of the Europa spots now.
They are 9th on the log.
Arsenal are also there.
8th
These are teams also looking at cementing a Europa League spot. So Sheffield United want to maintain that, and that's why we think it's going to be difficult. But on the top scorers, I don't stake against players who win on the both sides of the market. It's just like trading. Any businessman that can trade well on the both sides of the market, when there is economic downturn, is selling well. When there's economic boom, is selling well. Fear them.
Please use football terms.
Jamie Vardy and Aubameyang are two players that I know that even if their club loses 3-2, they will score. So for me, Salah and the others, I like the fact that competition in that list, but I think Salah might just be maybe he might actually find it difficult to win it. Yes, I know Jurgen Klopp is a very nice manager. He will give him the opportunity to get the numbers.
They're already champions.
But for a team that have won the league, they're now bringing players like Neco Williams, Harvey Elliott, Van der Beek to actually combine with you and get the goals. It will not be as easy as a Leicester side that are willing to, once you score one against Leicester rather, they are now willing to fight. And because of that fight, you open up spaces for Jamie Vardy. Maybe if there's anybody to get the goal, you just believe it's Jamie Vardy now. Or maybe except something happens and Iheanacho is somewhere. But Vardy is the point man. If anybody's to get the goal in that front line, is Vardy. Gray has even gone to the bench. Now it's Harvey Barnes and Tillemans that come in. They do come in now from defensive midfield and what have you. So I think I'll leave it with those two guys. So I might not easily just pick one person, but Aubameyang scores even when Arsenal lose 4-2, 3-2. He will still score. So it's okay to actually pitch two of them as my favorites to actually pick up this season.
All right, well, let's go to the UEFA Champions League. When you hear that very familiar song,
it's a nostalgic feeling.
You should know what to expect. The champions, like you feel like a champion just getting to hear that particular quarterfinal if they hold on to their first leg advantage over Real Madrid. City hold a 2-1 lead after the first leg of their last 16 tie, which was played before the tournament was suspended because of the coronavirus. The quarterfinals, semis, and final will be held over 12 days in Portugal. Chelsea could face Barcelona or Napoli in the last 8, but trail Bayern Munich 3-0 in their last 16 tie. The two English sides will meet in the semi-final if they win through. That is another if. City, trying to win the competition for the first time, are joint favorites with German champions Bayern Munich. Manager Pep Guardiola said, we have to play against Real Madrid, the kings of the competition. If we think about the next steps before that, we will be out. Atletico Madrid who eliminated defending champions, European champions, and new Premier League winners, Liverpool, will face Germany's RB Leipzig in the quarter-finals. Italian side Atalanta, winners of their past 11 games in all competitions, take on French champions Paris Saint-Germain, who have not played since 11 March after their domestic season was abandoned. Now let's look at the full draw. All quarterfinals to take place from the 12th to the 15th of August, remaining last 16 fixtures on the 7th and 8th of August. Real Madrid, like we told you earlier, Real Madrid or Manchester City will take on Lyon or Juventus. That's on the 15th of August. RB Leipzig will take on, that's official, RB Leipzig will take on Atletico Madrid on the 13th of August. Napoli or Barcelona will do battle with Chelsea or Bayern Munich on the 14th of August. Atalanta, that's also official, versus Paris Saint-Germain. That's going to happen on the 12th of August. While the semi-final draws, the ties are to take place on the 18th and 19th of August. Winners of quarter-final 1 will take on winners of quarter-finals 3. That is where the Manchester City and Chelsea might likely meet if they win their respective games, while winners of quarter-final 2 and winners of will meet winners of quarter-final 4. Last 16 ties to finish, that's the first leg ties, will finish on 7th of August. Manchester City will play Real Madrid. City are 2 goals up against Real Madrid, while Juventus, the first leg they lost to Lyon 1-0. On the 8th of August, Bayern Munich will take on Chelsea. They lead Chelsea 3-0 in that particular one, while Bayern Munich and Napoli it ended in a 1-1 draw. So let's see how that one would be like. While the knockout finish in Portugal, the competition will conclude in 8-team knockout tournament in Portugal from the 12th to the 23rd of August. The second leg of the last 16 ties, yet to be completed, will take place from the 7th to the 8th of August, and teams due to be at home for those matches will still play at their own stadium. But when the quarterfinal begins on the 12th of August, all ties in the competition will be held as one-off games at Sporting Lisbon's Estadio José Alvalade. That's the stadium where that one will be staged. In that one, semi-finals will be played on the 18th and 19th of August, and the final at the Benfica's Estadio do Sport Lisboa, Benfica on the 23rd of August. UEFA are still going to implement the 5 substitute rule as the Premier League for the remainder of the tournament, and an additional change can be made in the extra time. All right, guys, that was a whole lot coming from UEFA for the Champions League. Okay, let me just chip in the Europa League as well, the draws as well. We know that UEFA Europa League will be coming up on the 5th to the 6th of August. The remaining last 16 ties will see Copenhagen up against Istanbul Baksehir. Istanbul lead that one 1-0. Wolfsburg battle with Olympiacos. That one, the first leg ended in a 1-1 draw. Bayer Leverkusen will take on Rangers. Bayer Leverkusen 3-1 up to Rangers. Shakhtar Donetsk will take on not Wolverhampton Wanderers. Why that? Wolfsburg. Shakhtar leads 2-1 in that encounter. And then Basel will take on Eintracht Frankfurt. Frankfurt leads that one 3-0. Manchester United will take on Lask. United are up 5-0 in that particular encounter. That's the first leg. Inter Milan are up against Getafe. The first leg was abandoned, so they would have to. That one was abandoned. And Sevilla are up against Roma. The first leg also was abandoned. The quarterfinals will take place on the 10th and 11th of August. Where let's give you the draws now. Wolfsburg or Shakhtar Donetsk will do battle with Eintracht Frankfurt or Basel. That's in the 11th of August in the Schalke Arena in Germany. And last, or Manchester United will take on Istanbul Basaksehir or Copenhagen on the 10th of August in the Cologne Stadium, still in Germany. And Inter Milan or Getafe will do battle with Rangers or Bayer Leverkusen. That's going to be up in the Dusseldorf Arena, still in Germany. And Olympiacos or Wolves will battle it out with Sevilla or Roma in the Arena. The semi-finals will be up on the 16th to the 17th of August. Winners of the quarterfinal 4 versus winners of quarterfinal 2, and winners of quarterfinal 3 up against winners of quarterfinal 1. The final is on the 21st of August at the Cologne Stadium. So, guys, let's go back to the Champions League. Wisdom, let's start with you. Champions League, how do you see that panning out?
Well, the first thing is the Champions League will be back, and it's a new normal now. We have to do a one-legged stage for both the quarterfinal and the semi-final. And that's for those who had not played. For the quarterfinal guys, yes, for those who had not played the first leg. But if you had played the first leg, you're just playing the second leg now. And it's still contrary to ratification. I think it will be played. Everything might just be done in Portugal.
Yeah.
In terms of the away fixture now for the likes of Real Madrid, who are supposed to travel to the, except because to go through that testing process, if you're coming in from Spain, I'm just calculating for them. It would be better you just go to Portugal, we test everybody, we just stay, than you go in and come out, that kind of a thing. So it's going to be exciting, and it promises to be a real blast. You look at the teams involved in this one. Real Madrid, Man City. You can say Man City were a better side as when they played that first leg. But at this point, you can't exactly say the same thing, because albeit that they're struggling to get the results, but the dance seems to be working for them, even if it's very slow. They managed to get 3 points, whether by VAR, penalty, or what have you.
Yeah.
They manage, and they attack a lot. It's not exactly the same meat that Man City did through the last time. So it might actually be very difficult for them. Then you look at the other sides now. A side I love so much. They score a lot of goals. Atalanta. I'm just looking at how far they can go. I know they'll stop somewhere. I doubt they'll get to the final. But let's see. Tottenham surprised us the last time. Who says they can't also do it? So you look at the other teams, PSG. And the funny part is the combination. It looks like some people might meet some people. Real Madrid might get a chance to see Cristiano Ronaldo, I think so, yes. If they manage to scale through against Man City, I think it's possible. All they need to do is probably beat Man City by 2-0. I don't think it's impossible. And you might get to now face Juve. That is if Juve crosses Lyon. You look at all those permutations and you tell yourself it promises to be really exciting. Look at the Barcelona angle of things. Every part of it, Doka. So I think every football fan is happy that the most exciting club competition will be making a return.
Yesterday, I heard Reliance say if Chelsea can overturn the win, the 3-0 win against Bayern Munich, that he's going to be in the studio with just his singlet, that's his vest, and his boxers. I pray that happens because of Reliance, because I want to see that happen here in the studio. But you pray. Chelsea up against Bayern Munich, the second leg initially. How do you see that one? Because do you think Chelsea going all the way to Germany and get 4-0 against Bayern Munich to qualify?
Even on a neutral ground.
It's like saying you want to pull a rat.
You want to wear boxers too.
A rabbit off the hat, like when you're not a magician. And I think it will not happen.
Okay.
Read my lips, it will not happen. Take it on record. It will never happen. With the kind of defense Chelsea have right now, they are still struggling to know the pairing, their centre-back pairing. The coach doesn't even know if it's going to be Rudiger and Christensen or Christensen and then Scott Zuma or Scott Zuma and Tomori. He hasn't gotten his mojo when it comes to the central defense pairing. Chelsea could get the goals. It happened when they even played the first leg. Even though the goal was disallowed by VAR, they could get the goals, but can they stop Robert Lewandowski and his gang? That is the big question. And I think it's not possible. Like the flank players, look at the midfield. The last time they came to Stamford Bridge, they held possession, they controlled the game, they have fast players. They create chances. They have an incredible player in Thiago Alcantara in the middle of the park.
Yeah.
They have a wonderful striker that if he has 5 chances, he can convert the 5. You have players that are willing to come from the bench and still get goals, like the likes of Thomas Müller.
Yeah.
You think about the man they got, the Croatian they got from Inter Milan on loan. They have a whole lot of stars in that team. So it's difficult for Chelsea to get pound for pound, player for player. They are better than Chelsea right now. So Chelsea cannot get anything from that game.
And being champions can also boost the.
The only slim chance, which 1%, is the fact that Bayern München will not be playing any competitive football till then, which is like for a month, and that could be in their favor or against them. Fatigue could come in, or the magic of a red card or 2 red cards. It can happen in Champions League. We have seen when you call pound for pound, player for player, defense to attack, goalkeeper, you cannot measure it. It's difficult for me to fathom. Hypothetically, it cannot happen. I think it can't happen. And for me personally, when you look at the draws, this is an opportunity for Pep Guardiola to prove a point.
Okay.
I think this is time for him to prove a point, because there's a possibility if the CAS actually that's
on Monday we'll
get to hear the final decision. If it's against him, he has to prove a point, and the players has to do it for him. They have done the league for him. They have done the FA Cup for him. They have done the Carabao Cup for him in the past. It's time for them to do it in the Champions League, in the big stage, and I think it's time for him to prove that point. So for me, I think the favourites possibly to lift the Champions League is either Man City or Bayern München.
Okay, 6 minutes from now, I'll be asking the other guys their thoughts on the Champions League and also the UEFA Europa League. But 6 minutes from now, Liverpool will take on Burnley, and the team list. Liverpool are lined up in a 4-3-3 formation with Alisson Becker in goal, the usual suspect. And the 4-man backline saw Nico Williams, Joe Gomez, Virgil van Dijk, and Robertson. That's the backline. For the 3 midfield, we have Gigi Wijnaldum, Fabinho, and Curtis Jones in the midfield. And for the forward line of the 3 suspects, as usual, Mohamed Salah, Roberto Firmino, and Sadio Mane. For Burnley, which is the away side, they end up in a 4-4-2 formation with Pope, my man, in goal for them. And their backline, they have Taylor, Tarkowski, Kelvin Long, and Bardsley. For their 4-man defense midfield, rather, they have McNeil, Brownhill, Westwood, and Peters. And for the forward lineup, they have Jay Rodriguez and Wood in that lineup. Liverpool, their substitute bench, they have Lovren, Adrian, Shaqiri is back. They have Chamberlain. Also, Chamberlain is also back as well. Minamino is there as well. Origi, Naby Keita, Alexander Arnold, and Elliott in that lineup. So predictions for this one, guys. Do you see Liverpool winning this one against Burnley?
An easy win for Liverpool. An easy win for Liverpool.
All right. So let's go to you, Osas. The Champions League. Atalanta. Do you think they're going to get past the stage and go to the semi-finals, the quarterfinals? Okay, they're in the quarterfinals already. Do you see them going to the semi-finals?
Yeah, I see Atalanta
against Leipzig.
I see Atalanta. Atalanta is going against PSG.
A PSG. Yeah, a PSG.
I see Atalanta going as far as the finals.
Oh, okay.
Yes. They've been wonderful this season
in the
Champions League in the Italian Serie A.
Yeah, they
hitting opponents 4 goals.
Yeah,
7 goals, 5. They've been a pretty good scoring side. Also, PSG is not a very good defending side, so we expect Atalanta to score goals. Yes, so whoever can score more goals will go through. But I see Atalanta getting. They could do what Tottenham did last season. Yes.
Okay. Wisdom in the Europa League. Wolves and Manchester United are still present. Do you see them going past the stages to the semi-finals and probably to the finals?
Very easy stage, if you ask me. Nice opponents that you can actually eat on Monday morning. Maybe some juice on the table. Basek, Lask. You look at the teams they do have to face now. If they get, I think Man United are already up against Lask. They have 1 leg already through based on the first leg. Then by the I think Gallo scored in that one. By the second leg,
a beautiful stunner goal.
They should be able to get through and face anybody, Basak or whatever. They will definitely take care of these teams. Wolves and Man United in the Premier League are even looking current form, not the whole season. Currently, they're looking like a Champions League side. You now bring them up against Minos, against little boys who are trying to even find their footing in the competition. I think United and Wolves. I'm even looking at the semi-final. Maybe where I know they can clash against each other, but make no mistake about it, this is the Europa League. There are many unexpected experts. You can just wave out Olympiacos and they throw out Arsenal. You know, you can just say Ludogorets. This is a very and before you know, Inter Milan are out. You look at the live score and if you didn't even see the game, you're asking yourself, did they make a mistake in typing this thing or something? So I think for me, it's one ways to the next round. Look at United. I mean, look at the midfield. Well marshaled by Paul Pogba, and of course, defensive backup by Matic. Brilliant, if you ask me. Going forward, Bruno Fernandes is another beast entirely in terms of performance. You look at Greenwood. It seems like everything is just working for United. You know, me, I would say the way it is. If they're also doing bad, I would also criticize them. But it seems everything is working. You bring in Igalo 85, 50 minutes. The boy is willing to die on the field. You bring in what's the name of this other young man, Mata. He's willing to give his all. I hear the joy in the team is something else. That's a team to fear. If synergy is combined with individual brilliance, fear that kind of team. And for Wolves, I mean, the less I say about them, the better. Raul Jimenez, Diego Jota, players who are doing. Raul Jimenez is rumored, to be probably. I think Juventus are interested in him. These are nice players that are doing well. Nuno Espirito Santo, coach of the month. You know, you have to look at that.
The first time two Portugal internationals that have won the Premier League player of the month. The first time ever in the Premier League. That is a huge one for them. Back to the phone lines, 0817 0000951 and 0810 951. Hello.
Hey, Tiger.
Yes, Heto.
Yeah. Tell your people out there that there is nothing in football that is impossible.
Okay.
With football, everything is possible. And as I'm talking to you and seeing my blues, as long as now sky is blue now, I'm seeing the Chelsea Thunder
playing Barcelona. Okay.
No, it's not a laughing issue. I'm telling you.
It's laughing. It's not an issue.
I'm telling you, at the end, you will go and catch money. Take it to the bank. They are funding this deficit of 340 to 4. Okay. Because we are going to win them and win Champions League this season.
All right, Eto, thank you so much. I would like to see that happen. Hello, good afternoon to you today, Sports Life.
Yeah, Jokers.
Yes, Albert, welcome back.
To be honest, all the three teams there will make through to the Champions League.
Which
Chelsea, Man United, Leicester City will go to Champions League. All the three of them.
For next season, yeah.
Let me tell you something, Nothing will save Man City. They'll be thrown out.
Okay.
You understand? Nothing will save them. That's happened to AC Milan now. Is it not? AC Milan appeal did not work. They threw them out. So they're no bigger than AC Milan. What AC Milan have done? You understand?
Okay. Yeah.
AC Milan have made name in football, but they still have to throw them out. Okay. So let them go and face it. Let them go and face their crime.
Okay.
They'll pushed out. Many of the players will leave the club and they'll go back where they belong. You understand? We knew them before.
All right.
They're not among that big team before. Suddenly they pass through the back door with their money. So they'll be thrown out with their money.
All right. So, not Eto.
We wish them good luck. Some other time, but they're out.
All right, Albert. Thank you so much. Hello, get up.
Would like to dream. Understand? I don't understand. They just dream. See, there's no two ways. There's no way you want to look. Even if Bayern, they give them 2 red cards. There's no way Chelsea is going to overturn that. No. Seriously, Chelsea, they are out. It's not like what Priye said.
Okay.
There's no how you want to look at it. They are out. I don't know why they are still dreaming. Then, when it comes to the Premier, when you look at the Chelsea pictures, you can see that Sheffield United, yes, when it started, they struggled a bit. But they are balanced now. They are playing well. And they also want to go into Europe.
Okay.
They have Wolves that also want to go into Europe.
Okay.
They have Liverpool that wants to beat his record. You understand? So these 3 major sides, there's no way if Chelsea don't drop points against these 3 sides, then I'll be surprised. Star girl, I'm telling you, I would be surprised. Then Real Madrid, they are not playing well. I don't know why some people think that Real Madrid can go to Man City and get the result. If you check, they are struggling. The difference between them and Barcelona is just the referees helping them to grind out results. And Man City is playing very well, scoring goals. I don't see how Real Madrid, after that game, will still remain in the Champions League with the form that Man City has. I don't see it.
All right, Lawson.
It cannot happen. If it happens, I will come to the studio and present a show with Boxer.
I beg you. All right, Lawson, thank you so much for calling. Hello, good afternoon to you today. Sports Life. Calling us from?
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon to you.
Yeah, my name is Daniel calling from Transalade.
All right, Daniel, welcome to the show.
I think for me, some Chelsea fan needs malaria tablets because I think it's a malaria symptom. I don't know. For which route? Where are they going to? I don't understand. I mean, we're talking about Bayern Munich 3-0. To do what exactly? I don't know.
They play football.
They start to scoring the goal, maybe to overcome much more to win Bayern Munich. I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know. For me, it's just being a fan and be a dreaming, and such a dream to me is just a fiction. It can never be reality. That's just it.
All right.
But it's allowed. It's football. Then for Man City, I don't think Man City will survive it.
Okay.
I don't think so. And this is going to affect them seriously.
All right, Daniel, thank you so much for your thoughts on the show. 4 lines are 0817 0000951 and 0810 9510951. For text, it's 0701 933 9962. Back to the phone lines. Hello, good afternoon to you. Yes, good afternoon. Your name and where you calling us from? Oh, I'm very sorry. We cannot hear you clearly. Maybe you should call us back so we can hear you better. Hello, good afternoon to you.
Hello, doctor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. Name and where you calling us?
My name is Chiku. I'm calling from Ronibo.
Oh, Chiku, welcome to the show.
Yes, you asked who would make the top four in England.
Yes.
Just be very quick. I'll be very quick on that one.
Okay.
United will not make the top four. I'm so sorry to say, they will not make the top four.
Okay.
I mean, you are giving 13 penalties and you are still struggling. You are still in fifth.
That's below the belt, man.
Wait. You've won how many games unbeaten? And you are still in fifth. From fifth to fifth. After how many games? Come on. They will end there.
Okay.
And for the Champions League, I just hope this is the of the good man. I want him to win this. I mean, he eliminated Liverpool. They paid me, but I just want the first man to win. I want him to win this game because he has come close. I think twice.
Yeah.
I just hope.
In the past.
I just hope this is his way. I just want him to win.
Yeah. Okay. Diego Simone needs to win something for himself. Yeah. Hello. Good afternoon to you. Today's Sports Live.
Hello.
Yes. Hello. Good afternoon to you.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. No photocopy is talking from Ronibo.
No photocopy. Welcome to the program.
Okay, I think we'll start with the issue of Chelsea, making it ahead of Bayern.
Okay.
I think that is impossible dream, although there's nothing like impossible in football, but I don't know how would make that happen.
Okay.
They should not waste, it's good to be ambitious, but they should not waste their transport and go to Germany because they will not get a draw.
Okay.
There is nothing they can do about that, but concerning Manchester United, if that is how they will qualify for Europe, it's very bad.
Okay.
The last penalty given to them, the person that officiated the football and the players too that day supposed to be punished or sanctioned by now because that was not in any way near a penalty.
Okay.
But I wonder how they will keep them that kind of penalty. They keep refusing it. They keep refusing it for years. They did not cancel it. They did not say anything about it.
Okay.
That is why apart from Liverpool, no English club has done well in Champions League for the past 20-something years because of the way they qualified to the Champions League. They will do everything possible to assist them to push a Leicester City out, which does not supposed to be so. If they have all it takes, they should go. They don't have all it takes. They should start helping them.
All right.
Because as it stands out, they have the highest penalty. It things will not be done that way.
Okay.
So them too should stop to go to the Champions League through back door. If they have all it takes, they should go. If they don't have, they should stay back.
All right, no photocopy. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Hello, good afternoon to you. Today's Sports Live.
Yes, I get you, Doctor, and the guys in the studio.
Obina, welcome back.
Yeah, Doctor said, wow, lockdown. You guys are really suffering from the effects of coronavirus.
Obina, your opinion, please.
Doctors, let me first tell you something. Do you know that Manchester United has 3 ways? Like when our Ebu Jose Mourinho, like the season he was in Manchester United. Manchester United can still go to Champions League. 3 ways. Not if they are the only team in that top 4 that has 3 avenues to comfortably play Champions League next season.
Okay.
They can qualify through the league table. They can qualify by winning that is 98% worth already. In my estimation, Manchester City can lose their final appeal and be thrown out of that Champions League spot. Man, you can take up that place.
Okay.
I don't know if you understand the term they use there. So I don't know why they think Manchester United is desperate. So let me tell you what desperate is.
Okay.
You saw what Williams, you know Williams' story. When William is a player that was contacted by Tottenham, flight paid for him by Tottenham, reservation made for him by Tottenham, hotel booked for him by Tottenham, only for William to reach at the airport. All of a sudden, Roman Abramovich called him. Williams did the highest betrayal in the world in the world of transfer by turning the jet straight to Stamford Bridge. Alone. That was how Williams signed for Tottenham. The medical team that was supposed to do William medical, they were all waiting patiently at the hospital with all their equipment.
Oh my God. But it's true.
Yeah, we know the story.
Back to what I'm saying, I thought it was useful exuberance. But when William did what he did against Crystal Palace, his own captain that just left Chelsea how many days ago, you saw the way he fell on the ground. I thought he's dead. Williams had 13 touches after that incident because he said his first day. I'm so surprised that we are not analyzing that devilish attitude Williams celebrated against Crystal Palace. It's like Doctor did not watch that match. That is against what we know football for. He fell because of Anthony, landed with his head. Williams took 13 touches because he wants to qualify for Champions League at the detriment of somebody, and Chelsea fans are clapping and they are shouting at him. That is not what I want as a fan. I am not too desperate. Man U has 3 windows to qualify for Champions League.
All right. Thank you so much, Obina, for calling. Okay, we lost that call. Keep your calls coming through. Phone lines at 0817 0000951 or 0810 9510 951. Hello, good afternoon to you. Today's Sports Live.
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Moses. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, Moses, what were your thoughts?
Yeah, I think I want to say something because I think what Obina just said now, Man City is not going to be thrown out of that position.
Okay.
Man City is going to win that their team.
Okay.
And I believe we qualify for the Champions League.
Okay.
And as for the Champions League draw, I believe Manchester Ronaldo. I know Ronaldo can score a brace on a good but Ronaldo will be knocked out of the Champions League. Man City will go through. Man City will go through.
All right. Thank you so much, Moses, for calling into the show this afternoon. Keep your calls coming through. Let's go to the text message portal.
Yeah, I have this one. This is the part where I've been waiting for. Madrid will knock City out, but they won't win the Champions League. Okay. Napoli will knock Barcelona. UEFA Champions League final will be Bayern München and Atletico Madrid. Take it to the bank. Lutana from Port Harcourt. Then the next message. Tell the guys in the studio that nothing is impossible in football. In 2012, nobody gave Chelsea a chance, and they won. Wait and see. John Abak from Rumodara. Okay. And the next message, Chelsea has secured a perpetual injunction restraining them from playing against Bayern. Chelsea fans take notes. Val from Abba. Good day, sports crew. Please, when is the time for Chelsea match? I am Glenn Nkem.
That is by 5:30.
Good afternoon, Sports Diva, Nathaniel, and all the crew in the studio. My name is Joy from Ajay, Port Harcourt. As for me, I am saying the Champions League and Europa League is coming to City, and Manchester United will win both the Europa and the Champions League. Yeah, that's the last minute.
All right, back to the phone lines. Hello, good afternoon to you. Today's Sports Live.
Yes, Doctors.
Yes, Lawson.
You see, if you look at United,
currently now, the way they are playing. Yes. Now, you look at the defense, they are not really conceding goal anymore. Not that much. You look at the midfield, the movement of the ball between the midfield and the attack. You see how swift and fast it is. You look at the creativity, then look at the chances United are creating in each game. The manager, Chester, that their last game, he was angry because United, it could have easily been 5, 6, 7. You understand? Goals. So every studio you tune today, just as wisdom and prayer is singing, is United praises the singing. The quality of football United is playing. Therefore, United don't need anybody. I don't know what they are talking. At the game against Tottenham, the first penalty, we all agreed that was penalty.
All right, Lawson. So you think Man United will qualify?
It is not a question of, you understand, it's a question of, you understand, when will it be? We are just waiting for it to happen, not whether it will happen. Will happen.
Okay.
So people should take their eyes off Manchester United.
Okay.
Yes, I've told them, there is not team there, that's not a team.
Okay.
You will see, don't worry. When they go into their last set of games, you will see that team is not a team. There's no defense there.
Okay.
A good attacking side will always defeat Chelsea.
All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Lawson. Thank you so much for calling. Hello, good afternoon to you. Today's Sports Live.
Yeah, Doctor, sorry, I want to ask something to you, sir.
Okay.
To the Champions League, to be honest, PSG and Lyon is out. They should regret it why they cancelled the league. They will crash out. You understand? Atlanta will beat them on away.
Okay.
That PSG team.
All right.
Then this issue of Manchester United, the penalty and what have you. They did not. You understand that just penalty. You understand? They didn't pay. They didn't bribe the referee.
Okay.
So the referee, nobody closed their eyes to award the penalty to them. So they what you deserve, you deserve it.
All right then.
Without the pressure, so they pressurize the defense, and that's why they get this penalty.
All right.
So it's a gift. They should celebrate it.
All right.
So I don't think you're wrong with it. It's okay to me.
All right. Thank you so much, Albert, for calling into the program. Call lines are still open. 0817 00 951. That is 0810 951 951. For text message, it's 0701 933 9962. Hello, good afternoon to you. Today's Sports Live. Good afternoon to you, Simon. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Well, I've been listening on this one.
Okay.
Let me start from Man U. Doctor, I'm an Arsenal fan.
Okay.
But honestly speaking, this Man U team that I'm seeing, this Man U team that this social is trying to build. I said it last week. I think this team is something else. Especially from this their midfield. You know, any team, if you get your midfield even 70 to 80%, it will be hard. Let me tell this Man U, this remaining 4 matches now. For me, I don't even want Man U to qualify for Champions League. But the truth today is that whether I like it or not.
Yeah.
What I will ask now, which position Man U will finish between third and fourth, not whether they will qualify. Because they can't see, yes, I know that some of the referee decisions are favoring them.
Yeah.
But it wasn't referee decision that made them to be where they are today.
Okay.
It's just the hard work of the coach and the player.
Yeah.
And that is how I see my own thing. The referee decision, that's what we are telling our friend who did not before, is not by Liverpool or anything. The truth is that in football, anything that is doing well, take it in the history of football, referee officiating will favor that thing. If you go to any team that is just doing well, one way or the other, officiating will be favoring the team sometimes. Not blindfolding favoring I'm talking about. Then I want to talk about Jose Mourinho.
Okay.
My former manager I will not say my former, the person that I respect, you know, and somebody that I took him as my role model.
Okay.
Or in spite of his titles. But the truth is that this time around, Mourinho is finished.
Okay.
Because Mourinho, they are still going to sack him and for. Mourinho is like a man of God that was, you know,
stuff performing miracles.
Anointing people. And then now the man of God did not know that anointing
that's dry.
Okay.
And he said this thing, he thought that anointing is there. Without and the first devil at the jungle,
and he got wounded.
Okay.
And that is how it goes. So the best thing for Mourinho now after Tottenham, because I know that they are going to sack him, let him just go back and take an average national team that he might be playing. Not all these senior national, average national team that he might just do small well there. Not that he will do perfectly well with them.
Yeah.
So that is what I want to say now. For now.
All right. Thank you so much, Simon, for calling in. Hello. Good afternoon to you.
Good evening.
Good afternoon to you. Your name and where you calling us from?
Yes, this is Madabuchi from Israel.
All right, Madabuchi. Go on with your thoughts.
Yeah, I want to comment on my darling club, Manchester United.
Okay.
Yeah, I am not excited today because United are hoping to make Champions League, or am I hoping for anybody to go down on United to qualify.
Okay.
My happiness today watching United is that I'm beginning to believe, and I have hope that I have begun to build up a United that I will work like 3 to 4 years to come. Because since Ferguson left United we are nowhere to be found. And by the God's grace, now United are coming up. And I want to tell you that football is not practice. As far as I'm concerned, whether anybody like it or not, as far as football is concerned, United must be Champions League because we have many options of going to Champions League. Whether Chelsea like they lose match or they don't like, they let them know lose match. Let me keep winning my match. I don't know the person matches. While also Chelsea people dreaming or having a nightmare of beating Bayern Munich. I don't know if Lewandowski will be injured today or tomorrow for them to play that match without him, because as far as I'm concerned, if that dangerous match in there in that front game, goals to score, because I believe that Chelsea will be going to Germany with a Dangote truck because a lot of goals is going to come in. I believe that, I'm sure of that one. But thank you very much.
Thank you so much for calling. Hello, good afternoon to you. Today's Sports Live.
Hello, good afternoon, Doctor.
Yes, good afternoon to you. Your name and where you calling us from?
My name is Okori. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, Okori, what are your thoughts?
This is the first time I'm calling in on a Saturday program, so just give me time if you don't mind.
All right, just try to make it fast. That's possible.
All right, let me start with Willian. Ever since William came to Chelsea, has Tottenham won any trophy at all?
No.
Okay, thank you. And then let me talk about
they've gotten to the final of the Champions League.
But they have not won any trophy.
But they've not won any trophy. At least William has, give or take, 10 trophies in Chelsea, right? At least. I want to talk about United.
Okay.
Let's look at the top four, like the teams now in the top four. United has played Chelsea home and away. They beat Chelsea home and away and got 6 points, right? They played Leicester. I think they had a point, so they beat Leicester in that game.
They beat Leicester.
They've only played They beat Leicester.
Yeah.
They beat Man City home and away at least too, right? Let's not talk about Liverpool. Liverpool is not even of this planet. Let's talk about the top three I just mentioned now. They've garnered all 15 points out of 5 games. They've played 17 games unbeaten. Please, what position is United?
You're fifth.
You're fifth. When was the last time Chelsea played 17 games unbeaten and remained at 5th position?
This is the jam question.
As a matter of fact, we overhype United. Bruno Fernandes, Pogba is playing, he's so happy now. And I'm wondering, would you prefer an attacking Pogba over, what's his name, Kevin De Bruyne?
Okay.
Would you prefer a defensive Pogba over Wilfred Ndidi?
Okay.
So the point is, I don't know, the team, they're just actually playing and trying to finish top 4. Let's stop making it seem like United is so formidable. The last time Chelsea went, set 11 matches on a winning streak. That was with Conte.
And they won the league.
They ended up winning the league. Exactly. So you can't be talking about a team who has gone 17 games unbeaten and counting. And they're 5th players. You know, one of you in the studio, in one of your programs, actually rated Ole Gunnar Solskjaer ahead of Lampard. He's won the Norwegian league. He's been in the league even before Lampard. Lampard came in. He's playing with...
Who did that? He's not here.
It's not here.
I can't remember.
He finished with 6th, I mean 7th with Molde.
Whatever the case. Chelsea has Tammy Abraham as number 9. as ahead of Anthony Martial. Chelsea has a Mason Mount who came from the Championship, and they're third on the table. And nobody's seeing what Lampard is doing. A Lampard that came from Derby County, and it's third on the table. And we are just talking about United every day. And I'm wondering, if United were so special, they would have won the league after 7 years. That was his name, Sir Ferguson left them. But look at between 2013 till now, Chelsea has won the league. I think 3 times, 2015, 2 times, 2015, 2017.
Yeah.
So please, I beg, more than leave this United talk, I beg. By this evening, now they go lose again over Hampton.
That's what we are talking about.
I think by Monday, then go lose. Everybody go rest.
All right.
So, thank you.
Thank you so much. Our first time caller, he had to give us everything in there. Hello, good afternoon to you. Today's Sports Line.
Double, in fact, triple thank you to that guy that just called. I mean, how can you just sum up my or everything I want to see? But boss, I like you. Just say the right thing. And to add, they just broke the record for the most penalties.
Yeah.
And the team that had that record won the league. I don't remember. Leicester City. The team they had 13 penalties, they won the league. Which ones they get 13 penalties and still can't take? They're struggling for it. Bro, thank you. When you hear friends talking, you don't need anybody to take in a sense to talk. Bro, I like you.
All right. Thank you so much.
To add to something, see, the fact that you're hearing about Manchester United now, there's something you have to understand about our job. I'll still say it. Some United fans called me, oh, wisdom, you are a Jurgen Klopp person. You are Liverpool person. You hate Man United with passion. Because I was criticizing United when Pogba, they had issues, attitude issues, Mourinho issues, and all that stuff. Now, in 4 games, no team has done it in England, scoring 3 goals plus. In 4 matches, no team has done it in English Premier League. So they are doing something. Today, if they lose tomorrow, I'm telling you, you still see us here on Monday or Sunday talk about their loss. So if you're doing well, man, we'll talk about you.
Good afternoon. Today's Sports Life.
Good afternoon once again.
Good afternoon to you.
I hope Wisdom is on the studio.
Wisdom is in the studio? Yes.
Yes. Okay, this is Mado calling back again. I just want to make a point.
Okay.
You see, in terms of football, we don't talk about the people that are losing. We talk about the people that are on fire. And Man United has enough reason to be talked about any day, any month, any week, and any year.
All right, then.
The reason is this. United remains on top in England. They are the first only provide world's best player in England. And they are the only team has 20 Premier League. And they are the only team leading. They are the first team to sell expensive player, £80 million, which is Ronaldo. United has the quality any moment in the night, morning, afternoon to talk about them. So there's not anybody that is feeling that you people are talking about United or are renting United. Yes, United can be rented. Liverpool have 5 Champions League, while United have 3. How many did Chelsea have? How many did Arsenal have? Man City. Let's blame them.
All right, Madam.
So, United are meant to talk about them. As far as I'm concerned, United on fire, and we are waiting for Chelsea, or we catch them with Peter like T for 19.
All right. All right, thank you so much. Catch them and beat them like if you can do that. Phone lines are still open. Text message portal is 0701-933-9962. We are still taking your calls as they come. Hello, good afternoon to you. Today's Sports Life.
Hello, Doctor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. Your name and where you call us from?
Please, I want to ask a question. This is both beds and the Palando. This thing, Palando, which time Palando, what beds they produce what beds?
Who? Man United?
No, which time they produce what beds?
They would do it.
When was it introduced?
Oh, okay.
Okay, I think it's been a long time, but we'll just confirm it. But it's been very long, and all those years, we can count how many English people have won it.
Hello, good afternoon to you. Today's Sports Life.
Ronaldo, the past 60 years.
Yes, your name and where you calling us from? Okay, he ran away. All right. This one is coming from Honor Anthony from Twitter. He's saying Barcelona will travel to Portugal for nothing. That is his own problem. Hello, good afternoon to you today, Sports Live.
I bring you greetings all the way from Rumubayasa. My name last time I checked it was still left, right, center, honorable Bibi Palliative.
Chop knuckle.
Good afternoon to
If I'm not
you.
given a knuckle, the what's the end? We want to chop knuckle.
We don't chop our your own. Go on with your thoughts.
First of all, concerning the Champions League, Chelsea and what do they call it? Bayern Munich. See, when I said the UEFA say we know well. Chelsea we know well. We dey sick. We no one player.
You must play.
Much now.
Get corona. Let's just give Bayern Munich. See, we no one collect 10-2. You know, like you understand.
Okay.
Because I'm just looking at the Chelsea side. You look at that Chelsea defense, look at the goalkeeper, and you look at the Bayern Munich attack.
Yep.
My brother. Wow.
They will run the team riot.
Well, if you are not great, they allow us to use 13 players, yeah.
Okay. We'll go try to talk to them.
There. Mourinho. No. That's immense. Mourinho has joined Terminopos for pushing. But you know what, Admit I foresee Tottenham. If they continue with Mourinho next season, Tottenham will not see Champions League next season. So they should just let go of that man. And the problem is he don't want to learn. Maybe it's hard for him to learn left hand for OT. That's the problem. Yeah. So it's hard for him. He don't want to learn. Football is fast leaving Mourinho, and Mourinho is not ready to practice football. Okay. So she just go because as it stands now, I don't think even Rivers United will want to hire Mourinho. That is just it. So the man should just learn how to, if he cannot cope with football, fine. Back then, everything was working for him. This is defensive style and counter style. It was working for him. But now you have good coaches everywhere. It's no longer working. And if you check it now, players don't even want to play for this man again.
Okay.
They don't want to play for him. Look at what happened in Madrid. He came back to Chelsea, and now in Tottenham, living in Man U. Players don't want to play for him because of his pattern.
Okay.
But he's making just a design for football. Go they do pundits for ground 50 feet apart. But I chop nothing.
All right, thank you so much, BB. Chop knuckle yourself. We lost our call. You can keep your calls coming
for
through.
The person asking for
when the Ballon d'Or started?
The best player award.
Best player, yeah.
It depends on what he means.
Yeah.
FIFA Ballon d'Or 1956.
Yes.
Then the best men's player when it was FIFA World Player of the Year, 1991 to 2015.
Yeah.
Then now moved it again to the best player, but basically 1991. If you want to look at FIFA best player, then the combined Ballon d'Or and FIFA. So at some point.
Hello, good afternoon.
Liverpool produced for 2001.
Hello?
I said Liverpool produced Ballon d'Or.
Ballon d'Or.
2001. Yes.
Okay.
I gave guy for Manchester United. That's for Manchester United. Michael Owen, yes. Liverpool produced it.
Ballon d'Or, but not FIFA best player.
All right, thank you
then
so
it was like
much
more like the best player in Europe or something.
Calling into the program. Pre message.
Yeah, we have one message. Good afternoon to everybody. With that Chelsea defense cannot beat Bayern, and Manchester United will definitely qualify for the Champions League. They have a Leicester that would slip up, and they have the Europa League. It's not a matter of but. It's not a matter of if, but a matter of when. Lucky from Igruta.
All right, back to the phone line. Hello, good afternoon to you.
Yes, I greet you, Doctor.
All right, keep it short and simple.
I have a question. Yes, it's a question. Okay. Mourinho going to Tottenham. Please, I don't need people to answer me. Is it a step down in his career or a step up? If there's anything like that, Mourinho has stepped in to coach Tottenham. It's a question I want to learn.
Okay, we would answer that question.
He wants to divide our opinion here. It will be divided because it's actually, as he said, there are a lot of factors to determine that. Tottenham, they do not have the pedigree. Yes, they were in the Champions League final. That's the next thing we'll hear. But they do not have the pedigree and the spending power of some of the other teams. So trophies-wise, it's not a step up. It's the lowest outside the United where he started. Porto have even won more trophies now. In quotes. Tottenham is lower than Chelsea in trophies. They are lower than Manchester United. They are lower than Inter Milan in trophies. And in spending power, I don't think any of these other clubs.
But one thing, one thing is different. Like one thing about Jose is about going in and creating new records. and actually carving niche for himself and creating records
Yeah,
for his team.
and that's where I come with these
exactly what he
arguments.
did.
When people say he cannot do it in Tottenham, and I start asking them, were you with him at Academica?
Yeah.
Yes, he didn't win trophies, but he propelled the team up before he got to United, then to FC Porto. You know, and nobody.
It was more like
have given
it
them
was even the,
a
it was
chance.
even the gradual process.
You know,
First of all, he did win the Europa League. Then after that,
he moved on
to
to
the Champions League, and he won the treble that particular season.
And moved to
All
Chelsea.
right,
to Chelsea. Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm sure the guys must have answered your question, Obina. Hello, good afternoon to you.
Again.
Yes, Lawson, keep it short and simple.
Please, yes, people are, you keep going to the past. Look at Mourinho currently now, just like what Bibi said from Yenegua. I want you to please, Takel, give us your opinion presently now. Take Mourinho, you understand? And test Mourinho for us. Because this step down, step up, I feel that, you understand, Tottenham made a mistake hiring him. You understand?
Okay.
He's dragging Tottenham back. So
all right,
for me, Tottenham is the one stopping. So please, accept Mourinho for us, whether right now, whether he has that mojo or he has lost that mojo. That's the assessment I want you to personally do for us. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
It's this simple. First off, okay, it's a 1-0 Robertson with the goal, a beautiful header, and it's 1-0 for Liverpool against Burnley. And the issue about Jose Mourinho is quite clear. When he was in Manchester United, he asked for some players, and they didn't give him that player at that particular point in time. He was crying for a central defender, and it's
Bruno Fernandes.
He cried for Bruno Fernandes. He cried for Maguire. They didn't give him that season. He left. A certain Ole Gunnar Solskjaer came in,
and they brought those exact players.
He struggled that very season. After he had a good thing in a particular period of time, then he struggled. That means the team wasn't good enough at that point in time. And the same player Jose asked for, they gave to Ole, and look at what they are doing now. They are actually wrecking numbers. For me, Jose is quite a good player. If you give him good manager, if you give him the right players. Look at that Tottenham team. I think most of the players are below average. And he's even saying it. He's trying to grind out results. And since he came in right to this point, he has gathered more points. Some points than most of the top teams. When you talk about from January down to this point. So you cannot just say it's a bad manager.
The question is Daniel Levi ready to spend money for Jose Mourinho to make Tottenham what it
for that thing, they just need like 4 signings.
They finished building the stadium.
4 signings. It's about 4 signings.
Bring out money.
It's not that difficult for Tottenham. They have a very good striker. A striker that can compete with any striker worldwide.
Okay.
Now, in central defense, they have at least Weidever, not Veintuggen. Veintuggen is quite
Toby Alvarez.
Toby Alvarez, yes, the Belgian. They can just get another central defender, and it's quite good. Their left back, their right back, it's not that bad. Look at the attacking midfielders. The players are playing in the flank. Son can play in any team.
I am not okay with the midfield.
But the midfield is not that good. But look at the flank players. Son is very good. Lucas Moura is quite good. The guy they bought from PSG is exceptional. So for me, he just needs 3 signings, possibly a central midfielder, a defensive midfielder, and a central defender. That thing will be good because the Jose side is a typical Italian mentality side. Get a goal, defend, and you win the title. That was exactly what he did in Chelsea his first season. He considered the less amount of goal ever in the Premier League history. That was 16. So you can't take that away for Jose. He's not an high-scoring manager. He goes for the points, the 3 points. He could get it by just 1 goal.
Rizma, do you have something to say? I'll come back to you, but let's go to the Serie A and tell you games to expect today. By 4:15. Lazio will take on Sassuolo, and by 6:30, Brescia will do battle with Roma and be up against high-scoring Atalanta. Do you see that one? Do you see Juventus winning that particular one? So where we see Genoa up against Spal, Cagliari will take on Lecce, Fiorentina up against Verona, Parma will do battle with Bologna. Udinese will do battle with Sampdoria, while AC Milan will travel all the way to Naples to face Napoli. Let's go back to the phone lines and get your thoughts on the show. Hello, good afternoon to you. Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
To keep it simple, short, simple.
Please, I want to ask. Why is it that people are taking paracetamol over our other people's headache?
Who is the other people?
Other callers, they are scratching their head on over Chelsea qualifications.
Okay.
Why is it that? Because I'm very, very sure. I'm telling you, as one of the insider of the Chelsea, the divisions make. I'm telling you, because because we know what we are going through.
Okay.
You think it's insider to qualify?
But Eto, Shebi, you have been taking paracetamol for that headache. Or Real Madrid and Barcelona, uncle.
But will you believe that? Will you believe that the Liverpool could have qualified ahead of Barcelona last? So that same thing will happen.
All right, Eto.
But as for Manchester United, I'm not seeing anything spectacular they are doing.
All right,
Eto. They're calling, they're breaking their. They are not doing anything. If they want to do something, then you go ahead and win Champions League.
All right, Eto. Thank you so much. We'll leave it there. Hello, good afternoon to you. Today's Sports Live.
Dr. Simon Cover.
All right, keep it short and simple. Hello, Simon. Hello. All right, looks like we lost him there. You can call us back on the show. The phone numbers are still the same: 0817 000951 and 0810 9510 951 for text. It's 0701 9339962. Hello, good afternoon to you.
Afternoon, Doctor.
Yes, good afternoon. Your name, where are you calling us from?
We are talking with no photography.
Okay, keep it very short and simple.
Okay, I think I said it before. We said it again. I must stand to be corrected.
Okay.
I don't understand that Liverpool, the champions, are playing now, but all the analysis is end up with Chelsea and Man. You cannot even tell people what is happening on that match. I don't understand why.
They've won the title. They are leading by one goal to nothing. Good afternoon to you. Today's Sports Live.
And Doctor, sorry, that's what I want to ask you now. And I want you to answer me.
Okay.
This Tottenham team under Mourinho, when last they beat anybody 3-0? When last Tottenham win 3-0 under Mourinho? Under this current team, when last they win somewhere 3-0? Huh? Understand?
Okay.
To be honest,
I thought you were asking us the question.
It's a rhetorical question.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
When this man was, there's something I told you people, but you will forget everything.
Okay.
I said this job that they want to give to this man, this man will destroy the club. People will think I'm playing.
All right, Albert.
You've seen the music.
All right.
Now, no top club in England will offer this man a job. Maybe Sheffield United will be begging from the manager. And it will be a disgrace to him. Why can't you go away with the money you have and go and do some other things else?
All right, Albert.
Just go and make business.
All right, Albert. Thank you so much. That's the much we can take from you. Back to other callers. Hello, good afternoon to you. Today's Sports Live.
Hello?
Yes, hello. Your name, where are you calling us from?
My name is Tony. I'm calling from Owerri.
All right. Welcome to the show.
Please, I want to comment on Chelsea Bayern Munich fan.
All right, go on.
For me, I don't think Chelsea will get something out of that match.
Okay.
I can't even bet that match. 5 minutes draw. So they should not pack their decision and forget about Champions League.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Hello, good afternoon to you. We lost our call. Do we have any messages coming in?
Yeah, we have 2 messages. Good day, crew. I think Atalanta should have been the team to win the Serie A title this season, not Juventus. Henry from Uzoba. Then the last message on München versus Chelsea. I see Bayern München, beating Chelsea back to back. G from Port Harcourt.
All right, back to our phone lines. Hello, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon to you.
This is David from Bodo.
All right, David, go on with your thoughts. Keep it short and simple.
Okay, I just want to ask if N'Golo Kante is ready for today's match.
All right, we'll get to the team list for that. Thank you so much. Hello, good afternoon to you. We lost the call phone lines that still remain the same: 0817 0000951 and 0810 9510 951. Hello, good afternoon to you.
Doctor,
yes, Obina. Simple. Yeah.
Help and give us updates for the Liverpool match. Like the other caller said, I understand. Liverpool is playing match. Updates.
We have updated. They said they are leading 1 goal to nothing right now as we speak. Robertson.
Some persons, we are thinking around commentary on the match. I don't know if it's allowed in the station. It's not easy now. It's not easy. Look at, like Victor said, if you follow Mourinho, you will know that there are some Mourinho kind of players currently in Tottenham. I'm talking about Sissoko, the Ivorian, the Dembe, Winks. Just allow this season to end.
Yeah.
You will see Mourinho. He already has the goalkeeper.
He don't need too much. He has the attacker. You will see what he will do. He already have the midfield in Sissoko. You will see Kipempe. There's one guy Kipempe. You will see Harry Wings. You will see what Mourinho will turn these guys. If you're expecting Mourinho to play that free-flowing football, if that's your definition of Mourinho has finished, you're making a mistake.
All right.
Mourinho taking is like the biggest thing that has ever happened to Tottenham as a football club. Apart from the Champions League, so everybody saw that was the most controversial Champions League final ever in the history of football. Apart from that Champions League, you can see that Mourinho going to Tottenham is the highest achievement Daniel Levy has made as a football administrator. Give Mourinho one season, let him bring in his own kind of players. Daniel Levy who want to spend money. I believe that question will be the first thing that the Levy will consider before even approaching a certain Jose Mourinho.
All right,
he will spend money. So when I hear Jose Mourinho is finished, I laugh. Please give us commentary. Business Center no day open.
All right, thank you. We could not run commentaries for that particular match. But someone is asking for Chelsea if N'Golo Kante is going to be featuring in this game today. No, he's not going to be part of it. And Billy Gilmore also is also absent.
He's injured.
Yeah, they are out for at least 3. Billy Gilmore is out for about 3 months at least. Mato Kovacic has returned to training and is available. Both Fikayo Tomori remains on the sidelines. Let's go to our phone lines. Hello, good afternoon to you. We lost our call. Good afternoon to you. Hello.
Billy Gilmore. I like that name. Be like dog name.
Oh God.
You know, once upon a time, this sense some people will call and say Liverpool is not Liverpool. They are not Liverpool. And now we have seen Manchester United turn to Manchester United.
Or Manchester United.
No, the VAR normally gives the penalty. So it's now Manchester United. And they're not saying anything again, no. They know themselves. Okay. Now you want to ask yourself, every club Mourinho has coached, they always give him the kind of player he wants, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even in Manchester United, once upon a time, he boasted and said he got the best player in which of the leagues. I think he got the best player in the German league. He has got the best player in the Italian league in Pogba, and that was good to go. And at the end, what happened?
He came out second.
And you are coming to a Tottenham side, and they don't even have to spend money. As far as I'm concerned, Levy and man will be saying money they finally like to give out.
Okay.
So I don't think Levy will want to give Mourinho as much as maybe £200 million to buy players. I don't think Levy will do that.
Okay.
If you want to say he has Sissoko, he has this one, my brother Sissoko don't go injure.
Okay.
Mourinho is a kind of person who don't even know how to manage players.
Okay.
At the end of the day, we fall out most of them. Even now, you know that what's happening between them. But now that way they switch from Ndombele. They're having problem already. Just how many months?
Okay.
So whether we like it or not, going to Tottenham is a step, I think, big time step down. And Mourinho is not the best thing that has happened to Tottenham. Mind you, before you know it become the worst thing that will happen to Tottenham, because by the time we start having problem with the owner, the players, and even the referee, and even the ball boys and ball girls, and they're going to know the kind of person Mourinho be.
All right.
Don't forget what you did to Chelsea. Just local.
Thank you so much, BB, for calling. Hello, good afternoon to you.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. Your name and where you calling us from?
Yeah, this is Jose from Port Harcourt.
All right, Jose, go on with your thoughts.
Yeah, please, I want to ask, what is the point difference between Mayu and Chelsea?
1 point.
2 points.
Okay, 2 points. Yeah, 2 points.
Okay, and my position is fifth. Okay, you know what I'm asking is because I'm a Chelsea fan. You know.
Okay.
I'm asking because I think Mayu should find a way to overcome the roadblocks. They shouldn't be more concerned about Chelsea.
Okay.
Because without 2 points, I think they have to. I think Wolves is in their front, and they will lose.
It's just Leicester City in front of Manchester United right now.
Yeah. So, well, that's just on that. About Mourinho, I think Mourinho is a coach that likes to be independent, as in buying players. In the sense that when he was at United, This United, what's the name? The Woodward. I don't remember his name. I think yeah, he never. He was complaining about him.
Okay.
We all know that. That led to his sacking and all the rest. Now he's at Tottenham. I know Tottenham is not a team that spends. I can tell me the most expensive player in Tottenham how much he spends. So we can just check head to head. Try to check where Mourinho was and the Inter Milan and the Manchester United.
All right.
I think football is not magic. They should give him time. You understand?
Okay.
Give him time. Maybe after a year or two, they can now start checking whether he'll be able to deliver. Well, my Tottenham has never been a team to reckon with in England.
All right.
Yeah, for the past 5 or 6 years now.
Okay.
So they will not just stay in Tottenham coming and start performing magic and start winning trophies and all the rest. So they still give him time.
All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts. So, meanwhile, it's halftime in that game. Liverpool against Liverpool are 1 goal up in that particular one. Hello, good afternoon to you today, Sports Line. All right, Simon.
Somebody asked whether Mourinho could team up now, whether it's the best thing that happened to Arsenal. As for me, if you want to judge it based on the name, Jose Mourinho, we might say, okay, yeah, it's the best thing. But if you want to talk about what's happening in the field of play, I will tell you, it's not a prophecy, but let me just say it. If some people will ask me which trophy that Pochettino won with Tottenham, but Mourinho will not even reach level of as far as Tottenham is concerned.
Okay.
Then let me tell you, when we are playing our grassroots those days, our coach will tell us, play like Arsenal, the winger, play like Ferguson, Manchester United, and defend like Mourinho. And also do your something like Chelsea, Mourinho. You understand? And all of us know the 3 things. If you want to face order, this is what you do. Okay. Today now, just as I said before, Mourinho have lost even the defense, even packing of the ball. Even if a pass ball now, the attacking coaches will still break in defense and still score him, bring him. That is Mourinho to know that they have already left him. Okay. Just like this Port Harcourt, when I came to Port Harcourt today, I don't want to mention the name of that fast food. There was one fast food that was running in Port Harcourt that and almost everywhere. Painting the yellow and something.
We know.
But today now, that fast food, I have not seen I'm no longer seeing any one of the fast food again. Or you see all the new fast food that is reading. So that is just like Jose Mourinho. Jose Mourinho, any person that thinks that the time he coached Man U, that he told us that he got a career from German League and cover from Standard. At the end of the day, he came second. And it's not that he came second. Manchester City used more than 15 points, or less more than 10 points, to top him. As far as Mourinho, Guardiola is confined. Klopp is confined in England now, currently. Mourinho cannot win league again in England. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Simon, for calling. And with that, let's go talk some transfer gossips this afternoon. Rumors making the rounds. Manchester United are set to battle it out with Chelsea and Manchester City for Leicester City's £60 million rated defender Ben Chilwell. He's just 33 years old of age. Manchester City midfield star Kevin De Bruyne is committed to staying at the club even if their 2-year Champions League ban is upheld. Is this one not just mouth? Because when the time happens, they will still leave, right?
Yeah, it's possible he will leave.
Okay.
Because I think it's about individual honors right now for the man Kevin De Bruyne, and he can't get it if they are not going to participate in the Champions League. It's going to be a big, difficult fit for the man to achieve. So I think he will leave the club if they are not going to play for the Champions League for the next 2 seasons. Okay.
Defenders Nicolas Otamendi and Alexander Zinchenko could be used in a swap deal with Napoli for Kalidou Koulibaly as Manchester City try to gain an advantage over Manchester United and Liverpool. Juventus are reportedly ready to offer rising star Mason Greenwood a life-changing amount of money last year if the 18-year-old left United, but now he's proven to be worth it in that Manchester United team. Chelsea winger Willian has been offered a big signing on fee by Spurs, with the 31-year-old Brazilian Stamford Bridge deal due to come to an end this summer. Arsenal face competition from AC Milan, Valencia, and Real Betis for midfielder Denis Ceballos if they want to make the Spaniards' loan deal from Real Madrid permanent. Manchester United are close to agreeing a fee with Fiorentina for Italy winger Federico Chiesa. He's just 22 years old. Chelsea have stepped up their pursuit of Germany and Bayer Leverkusen forward Kai Havertz because their English striker Callum Hudson-Odoi hasn't developed into the player they expected due to injury mostly, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Due to injury.
Barcelona have agreed personal terms with Inter Milan and Argentina striker Lautaro Martinez, but the deal depends on whether the Catalan club can sell their Brazil forward Felipe Coutinho, who spent the season on loan at Bayern Munich. Is like wisdom. You brought us up, Lautaro Martinez. He's the perfect fit for Barcelona.
Well, if I was to advise them, I would say no. But then again, you look at the man's numbers and his age. At 22, he's done brilliantly for himself coming into Inter Milan. So maybe, just maybe, he might be able to surprise people like me who feel it definitely doesn't have the style of Barcelona. It's more of, for me, a Mourinho kind of player, the counter-attacking type of player. But let's see how it pans out. His numbers speak really, really loud for him.
Same with Coutinho. Yeah.
All right, Werder Bremen sporting director Frank Borman has confirmed Kosovo winger Milot Rashica has asked to leave this summer, with Wolves, Liverpool, AC Milan, RB Leipzig, and Hertha Berlin all reported to be interested in the 24-year-old. USA midfielder Weston McKenzie is set to leave Schalke, with a number of European clubs interested in a 21-year-old, including Liverpool and Chelsea. Arsenal's 21-year-old French midfielder Mathieu Guendouzi is still training alone, with manager Mikel Arteta yet to reinstate him to the first team squad. I wonder why Mikel Arteta is dropping Mathieu Guendouzi. Is there any issue with Guendouzi and Mikel Arteta? Why he's not training with the team?
I think Guendouzi had an alteration with the assistant manager in Arsenal. He's got some what's it called? He's got some attitude issues.
Okay.
I believe that's why he has been dropped. Maybe hoping that he gets to learn from his mistake.
Okay.
Then he will be reinstated.
All right. Chelsea are tracking the progress of Monaco's French winger Malamine Efekele. I think that's the Nigerian name. He's just 15 years old. Efekele. That's not a Nigerian name, if you ask me. But then, what's my problem? He's they said he's a French winger, not a Nigerian winger. Everton and DR Congo winger Yanni Bolasie says he wants to stay at the club and play under Carlo Ancelotti after returning from a loan spell at Sporting Lisbon. Barcelona are favourites to sign Spanish forward Fabian Luzi from Rayo Vallecano, with other European clubs also interested. Hoffenheim director Frank Brill has criticized Bayern Munich's transfer policy, saying they benefit from... I want you guys to hear this, because you guys will be commenting on that very shortly. Hoffenheim director Frank Brill has criticized Bayern Munich's transfer policy, saying they benefit from other Bundesliga clubs' hard work by poaching the best talents from academies. Come on, is that not what Bayern do? If they want to win titles, you have got to poach. Is there a problem wrong with that?
Cheap labor, since you don't need to import. If you just need to buy it from your country, it's cheaper. I don't see anything wrong with it. You need to buy, you can go and look for a way to up the money you have and buy. The other teams are simply not serious. Borussia Dortmund, not serious. Wolfsburg, when they came up and tried one or two, not serious when they won the title some number of years ago. So I think there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. If you're willing to sell and I'm willing to buy, they've not even broken transfer record. So you're willing to sell and willing to buy. 20 million, 40 million is better than probably going to England, where they hype everything that wears short knicker. It's about as is English.
For me, it's about making your brand better. If your brand is not good enough for you to sell and get a partnership, then that means you can't buy these players, and they're not selling their brands as good as they should, because they have good players in these clubs. I think teams like Schalke 04, Borussia Dortmund should do more of market themselves to other continents. Yeah.
Phone lines are, let's take one or two calls before we run out of the studio. Phone lines are 0817 0000951 and 0810-951-0951. For text message, it's 0701 933 9962.
Yeah, good day all. On Bayern Munich versus Chelsea, truth be told, Bayern will munch any team that comes its way, including Chelsea. Gospel from Port Harcourt.
All right, phone line still open. Let's see if we can take one or two calls before we run out, so the second part can come in to give you everything you need to know about the Nigerian football scene, because there's a whole lot for them to discuss in that sector as well. Hello, good afternoon to you. Today's Sports Live.
Hello, Doctor. Good afternoon.
Face, welcome. Keep it very short and simple.
Thank you. I want to say that I think the worst mistake Tottenham ever made was to hire Mourinho for that managing job.
Okay.
We really don't have to bring up some unnecessary arguments.
All right.
I think the result speaks for itself. Thank you.
All right, Faith, thank you so much. Hello, good afternoon to you. Our last caller for the day.
Hello?
Yes, your name, where are you calling us from?
Better from other jobs.
All right, go on with your thoughts.
I want to talk.
All right, we lost you. He's our last caller and he ran away from us. I did the show with Priya Peasy. I did a show with us. I did a show with Wisdom, Obina, and also Nathaniel. And I remember Dr. Skokie, the sports diva, Reliance. Oh, who are you? Reliance is here today. I want to see Chelsea win Bayern Munich, so you would have to wear boxers and singlet to the studio, because I heard it yesterday.
Yeah,
so,
I heard that.
Thank you so much, you guys who were at home listening to us. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for your text messages. We couldn't do this without you. Now, enjoy the second part with Reliance and the rest of the guys. Good day.
Are you ready? Today, 95.1fm, the voice of the people. Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1fm, Port Harcourt.
Sunshine or rain, through every terrain.
Everywhere I turn, it's football, football. There's your fairy tale.
So why not join in the action, intrigues, excitement, and fun?
Just doesn't get better than this.
Many stars have continued to shine with every ace, every race, every break, and every other sports there is.
Incredible stuff.
On today's Sports Live, reaching you from your premium news, talk, and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
That sounds like so much fun.
Weekdays after the news at 3. It's interactive, it's engaging, and don't forget, your voice is priority.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Any particular time on radio, you hear this particular song, you know what time it is. Their time is up and our time is now. Time to talk Nigerian football on the show this wonderful afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us. This frequency remains to the 95.1 FM right here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt, and the show remains today's Sports Live. As usual, marathon edition of it on a weekend like this. Saturday it is, and we're discussing football. The first part of it having to do with European football, foreign football if you like, and then the second part of it where we delve our teeth and dissect what's happening within us
in the Nigerian scene. Good afternoon to you officially and welcome to the show. You're hearing the voice of your reliable radio spokesman, the classical gentleman. My name is Reliable Reliance Udenye. And of course, it's not a solitary mission. All right? This is not a solitary mission. I can confirm to you, it is never and will never ever be a solitary mission because I have the compliment of your favorite melanin sports presenter. I hope I got that right.
Yeah, you did.
Oh man, I should be feeling myself.
What is that?
I should be feeling myself.
What is melanin sports presenter?
Your favorite melanin sports presenter.
Good evening to you, Reliance. My name is Victoria, of course.
Thank you for telling the name. Very important.
And to everyone listening, good evening to you. I tell you, it's a beautiful Saturday evening, and no better time to talk Nigerian football. Looks like once again we'll just be having representatives in the CAF competitions. Probably no winner in the NPFL, and it's not the first time we're having a situation like this.
Yeah.
But then it's great to be here to talk about everything that's happening and also giving you updates on all the major European games. Currently, live on our screen is the game between Liverpool and Burnley, and it's still 1-0 in favour of Liverpool. And just looking at a certain Norwich City that started the season firing on all cylinders. We were wondering, they defeated Manchester City, and we were wondering, can they go all the way? Maybe
but
do
they're
Leicester
relegated.
City. But right now they're relegated. But I tell you, it's great to be here to talk everything Nigerian
Can
football.
they ever walk alone? They've walked alone for the past 30 years, and right now they're about to set double record. Never been set in the history of the Premier League. Liverpool. Well, that's that for Liverpool. Back here in Nigeria, we have the Odogu of sports. I always like to use this wrestling compliments to introduce him to the show, but let me not do that for this today. Let me save it for tomorrow, maybe. The Odogu of sport is here. His name is Emeka Dena. It's great to have you join us, Emeka. Good evening.
Very good evening to you, Reliable Reliance. Always a pleasure to be here. What a weekend. The decision we've been waiting for from the NFL eventually came out. Even though it's not a complete decision, we'll still talk about that one and many more. Good to be here. Massive weekend of football. And our man, Kamaru Usman, will be in action tomorrow morning. We are rooting for him. It's going to be a very explosive encounter against Masvidal, but the Niger spirit, they never say that attitude will see him through, hopefully.
This life is not balanced. I can tell you for sure. This life is not fair. Polo Nacho tested positive for coronavirus, and the man had just about, I think, within... Okay, I cannot remember the figure exactly, but he had a couple of followers on Instagram. But after he tested positive for coronavirus, he had his supporters or followers increased by 10,000. What's that?
Just for testing positive.
Just for testing positive. What's that? This life is not balanced, honestly speaking. Anyway, so that is it for you. You've heard the voice of the guys that will be doing justice to all the stories that we'll be discussing this afternoon on the show. And just like Victor mentioned, along the line, we will be keeping you updated on what is happening in the major leagues in Europe. We just have, I think, only two of them, the English Premier League and the Spanish La Liga, are still ongoing. English Premier League, if you ask me, wrapped up. We're just keeping our eyes on the UEFA spots, those that will be qualifying to play in Europe. And, of course, the Spanish La Liga, some games ongoing as we speak. And we'll keep you updated. At the moment, it's just a kickoff in only one center in the Spanish La Liga. Osasuna is drawing 0-0 with Celta Vigo at the 4th minute. Later on, Real Valladolid will take on Barcelona, and then Atletico de Madrid will take on Real Betis much later. In the English Premier League, Victor told you earlier that West Ham United defeated Norwich City at home 4-0, and Watford were 2-1 better than Newcastle United.
Norwich are relegated with that result.
They are relegated, sure. Liverpool are still a goal up against Burnley, and then much later, that should be the most important encounter of the weekend, if you ask me. Sheffield United taking on Chelsea. Battle of Europe spots right there for the two clubs. And then Brighton and Hove Albion will take on Manchester City by 8 p.m. So as goes pouring and as there are updates, we shall be keeping you updated. But in the meantime, let's give you an idea of what we have on the menu this afternoon. Women football on the show. Far-reaching decisions were made just yesterday. Breaking news, you heard it on the show. I was part of that particular one yesterday from the NFF about the LMC, about about the MPFL, about the NNL, about the NLO, about all tier of women league in the country. So development about that particular one and reactions will be upon us live on the show this afternoon. I'm sure you must have been brief because yesterday Wisdom did justice to reading, giving you at least the first part of it of the decisions that were made by the NFF yesterday. So you can start reacting to those stories. And then much later, Gennett Raw is on the show. AFCON already postponed, and we are hoping 2022 we're going to have AFCON come back live. But Gennett Raw is saying something that you sure want to listen about the Super Eagles, and then that would take us to discuss many other things on the show. Kelechi Iheanacho, the coach, says that he can fill into the boots of Jamie Vardy. All right? Young man. Is he still a young man? Well, he's still a young man, yeah. He gave insight on what the young man needs to do to fill into the boots of Jamie Vardy. So most likely, it should be a standing replacement for Jamie Vardy. The man is already 33, Jamie Vardy, but he's still scoring goal. He's the leading scorer in the English Premier League. Am I right? Yes, I think I am. Yeah. Okay, so SMS on WhatsApp portal, right there for you, 0701 9339 962. I'll take that number again, 0701 933 9962. Twitter us at Today FM 951. That's our official Twitter handle at Today FM 951. And please follow the handle, yeah? And of course, you can also copy me as Reliable Rely, and also click the follow button, very important. As Reliable Rely, that's my handle. You can copy Emeka too at okay, all right. Emeka's Twitter handle. Issue with my handle. It's not up at the moment, but Victor Oriahe's handle is right there at Victor Oriahe.
Yep.
Okay. All right. I didn't want to do any mistakes. All right, the time is now. Let's get the show started.
If any, the same reason y'all could love me is the same reason y'all condemn me. A man's measured by the way that he thinks, not clothing lines, ice links, leather and minks. I spent 20 plus years seeking knowledge of self. So for now, Mark Breckers living life for wealth. Your time is up, my time is now.
My time is certainly now. Your time is certainly now. This is the European version of Our Time Is Now. Sometimes ago, I played the Nigerian version for you. That song sung by, what's his name? Not Lord Brian, featuring Sheo. Asikomi Tide, My Time Has Come. That's a Yoruba word. Asiko means time. So yeah, that's the European version for you. We always give you complete package, don't we? All right, starting off the show this afternoon from women's football. FIFA has paid $194,030 US dollar as solidarity payments to 21 professional and grassroots Nigerian club sides for their part in developing and releasing players that represented Nigeria at the 2019 Women's World Cup in France. 4 of the clubs, including Rivers Angels, FC Urobo, Bayelsa Queens, and Nasarawa Amazons, received payment for releasing players for the tournament. 17 other clubs were recognized for their role in training and developing several Super Falcons players who were at the tournament. And the payments reward clubs for providing players with a professional football pathway while encouraging and incentivizing football clubs to continue developing talent in the women's game, FIFA said in a statement. The statement continues. The money is paid out with the intention of enabling beneficiary clubs to create a high-performance environment for the best players in the world and to invest in developing women's football at the grassroots level. By providing opportunities for talented players to pursue their careers and to further professionalize women's football, the FIFA Women's World Cup Club Solidarity Fund should ensure that the phenomenal success of France is by no means a one-off. Okay. Africa, other representative in France, Cameroon, had 26 clubs paid. South Africa, 35 clubs paid. They received $205,580 and $189,190 precisely. You could recall that 4 clubs now had players in that team, the Super Falcons team. Talking about Rivers Angels, Tochukwu Lohi, Chiamaka Nadozie, and Olise Ogebe, part of that team. Alice, okay.
That was also Evelyn Nwaboko.
Evelyn Nwaboko, yeah.
Even though one of the reports I read missed Rivers Angels player at the time. They had 4 players. And the Falcons right in the World Cup.
All right, Alaba Jonathan by also Queens Chidema Okeke FC Urobo. I love seeing that girl play. She convinced me that Super Falcons team needs some when she stepped in, I think in that match against France or thereabouts. And Amarachi Okoronkwo and Nasarawa Amazons all made the squad from the domestic league. All right, we have the breakdown of clubs from Nigeria that had players participate in the World Cup proper, and also had players like training clubs. So there are 2 categories of club now paid this money. the ones that were involved in the development of these players from 12 to 20 years of age, and the ones that also nurtured them or represented them to the national team for the World Cup, they also paid. By my calculation or by my counting, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, then plenty. Okay, I think about 21 clubs will be benefiting from this one from Nigeria. Well, I tried to make confirmations with Rivers Angels. All my efforts are abortive because I couldn't get an official of Rivers Angels to confirm if they have received the money. But this is what it is. There's a FIFA statement here confirming payment of this money, so it makes it an authentic report. So Emeka, I think this is a way forward to develop women's football globally. I mean, the level of women's football cannot be compared to the level of men's football globally. But with funds like this, there should be an upsurge of development. I mean, coming in from FIFA. So I think it's recommendable, right?
Highly commendable, and it's the first time they are paying to both clubs and professional clubs and grassroots clubs that aided in the development of these players after the World Cup. We saw what happened at the World Cup in France last year. That World Cup would have even rivaled the men's World Cup in terms of followership, in terms of quality. We saw high-level football from a lot of countries. At some point, I thought France, the hosts, were going to win it, but no way. They were blown apart, as in a particular stage in the competition. Nigeria, with coming in as African champions, we are equally, really not up to it. Going to at least get to the final. It didn't happen. Lots of big matches. Wonderful football from
and
the
who
ladies.
can forget that Thailand thrashing?
By USA. Was it 13 or 12-0?
I think 13-0.
So at the end of the day, United States eventually won that one. The quality was up there, and great team. United States paraded with Megan Rapinoe, their skipper, very vocal. In terms of equality and all that, and they want to build on that success. FIFA already promised improved funding. The prize money was going to increase in the next World Cup in 2023. They also promised to expand the World Cup to 32 teams, not the 24 that we saw in France. So they want to build on the success of France 2019, and that's why they are doling out these funds to teams that had their players at the World Cup. Way to go, if you ask me. It means back home here, you can even see teams like Confluence playing some smaller teams, so to say. Even those are not even in the MWPL, benefit from this solidarity funding. Very, very encouraging. At the end of the day, I'm hoping that this money will eventually get to the clubs, because it looks like they are paying through the member. To the federation. Federation will now in turn send to the clubs. I hope these monies get to the clubs at the end of the day. Brilliant one. And FIFA have shown that somehow they want to also show some importance to women football, not just by saying it. At least they're doing the talk right now. They're committing their monies to women football. The way to go, if you ask me. Remember, just about 2 weeks ago, they also announced heavy support for women football to the tune of about $1.5 million to the federation. We are at least $500,000 will go to development of women football in each of the member federations. So I think it's quite encouraging and heartwarming to see this one coming to the ladies.
All right, quite encouraging and heartwarming. Anytime I hear that word heartwarming, it always sounds like somebody's about to get emotional. No, I mean, I'm just trying to joke about a couple of things this afternoon. Please pardon me. All right, so Victor, let's look at it now. By the calculations made, we are looking at, let me see if we can get it quickly. We're looking at $45,500 for Rivers Angels. By the calculations made.
That's like 17 million, more than 17 million.
Oh, you've already done the conversion. You're going to be a good businessman.
You're a good businessman.
Oh, yeah. And then $27,530 for Nazarawa Amazons, $27,100 for Bayelsa Queens. FC Robo Queens going to have $25,810. And then those are the four major clubs that had teams participate, or that had players rather, participate for the Super Falcons in the World Cup. Now, the rest of the clubs, out of the four, the rest 17 are grassroots clubs that in one way or the other play the part in the development of this player. So how much effect can this money go into assisting these clubs
I mean, we're talking about a huge amount of money for some of these clubs. So, of course, it will help them get things in order. But then the most important thing is, I think I would not want a situation where the clubs use the money for something that it wasn't given for.
Wasn't meant
now,
for, yeah?
according to the FIFA statement, this money is to develop football programs both for women and for girls, and also help these other clubs. I mean, it's a solitary funding.
Yeah.
I expect this money to be used by these clubs in the NWFL as well as other academies.
Up here on that, FIFA stipulated that all funds must be used for youth and development. Had to finally agree to invest all of the money in women's football in order to receive the funds.
So yeah, for FIFA to come out explicitly to say this, I think they are going to be eventually, they will do an auditing. So I want to believe that we would not have a situation where you are giving money to buy rice and then use it to buy beans. So I sincerely believe that these clubs would utilize these finances that are given to them and find a way to invest it such that we're going to be having women's football get better. Who knows what they could decide to do with the finances? Maybe host some sort of underage or undergrade tournament so that they could help discover new stars, or put it into their academy. That is for those who have an academy. I mean, just find a way to use this money to birth and unearth new talents. That is the most important thing. I don't want us to be to use the money now, and we'll be thinking about our transport for NWFL games that will start sometime in October. That's not what the money. That's not what the money was given for.
Well, something like that, yeah.
I'm saying this really because that's not what the money was given for. We know how it is in Nigeria. I mean, it's just easy for you to just okay, let's use part of this. FIFA would eventually do an audit, and I hope eventually when that audit is being done, don't have a situation where our name, the Nigerian name, is being dragged to the mud once more, and we are told that we gave them money for this, but they did not use it for wise. So because they have to spell out explicitly every single penny, how it was spent. So I expect good accountability from each of the clubs, from the academies, even the ones that received just $1,000. We expect accountability and proper transparency on how they dole out these funds.
So, are you expecting to see some development in terms of women football, at least at the club level?
Yeah, I mean, but if most of the time the excuse we get is we do not have finances. Now we know that this is not so much, but this is something. I mean, look. Rivers Angels getting 17 million naira. It's actually not too much, but it's something. And I believe we should be expecting some sort of a level of maybe not too high, but some sort of development when it comes to football, women's development, women's football in the country, especially with these clubs, the likes of those 4 clubs that receive the most amount of money. I know it might be difficult for other clubs.
But Victor, how much are we even talking about here? How much development can 17 million bring to?
Because I said, no matter how little,
that's for Rivers Angels, for a club like Nassau Amazons, or maybe
I'm thinking of the Ibom Angels that received $1,000.
How much?
That's like 30-something thousand.
That one is just for Ibom Angels. Just share it amongst the palliative. More like a palliative measure.
When I don't get joy. Now, if I'm wondering that they call palliatives. Anyway, so Emeka, let's look at it now. Globally, women's football is not at the peak. Probably we are seeing some developments these days. I read a report earlier today from the Senegalese football, association, trying to give out some palliative to clubs and all the likes. I'll bring that on later. But with gestures like this, and with what we saw at the Women's World Cup in France, and the proposed, yet to come 2023 Women's World Cup as well, are you seeing much growth in women's football generally, globally?
Women's football is really advancing, no doubt. Because personally, and a whole lot of people too, would have been impressed with what happened in France last year. The World Cup was massive. The first of its kind. The attention, the whole world tuned in, and the football was top notch, no doubt. That was why FIFA as a matter of fact, this funding, this solidarity fund is a fallout of the World Cup.
All right,
because FIFA,
sure.
we are quite impressed with what happened at the World Cup. They
Yeah.
want to build on the success of the 2019 World Cup. They don't want to make it a one-off thing.
Yeah.
We have seen Women's World Cup in the past. It started in 1991 to 2019. But, I mean, what we saw in 2019 was it went to another level. The figures were equally impressive.
Yeah.
The television figures were amazing. Like I said, it could have rivaled the Men's World Cup
Yeah.
because these girls came out there, they gave their all, and for the United States, they took it to another level. They were scoring goals, they were winning matches, quite impressive, and all that. We saw so many beautiful games, so many massive teams. The usual suspects.
Yeah.
Germany did their bit. England were quite impressive as well under Phil Neville. We saw Germany, of course, they beat us in the round of 16 quite easily, as usual. You understand? But going forward, I think it's FIFA. They have made a careful plan to take the game to another level. You understand? And that's why they are doing all this. The projection is that between now and the next World Cup, in 2023, they would have spent about $1 billion US in women's football. I mean, it has never happened before. So if they're able to do that, of course, we have seen action already. They are sending monies to the member associations with the aim of developing women football in the various member association nations and all that. So I think it's just a question of time. They will definitely get there. The other time when we talked to Mitchell over here, he said the women football is the name of the game. That the game is feminine because for the women, they go back home, they have the ability to rally around their family and bring them to the stadium. They have the ability to make the game even more popular. As it were. Imagine women coming to the stadium. I mean, it's going to be massive. At some point, they were banned from watching matches in Iran. But sometime,
Right now,
I think that was last year. They lifted that ban. And it was amazing to see that the women came back to the stadium over there in Iran. So, it's a gesture that is giving women football global acceptance, and we can only hope for more to come from FIFA.
All right, let's hope for more to come from FIFA, and I want to believe that Africa should also be doing their own bid, to align themselves with what is happening globally in terms of women's football. AFCON now, that is African Women Championship, a Cup of Nations now was postponed. A lot of reactions.
It was cancelled.
I beg your pardon. It was
It was
cancelled.
cancelled entirely.
A lot of reactions they make up. Before we came into the studio, Sister Oshola was not a happy player about the cancellation. She gave reasons like we are talking about the Women's World Cup that's forthcoming, and then a continent like Europe, they're going to be playing I think about 2 tournaments before then, but in Africa we barely may not. Okay, probably one will be arranged going forward, 2022, going forward. So I don't know, the idea of Women's Champions League in Africa, is it a move that that is in line or that is aligned to the prospects now that FIFA is having for women's football globally? Or don't you think CAF would have done more in terms of women's football? Because truth be told, many African nations do not have women's league. So is it enough, or don't you think FIFA, CAF would have done more in this aspect to develop women's football to align with what FIFA is putting on the table at the moment?
Well, I think it's a step in the right direction. I have my reservation about the competition itself, but the move is brilliant.
Okay.
Because over the years, we sit here, we complain. The only thing these ladies are playing for is just to win the league. And after winning the league, they go back and come back the next season.
Yeah.
They don't play continental games like the men. The men are playing in 2 continental tournaments, the CAF Champions League and the CAF Confederation Cup. Over there in Europe, they have started playing the Women's Champions League. At least for the last 7-8 years or so, they've been playing Women's Champions League right there in Europe. So, for the leagues in the African continent, I think it will bring more competition because that there is extra incentive for winning your league title, because if you win, you go to the continent. All right. Whether you have the money now to even play continental football is another story altogether, especially for the private-owned clubs. But for the government-owned clubs, I'm sure they want to also do that for the ladies. And another thing, we don't even know what the format will look like. They are yet to come up with the format of the Women's Champions League that will be staged next year. But for the move itself, I think it's a brilliant one because it will definitely develop the game on the continent in the sense that it will bring more competition out of these teams. Now, these monies are coming, Remember, there's also the at least they guaranteed $500,000 for women football development on all the member associations, 211 of them coming in from FIFA. So if that kind of money come into the country and the NFF are able to channel it to women football strictly, then maybe facilities could be improved. Maybe prize monies could be gotten from league. They will run the league very well. The calendar will be more, more regular. You know, I mean, what we get, look at now, where we are now. We had no league season for this year. The other time it was just 6 matches in a league season. They played a bridge league of 4 groups, 6 matches, and they go for the playoffs. And that was just it. So I think going forward with enough financial muscle coming in, thanks to FIFA and maybe the CAF as well, then we can even do better. Then get these teams ready to go to the continent and play the Champions League.
But quickly, just to add, I mean, you look at some continents and the way they are advancing towards women's development, and you want to say is quite commendable, especially in Asia. I mean, I was looking at the FIFA breakdown, and you could see how many teams in Asia, how much they had already amassed. The likes of some, I mean, you had countries in China, Thailand themselves, they were represented in the Women's World Cup. You could see that they've been doing something right. They are trying their best to develop their football, and they're doing it so as a continent collectively. I think one of the reasons or one of the issues that we have in Nigeria or in Africa rather, is that every member association of CAF is trying their best to just develop their football individually, and there is nothing being done on the generic notes. Now, CAF is probably, that's what they're trying to do by introducing this Women's Champions League. Because, I mean, it looks like the level of football in Nigeria is far higher than it is in other places. Of course, it will be that way, but then there should be some sort of similarity. Look at China, look at Thailand, Korea Republic themselves. They played good football.
North Korea, Japan.
I mean, they played good football in the FIFA Women's World Cup. And few years, I mean, you could go back in time. It has not always been this way when it comes to women's football in Asia. They decided to develop their football, and I think it is high time CAF also sits down and then decide to also do that, take the step in the right direction. But just to add, in the game between Liverpool and Burnley, it is now 1-1. Jay Rodriguez got the goal, the equalizer for Burnley in the 69th minute. Of course, there was a VAR check, but eventually the goal was given.
All right, that's what it is. We are supposed to, or we expected.
I hope they will eventually, reach the 100-point mark. with this result will not do that.
They are playing at Anfield.
They will likely win. I think after this match, they need 2 more wins. If they are able to win this one, they need 2 more wins.
But they're drawing now. That's the issue.
And
still have the
remaining 3 matches will have Chelsea, Arsenal, and Newcastle.
It's okay. All right, the show remains Today Sports Live, reaching you from the studios of Today95.1 FM right here in the Golden City of Port Harcourt. You're hearing the voice of a reliable radio spokesman, the classical gentleman. My name is Reliable Reliance Sudonia. The Dogo of Sport is right here, Emeka Dena. And of course, your favorite Melanin sports presenter are still in the building, Victor Orea here. And we are taking a look at football from the Nigerian side of life. And we'll just get done with discussing women's football, the developments coming in from FIFA, and how we can raise women's football on the continent as well as right here in Nigeria with all the struggles and financial, challenges right there. And I hope you have your own contributions to make. So our SMS portal is open to 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. On Twitter, we are at Today FM 951. You can copy me at Reliable Rely. Copy Emeka at Emeka. I beg your pardon. Emeka's handle is having issues at the moment, so you can copy Victor at Victor Oriahi. Phone lines will be thrown open much later for you to air your contribution. But in the meantime, let's go discuss the NFF and the Nigerian Professional Football League.
When you insist it's my rep, John Cena trademark, y'all are so-so. And talk about the bread you make, but don't know the recipe for dodo. Aiming guns and all your...
Just about in the afternoon yesterday, far-reaching decisions were made. Finally, the conclusion of the Nigerian Professional Football League 2019-2020 season, and also a tentative date was given for the resumption of the league for the 2020-2021 league season. And I'm going to be taking out all of them. There was a virtual meeting held yesterday that had in attendance the chairpersons of all the national leagues and the president of the Nigeria Referee Association, the executive committee of the NFF, after a holistic consideration of all the issues affecting the leagues, including the status of the league before the advent of the COVID-19 pandemic, the impacts of the pandemic-induced disruptions, the health, safety, and movement restrictive measures in the country, the potential protocols for football resumption, the cost, the financial status of the league and clubs, CAF calendar, and resolutions of the various leagues as conveyed to the NFF. Those were the factors considered, and then the NFF approved as follows. Number one, the league ends at current match day 25 at the points per game table, and the points per game table will be used to rank the teams in order to ensure sporting merit and sporting fairness. The names of the top three clubs on the MPFL final points per game table as at March 25 shall be submitted to CAF to represent Nigeria in the 2020-2021 CAF Inter-Club competition. 2 slots for the CAF Champions League and 1 slot for the CAF Confederation Cup. There will be no promotion to or relegation from the MPFL, that's Nigerian Professional Football League, for the 2019-2020 season. The MPFL 2020-2021 season will start from September/October 2020 and end May 2021, subject to the full reopening of the country and the approval of the health authorities. 2, the NNL, that's the Nigerian National League. The Nigerian National League 2019-2020 season, which is at March the 3 to 5 and has been on break since December 17, 2019, is cancelled, null, and void. Remember those days we used to have deliberations about the APL. Anytime I say this word, cancelled, null, and void, it reminds me of those days. All right, there will be no promotion to or relegation from the NNL. The NNL 2020-2021 season will start from September-October 2020 and end May 2021, subject to the full reopening of the country and the approval of the health authorities. The NFF will work with the NNL, the participating clubs, and other stakeholders to ensure a successful fresh start from September-October 2020. This will include a review of the NNL structure to optimize its development. Number 3, the NWFL, that's Nigeria's Women Football League, yet to commence 2019-2020 season, is aborted. All right, and it's also set to resume September-October 2020 and end May 2021, subject to the full reopening of the country and the approval of the health authorities. Number 4 is the Nigeria. What is it called?
Nationwide League.
Nationwide League, please. Okay, yet to commence NLO, that's the Nationwide League 2019-2020 season, is also aborted. There will be no promotion or relegation from the NLO, and it's also set to resume September-October 2020 and also end May 2021. And of course, obviously subject to the full reopening of the country and the approval of the health authorities. The ITO Cup, this place actually did pick my attention. The ITO Cup 2019-2020 season, which had only commenced at the state level, is aborted. I'm going to tell you why it got my attention real big. The 2019 ITO Cup winners to be presented to CAF for the 2020-2021 CAF Inter-Club competitions. Nigeria's second slot in the CAF Confederation Cup, reserved for the Federation Cup winners. The ITO Cup 2020-2021 season is also scheduled to resume September-October 2020 to end May 2021, subject to the full reopening of the country and the approval of the health authorities. All that for the 2020-2021 season tentative, subject to directive of the federal government in line with COVID-19 protocols and all. Those are the major decisions that were taken yesterday by the Nigeria Football Federation in line with the league management company, the Nigeria Referee Association, and all other stakeholders in football that were present at that virtual meeting in the country. So let's dissect them, let's deliberate them, let's discuss about them. Let me start with the maker. These are decisions that, maybe not necessarily all, but at least let's start with the MPFL. It was always there. We always knew that was the right way.
Meetings, one with amongst themselves, virtual meeting as it were, and the second one with the LMC and NFF what they call stakeholders and what have you.
Yeah.
And that was the decision to end the season as March day 25 when the league was suspended. And usually using the points per game calculation to wrap up the table, we had the top 3 teams to be selected and sent to the continent. We know that of course, the top 3 teams go to the continent from the league, and one other team, the ITO Cup winners, joining them in the CAF Confederation Cup. So it was a decision that was always going to happen. But there were also fears that notwithstanding, that decision might not go down well with the sports ministry. Some clubs already expressed their reservation. Aqua United, Lobby Stars, and Rangers at some point. But during the second meeting, Lobby Stars, eventually we are part of the teams that voted for the season to end. So leaving only Aqua United and Rangers. Rangers wanted the Super 6 playoff. Aqua United wanted the season to be completed normally, but going by the prevailing circumstances in the country, the COVID-19 situation, that was always going to be difficult. But that being said, we say in democracy, majority carry the vote and what have you, and the majority of the clubs have voted for this to happen. It is only natural that the NFF adopted it, and they said they will forward the resolutions to the General Assembly of the NFF, which has the final the final say, so to say, because that's the highest decision-making body, as far as football is concerned in this country, the General Assembly of the NFF. So during their next General Assembly, that will be ratified, more or less. So it didn't come to me as a surprise whatsoever. But there's still a puzzle there. There's still the puzzle of who goes to what competition for the second and third place teams. I mean, we over the last 1 month or thereabouts, we have seen 2 different league tables using points per game calculation. One with Rivers United in second place, and the other with Enyimba in the same second place, depending on the criteria for the tiebreaker. Because we know that after the points per game was used to wrap up the table, Enyimba and Rivers United ended up on 1.80 points, and that means there is a tie there, exactly 1.80. If you divide the 25 matches played by Rivers, if you divide the 45 points accrued by Rivers United by the 25 matches they played, you get 1.80. Enyimba played 20 matches, and they accrued 36 points. You also do that division, 36 over 20 will give you exactly 1.80. So that leaves the 2 teams on the same number of points on the points per game table, meaning that there's a tie and there should be a tie breaker. The issue has always been, what's the tie breaker? For Enyimba to be second, then you have to use the head-to-head calculation, because they met Rivers United once this season in Aba, and they won that one by a goal to nothing. So giving them the advantage on the head-to-head calculation. But if you go to the goal difference calculation, Rivers United will obviously edge it. Whichever way you want to look at it, they have scored more goals than Enyimba. Look at the goals difference, they are also ahead of Enyimba. So that's a dilemma, and that has not been ratified, as a matter of fact. From the statement you read, the NFF said the top 3 teams on the table using the points per game calculation will be sent to CAF for the continental competition. They didn't tell us who the top 3 teams are. Exactly. So it leaves us also wondering, as it were. Officially, they have not ratified that, and we're waiting for the LMC to eventually do so too. Since the NFF couldn't do it, I'm sure the LMC will want to forward their own points per game table formally, because what we have been seeing all this while, they are nothing official. They are coming from individuals. I remember the first one we even saw came from ACS Sports. They tabulated that one had Enyimba in second place. The day they held the meeting where the 20 clubs and NFF, stakeholders and what have you, came out with Rivers United in second place. But these tables are not official. They are not from the league body. They are not from the NFF. And you can see that from the release the NFF put out yesterday, they didn't publish the table. So, there's still that dilemma, as to who goes to what competition. So I think that has to be resolved there for us to know where we are heading to. If you're taking Enyimba to the continent to play CAF Confederation Cup, let's know. If the Rivers United is going to the Champions League, let us equally know. I mean, we are if you're using points per game then there's a tie already. So how do we break that tie?
Yeah.
We shouldn't spend too much time leaving room for assumptions, speculations, and what have you. And the Rivers United guys are not happy about it. You understand? They are even putting pressure now on the authorities and what have you, whipping up sentiments here and there because the LMC from day one gave them the room to do so. You understand? If you're using the points per game, you already met and they agreed that you're going to use the points per game to end the table. Then publish it right away. Let's move on. There's no need delaying it. They say justice delayed is justice denied, as it were. But come on, let's not be beating about the bush. Just to break a tie. Yes, it looks very difficult because at the end of the day, it's quite intriguing. Enyimba will tell you that they beat Rivers United. That's if you go by the head-to-head. Now if the thing is quite intriguing. Reliance. Here's the thing: there is no points per game anywhere in the MPFL framework and rules. It's novel to Nigerian football. It's the first time we're using points per to end the table. To end the league. In 2018, all the teams played 24 matches.
All matches,
So at that point, they just ended the league abruptly. Lobby Stars were not even declared champions. Let's not forget. They were only selected to go to the CAF Champions League. And of course, second place Aqua United then to play in the CAF Confederation Cup. Because I remember at that point, Rangers actually won the ITO Cup that year and went to the CAF Confederation Cup. So I remember, they were not, they didn't use points per game. So we are using it for the first time in the history of our football. So if you say we are not going to use goal difference, all these things are not there in the rules. So LMC has the final decision now when it comes to what they will use to break the tie between Rivers United and Enyimba.
All right, Victor, is there any of the decisions made about, let me get it clearly, 5 of them involving the ITO Cup, the NLO, the NWFL, the NNL, and the MPFL? Is there any of them that you disagree with?
Absolutely no. I think every single decision was spot on. I would start with the ITO Cup. There was obviously no way that they were going to play that one, and I was quite surprised when few months back, I think almost a month ago, ITO came out to say that yes, the ITO Cup would still run as planned, but then I realized it wasn't actually possible, and of course them not declaring a winner or just cancelling it, I think it's the best thing to do. The NWFL, well, I don't want to go into that. The same with the Nigerian National League that has been on break since December. So obviously those were not going to be any issues. I think the major point was the NPFL, and the decision by the league management company was very much expected for the NPFL. Eventually, Lobby Stars, Burnley just hit the crossbar. They are trying their best to get all 3 points in that particular encounter. But eventually, Lobby Stars came out to say that they accept whatever decision the league management company gives. And just like Emeka stated, the LMC have not come out to issue a
formal statement in terms of the tiebreaker.
Not even the tiebreaker, in terms of the ending
exactly.
the season.
Even after right now, you go to the website, you will not see anything. The last time they posted anything there was in April. You understand? You go to the Twitter handle, nothing is coming forth from the LMC. The supposed league organizers who are running the league, they're not saying anything.
Because I was on my way here and I kept wondering, okay, now that we know that there are three clubs that are going to be going, which 3 clubs? And I believe the best place for me to have gotten that information was of course the LMC's website or the LMC's Twitter handle, but nothing of such. It is the NFF. I mean, the NFF Director of Communication that sent this communique. He's the one who did this. Without, if Ademola Olajuwon had not done this, we would probably still be maybe just assuming and speculation.
That's why he's there. It's his job to do it.
It's not, well, the NFF should also do their...
He works for the NFF.
The NFF should also do their job, by the way.
Yeah, true, but the LMC, I think at this point, whatever decisions that the LMC were going to make was also subject to ratification by the NFF, Emeka, isn't it? So should we still have issues that the LMC are yet to make? Whatever decisions that the LMC were going to make was still going to be subject to ratification from the NFF.
Yeah, they should have put out a statement first. They should have let us know their decision. Then they forward that same decision to the NFF for ratification, like you said. The football committee of the Nigeria Football Federation met to come up with these resolutions. But these are resolutions the clubs and the LMC had before now. I remember when the stories
we are flying here and there about Yimba going to the Champions League, Rivers United to the Confederation Cup and all that. It was the NFF who eventually, through their official Twitter handle, said that widespread consultations are still going on. The Secretary General of the Federation, Mohamed Sanusi, was quoted on that occasion. I expected LMC to come forth, to talk about, clear the air. Don't give room to all these speculations and what have you. Let us know the true position of things, what action you're going to take. The other time, Sheudigo was on television, answered the questions on how the league was going to end, the options available and all that. Yeah. He didn't wait for the NFF to come and do that for him. So if we are in a situation where we need, direction, where we need information, then it should come from the league organizers, the LMC, who run the league here.
Here's what I think. I could be right, I could be wrong. The NFF met with all the stakeholders of football in the country. They made decisions that covers all leagues, both men and women. All leagues covered. I'm thinking probably the NFF is leaving the tiebreaker to the LMC.
I think so too. I think so too.
Yes, exactly. They are the one running the league.
Right now, it looks like the LMC are in the fix. They don't know which. They don't want to offend anyone, sort of. Because whatever decision
somebody
will be offended. Somebody would be offended.
Enyimba might not be offended. Trust me on that. You give Enyimba CAF Confederation Cup now.
They are fine with it, right?
Because I had a chat with the chairman of the club, and he told me that he's not bothered about which competition Enyimba are going to play. Okay. It's not the first time. They are not moved by going to the continent. Here's the thing, to even get monies from the government to play this continental competition, for at least for a club like Enyimba, I don't know about Rivers United. They have the full support of the governor. But for a club like Enyimba, it's usually difficult. Sometimes the chairman borrows money, to buy tickets, do all this stuff, hoping that he will get them later. It doesn't come as at when due. So, all those rigors, all those, pains, going here and there looking for money, the man is even kind of tired of it. But that being said, anything worth doing is worth doing well. Use the sporting merit and, eventually end the wrap up the table. Basically, here in Nigeria, we don't do head-to-head. That's to the best of my knowledge, we don't usually use head-to-head as tiebreaker. I think it's goal difference that we use. It's goal difference. So if that is the case, you will not invent head-to-head because the Enyimba are involved there. You understand? Let's do the right thing. But I will ultimately leave that decision for the LMC because since they don't want to end the league, yes, understandably so, then they have to look for a way to end it properly using the points per game.
As far as I can tell, Emeka, as far as I can tell, the only competition in Nigerian football that has a sponsor is ITO Cup. Am I wrong?
Nigeria football? Yes.
Maybe we could leave national team football.
Even the LMC they have got partners. They have sponsors for the MPFL.
Primary sponsor that would
major sponsor, exactly. No television, no broadcast sponsor. You can also call Nest TV one of their sponsors, but it's a partnership arrangement. They have the beverage, the alcoholic beverage company, Nigeria Breweries. One of their brands also partners with the league.
So where this money
OCP Africa. There's 1xBet, I think. There's which other one? The other time they had the Federal Inland Revenue Service, the ones that give a player 150,000 naira for wonder goal. If you recall, I don't know whether that arrangement is still on. But these are just, and the money these guys are supposed to pay don't come as at when due. So the LMC even struggle to get those monies from these partners and what have you. So we don't have the major sponsor you're talking about.
It still leaves us with the decision that ITO Cup is the only competition that has a major sponsor.
Yes.
And here's the ITO Cup season being cancelled.
Completely. Understandably so too, yes. We are not going to play football in this kind of condition. Okay. The government have not given us the green light to return to sporting activities yet. Okay. So football is one of them. And, there is no way that competition will hold this season there. Remember, the winners of the competition will go to the CAF Confederation Cup. And maybe sometime in October or November, we should be having the CAF Confederation Cup. So we haven't even concluded at state level, right? Have we? We haven't concluded at state level. We are from where we take each two teams from each state to the national level where they will now vie for honors and what have you, going through different rounds, and it could be round of 64, 32, 16 before they play group stage if they want, or maybe they go for outright knockout till the final. So we have a long way to go. The organizers, the sponsors understand the situation.
Okay.
And I also,
so they're not going to run afterward?
No, they are not supposed to run. Somehow, luckily for us, the president of the Nigeria Football Federation has got a relationship with the the man in charge of ITO. So they are not just ITO Cup sponsors; they're also optimum sponsors of the NFF. You understand? So they sponsor on two fronts. As optimum sponsors of the NFF and the ITO Cup. So that's massive. Let's hope that subsequently that partnership will continue. But it's a very big blow. Yeah.
If I allow Emeka and Victor, they will continue talking, and I'll be made to forget that you are still there and you are itching to say something because the phone lines have been buzzing since ever we started this particular discussion. So I'm very certain that you want to air your contribution as well. But I think it's over.
Yeah, full time in that particular game between Liverpool and Burnley. I mean,
did they get the 3 points? That's what we want to hear.
It was 1 point, 1 point being shared for both clubs. The last 5 minutes was brutal. Both teams trying their best to get all 3 points.
Is it lack of something to play for? Don't they have? I mean, to break the record, is it not big enough?
Well,
or is it just
Klopp has been saying that records doesn't mean anything to him. Well, even though I don't believe that, but then that's what he's been saying, and as well as some of the Liverpool players. But then the most important thing, they still have a record currently going. I mean, they are yet to lose right there at Anfield, 58 games and counting.
Let's leave that one. Chelsea been maintaining them for how many years? Arsenal scattered the bridge for them that year. I can say remember. All right, so let's get to hear from you. We will be giving you updates from other centers in matches across Europe. When I say across Europe, of course, you should know that I'm talking about the English Premier League as well as the Spanish La Liga. So tell us. Oh yeah, I forgot that the Italian Serie A are still ongoing. About 7 matches to be played, including fixtures for today. Yeah, 7 matches before the season is wrapped up. Juventus still leading.
That's the thing, Reliance. Yeah. If Liverpool don't win the remaining 3 matches, they cannot break that record.
They can't now. That's
they
what
can only equal it.
Yeah, by
winning
points.
2 and drawing 1. Yeah. But if they win all 3, they will break it. But anything short of outright victory in the remaining 3 matches against Chelsea, Arsenal, and Newcastle, then they live to fight another day.
Chelsea, they fine. Champions League spots.
Arsenal, I also
Arsenal, they Europa League. Okay. All right, so let's talk to you. 0817-000-0951. That is 0817-000-0951 and 0810-951-0951. Phone numbers for you to air your contribution. Let's hear you. What do you make about the developments in women's football in the country, Nigeria, FIFA, and of course from CAF, I beg your pardon as well, and of course the decisions that we made yesterday by the NFF. What are your contributions? Let's talk to the first caller on the show. 95.1 to this first line.
Hello.
Greetings to you. Your name, location, and contribution.
Okay, my name is Owe Christian from Adajo.
All right, Christian, let's hear you. Yeah.
Okay, I've been listening to you. I think this fight between Eyimba and
there is no fight. There's no fight.
What I mean is the breaking of the tie between.
It's not a fight now.
Good.
I know whatever you say. But what I'm looking at, if they go points per game, that is mathematically we say average. Can't they do same in contest the goal scored? Take the goal scored.
Okay.
Just do whatever you need to do. You can do a goal per game. Then you get the average. You get the best from the two. Instead of using head to head, because you cannot head to head. It's only one head, not 2 head. They only play the aim, but they didn't play.
The reverse leg wasn't played. Yeah, so there's only one head.
So you can't.
I like that line.
No. Head to head doesn't. It doesn't. It's not compulsory that there must be 2 meetings. Okay, once there's a meeting between you, is a head-to-head meeting.
But in this case, Emeka, thank you very much for calling in. In this case, Emeka, the setting of the MPFL demands double leg.
Yes. Even in La Liga,
the setting also demands double. In
La Liga, once they play the first match between Real Madrid and Barcelona, the head-to-head comes into play. It affects whatever happens on the table if there's a tie between those 2 guys. The one with the advantage over that first meeting, will definitely be on top. Since there's the tie when there's a tie in points, so that's it. The head-to-head calculation comes into effect once there's a meeting, between the 2 teams. It's a head-to-head meeting. They look at your meeting, even if it's one, it will come into effect.
All right, let's keep taking your contributions on the show. I aired out the phone numbers much earlier, but let me do it again. just in case you didn't get it. I'm sure you're going to get it this time. 0817 0000951 and 0810 951 0951. Let's talk to this caller. 95.1 Today's Sports Live.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good evening. Your name and location?
Yes, I'm sure that Amadu.
All right, Chedrak, let's hear you.
Yes, I don't know why LMC is saying, it's like they want to aim back.
They want to do what?
To me, I believe they want to aim back.
Why do you think so?
But they should do everything. Why are they delaying now?
Okay.
They should think of the judgment will have it of time.
All right.
You want to give an impact, but they give an impact, you want to get United to the position. I think it's very nice. What is the problem?
All right.
So they should find that will have it of time. But I'm saying that they want to give an impact to get it.
Appreciate you calling in, Shadrach Amadi. Think the delay is indicating that the LMC rather might want to accord Enyimba that chance. That's his opinion. Anyways, it's not a generally accepted opinion.
Exactly.
So let's get to hear from
you can even dub it
this particular caller. 95.1 Today's Sports Live. Your name and location?
Yes, I think you want greetings from Orazi Metropolis.
There's a Metropolis added to it today.
My name is Obina.
All right, Obina.
Good to Mecca and Victor there.
Welcome, Obina.
Mecca, good analysis, my brother. You are really showing a man that is not biased, but what you just answered now, I'm surprised. It's head to head. That is English. One head to another
head.
It's simple now. You don't seem to understand it. Head to head means there's a meeting between two of you. Your head clashes with my head. It's this one meeting. Then it can also be two, in the long run. But once there's a meeting, between the two of you, head to head comes into play. When you go to World Cup, when you have only one meeting between the teams in the group stage, then head-to-head is also applied. It must not be two meetings. You understand what I'm saying?
Erika,
yeah.
The head-to-head we saw in Spain against Atletico Madrid and Barca, it was 2 legs.
That's because there was a tie at some point. You understand? Once there's a tie, head-to-head comes into play. Even if there's only one meeting in Spain now, where there is head-to-head between the two, they use head-to-head to break the tie.
Obina's argument is that it should be over 2 legs, right, Obina?
Exactly.
Okay.
Reliance is not an argument. That is how it's supposed to be. That's why they call it head-to-head. 2 heads was flash. So we will know the one that is superior.
2 heads already clash. I'm telling you that it must not be 2 meetings before you calculate the head-to-head. Get my point. You understand?
No, Emeka, please let me round up.
Round up.
No, it must not be 2 meetings. It must not be.
Clear English. You cannot tell me that it's head to head. When Rivers United is a stakeholder in Heartland. So normally, I'm not even supposed to come into this, but let's do the right thing. You saw what happened between lobby staff that we refuse to correct. That's what we're repeating, and so we need to start nipping these things in the bud to stop further illegal occurrence. That's the word I will use now.
Right.
If Enyimba that we know the capacity of that team, that we know how formidable Enyimba is, that Enyimba can play 2 matches in 2 days with 2 different players. They are capable. If they have, like Poverty said, for an insider, they refuse to play the matches. For that, comment for another. If not, we will not be having this confusion.
Right.
If we want to talk about what is right, head to head, Enyimba has played 1, Rivers United are yet to play at home.
Okay.
So let's use what we know here, which is a goal difference.
Right.
Enyimba is quiet, LMC is quiet because this one is clean, clear, and direct. Rivers United edges Enyimba when it comes to what we know, goal difference. Enyimba don't have a case here at all.
All right,
Thank you.
All right, Obina. Let me quickly correct something. Thank you very much, Obina. Head to head does not necessarily mean both legs. All right, head to head means once you've played your opponent, and if there is any need for a tiebreaker, head to head could be used. But I'm thinking Obina wants to come from this angle that
I'm also of that part that it won't be fair to use the head-to-head because they only met once. You understand?
Yeah.
Otherwise, if head-to-head is when they must have met twice, nobody would have brought a table where Yimba is on top, in second position. Yeah. So head-to-head comes into effect once there's a meeting between two of you. Yeah. Then if you go to the reverse fixture, you can also go ahead with the calculation of the head-to-head. But in this case now, if you're using head-to-head,
it should be after fair on reverse after they met twice.
Exactly. Because they haven't met in Port Harcourt, so it will be unfair to say let's use head-to-head to do the tiebreaker because they have only met once.
That's what it is. What it is. Head-to-head. Once they've met, once your team
head-to-head comes into effect. Once there's a meeting between two of them.
Head-to-head comes into effect. It might not necessarily be both legs, right? Well, I mean, in some cases now, what about competitions that does not demand you to play, a second time? So what happens?
As a matter of fact, head-to-head in this contest means the outcome of the meeting between the two teams. Yeah, that's what it means. Yeah. And if you play 2 times, you now put the overall outcome.
Let's hear you. Your name and location. 95.1 it is.
Reliance.
Your name and location.
My name is Lawson. I'm calling from Yenegua.
All right, Lawson. How's Yenegua this
evening? Seriously, head-to-head. If it is this very one, you understand? Over 2 legs. It's supposed to be over 2 legs.
Okay.
You understand? There are some head-to-head that it is just one meeting. Yeah. But this very one
should be over 2 legs. Yeah.
Yes, it's over 2 legs. You understand? So they're supposed to use the 2 head-to-head. But then again, it's force majeure. You understand?
Yeah.
It's force majeure, and so they cannot play that other second leg because of the situation. Now, and then secondly, if you want to also go this other way, Rivers United has played 5 matches more than Eyimba. You understand? So you can also use goal difference. Of course, Rivers United has a better goal difference than Eyimba.
Okay.
You understand?
Okay.
So it's a situation. Yes, Eyimba has 5 matches outstanding.
Most to play, yeah.
And if they come up with that same argument, it means that
they have a solid argument too.
Lawson. That's a solid argument. Yeah, that could pass for a solid argument.
What I'm saying. It's force majeure. So if you look at it, either way, if you give it to Rivers United, anybody will feel hard done by.
Yeah, because they have not played complete matches.
Yes, because they've not played complete matches.
Yeah.
You understand? So this situation, I think that is why it is delaying, because whichever way you go, both Eyimba or Rivers United can go to court. Any one of them can go, but it's force majeure. So I don't know how they are going to resolve it. Even me, I've been thinking, I think how this situation can be resolved. Yeah, so the only way out is either Rivers United or Eyimba stepping down for the other person willingly. If there is no willingness, I don't think they can settle this matter except they go back and play just Rivers United and Eyimba. You understand?
So you just have to decide.
Yes, to decide, you understand, that use the head-to-head. That's the only way out. And we can also play ball. Federal government says we
no
can't
sporting
play
activities.
Yeah. You understand? So for me, it is one, Eyimba is quiet. Emeka says Eyimba is quiet. They are not making noise. They are not interested. No. You understand? The reason why it is dragging on is because Eyimba is also on the ground playing the politics. Rivers United playing the politics.
Conspiracy theories.
Silence for granted. You understand? Ayasi Agu is no ordinary man when it comes to football in Nigeria.
Okay.
He knows people in high places. You understand? So the only God knows how this is going to end. I am betting, it's interesting. I want to see how it will end, but the only way out is for the two of them to play and let us get you understand, a decider, and then the head-to-head can be used. Otherwise, there is no way out of this one. Thank you.
Sound arguments right there coming in from Lawson. Eyimba will feel hard done by if you decide to use goal difference because they've not completed their fixtures, which wasn't their fault anyway. And the Rivers United also going to feel hard done by if you decide to use head-to-head because they've not met in both occasions. 95.1 to the Sports Live.
Good evening, my brother.
Good evening to you. Your name and location.
Simon.
All right, Simon, let's hear you.
Now, Eyimba, my team, and the Rivers United, my half team also. see, the only thing in Nigerian football, I have not seen where they use head-to-head in Nigerian football. I must be honestly, and the police, I must be honestly to analyze this thing. Understand? I have not seen where they use head-to-head in Nigerian football. You understand?
Yeah.
Then it comes to goal difference. I think the only time they will use head-to-head, when you use goal difference, if they say time with goal difference, then
you go head-to-head.
You can use head-to-head. Now, the best thing for me...
So even after goal difference, there's goals scored, superior goals. You look at the team that scored the most goals, you know. But here's
I think this is supposed to favor the United. Let's change it by content. The best now for them to use that their goal difference. Now the one that have already played, you point a point again. They did this either 2 weeks ago. Why is that get 0.52? Anybody get 0.5? Anybody get 10 goal difference? Why did not get that?
Appreciate it, Simon. Let's talk to another.
That's more like additional mathematics,
something like that.
Hello, Relax.
Hi, Faith. Good evening. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Rebecca.
Good evening, Faith.
Odogwo.
I hear you. Are you talking about? Don't mind Reliance.
The Odogo of sports.
No. According to Reliance, not according to me.
Rebecca, I think the title is good for you.
Tell him, bro. Tell him.
You should accept it, please.
No, I'm still thinking about it.
Good evening, Victor.
Good evening to you, Faith.
Thank you. Reliance, about what this across FIFA, what they want to do, like the money they want to send to those clubs. Yeah, it's really a nice idea.
Okay.
You know, one of my clubs is also part of the recent thing.
Which one is that? Which one is that?
The club I single-handedly founded.
Faith.
Yeah.
Say it again.
I said the club I single-handedly found.
I have the list of the 21 clubs here. Faith, which of them?
Just calm down. It's anonymous.
I don't understand. I don't understand. Faith, they are playing foul play. Anyways, go ahead.
I'm not playing any foul play.
Okay, right.
And I want to ask you a question, please.
Yeah.
There was a time we were talking of starting female Champions League in Africa, right?
Yeah, next year.
Next year.
To start next year.
Okay, so to start next year.
Yeah.
Wow, I'll be anticipating that one. Thank you so much.
Sure. All right, Faith, appreciate the contribution. Okay, we lost that call. Do well to send the call in as much as you can. We're still taking your calls, giving you enough time to air your opinion on this particular one. How do you expect the LMC to tie break between Rivers United and Nyimba? I think Simon suggested going additional, like the number of decimal places, right? I think that was the suggestion. Like instead of
number of goals
divided by number of matches.
Yeah,
it's okay. It's okay.
do toss of coin, honestly, just to save yourself. Do toss of coin.
95.1 it is your name allocation. Yeah.
Sorry, please.
Okay. Robin, we're hearing you. Hello. Right, Robin, now we lost.
You have to say things the way they are.
Okay.
Emeka, Enyimba as a football team that we know. Are you telling me that Enyimba cannot make 9 comfortable changes in their first 11? Why I'm asking this question is our brother Lawson said Enyimba has 5 matches that is not that making. I think if Enyimba had wanted to play some matches out of that 5, Enyimba is not MFM. Enyimba is not Katsina United. And it's got to a point that
that is not the argument now, Obina. That is not what we are talking about. We have passed that stage.
That
Please.
5 match was avoidable. That 5 matches for Bati has come on air, granted interview everywhere to say.
For Bati is the Aqua United chairman. What do you expect from him? He's the chairman of Aqua United. What do you expect from him?
That 5 matches that Enyimba had.
Even Rangers are knocked out of the competition. Did they finish their standing matches even as we speak right now?
Those Enyimba 5 matches were avoidable. Enyimba would have at least reduced that 5 matches.
So they will share the team into 2. Who does that? Who does that?
Enyimba can. Liverpool did it. I don't like them. But Liverpool, we saw Liverpool play Aston Villa with unknown points. We saw it.
Okay, all right.
Now what was the outcome?
All right, Obina.
2 matches in one day.
All right.
It's avoidable.
All right.
That is not avoidable.
All right,
If I wanted to, we know Thiago. If I wanted to reduce that match, Enyimba go fit do am.
All right.
The depth of squad Enyimba has. Everybody knows that.
All right, Abena. All right, Abena, let's talk to another caller. Thank you very much. Okay, we lost that particular call. Well, the decisions to have outstanding matches was not from Enyimba. I think the LMC made that decision. They're the ones in charge of the fixtures. They organize the table and the calendar for each football league season.
The fixtures were clashing with the cash.
So it was the LMC. It was the LMC who made that call, so to speak, not necessarily Enyimba themselves, even if you think they could be able to afford it. 95.1 Today Sports Live.
Yeah, good evening. Hey, Buka.
All right, Buka. Calling from where?
Yeah, I'm calling from
Okay.
Yes, I agree to realize. I agree to Rebecca.
Greetings to you.
My question is that there are no provision for circumstances like this in our own rule book.
No.
The PPG is not there.
We don't have it, and let's not forget this situation hasn't happened before in the history of Nigerian Professional Football League. We will have a pandemic here.
Desperate times calls for desperate measures. I think the only problem we have now is just the NFF. It would have
NFF have made their decisions. It's left for the LMC now.
Okay, have they told you the three players are going to the three teams that are
They've not decided, but they've decided what they could decide. It's the LMC that runs the league under the NFF though, but I think at this point it's left for the LMC to make their decision in terms of the tiebreaker.
I think they should have done it a long time ago. The truth is that there's no way you do this in one team will not cry foul. There's no way you do this without cheating or maligning anything. You can't. Everybody can benefit. Take a decision. Take your stand. People will go to court. It happened in France. People went to court, and at the end of the day, the league won the case.
Yeah.
There's no way you can favor everybody. If they have taken a stand since, I mean, if you cry 1 week, you close mouth. That's the way you keep going back and forth. This thing will not solve itself.
All right.
Take a chance. Whatever happens. That we continue. So if we keep going this today, we're never going to solve this issue.
All right. Appreciate you. Let's talk to another caller. 95.1 to the Sports Live.
Hello, Reliable. Good evening.
Greetings to you. Your name and location?
I'm calling from Obibo.
Your name is?
My name is Person C. It's not Person C.
Sorry, I did not get the name.
Person C. It's not Person C.
Just go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, and Obi, I greet you, Obi.
Obi is not here.
Obi's not here. There's Emeka Dena, there's Victoria here. Person C is not Person A.
Emeka, I'm greeting.
Good evening.
Yeah.
Your name, sir.
I want to ask a question. Ties between Enyimba and the Rivers.
It is not Emeka's tie. It's Enyimba and Rivers United tie. Yeah, go ahead. What's the question?
Yes, my question is this: had it been is that in the league, it was Enyimba and the Rivers United are in the same point. Then who will be on the top? If you had been in the same point with the same
number of matches played,
yes, who will be at the top?
There will still be need for a tiebreaker. If they are, the points per game basis will break that tiebreaker.
No, I mean when the league was even on, when the league is on, then it happened that United had played, Rivers United had played first. And it happened that the same number and the same point and the same.
But they will use goal difference. They will use the goal difference to separate the time.
With the goal
difference.
But even with that goal difference of Rivers United, and anybody have already win them in their first leg. Who will be at the top?
They will use goal difference, not the points by, not the head-to-head. They will use goal difference.
When the league is on.
Yes, they use goal difference. In Nigeria, use goal difference to separate the tie. Yeah, first.
Okay, that's no need now. Okay.
Call your name once more time before you leave.
I said my name is Person C, it's not Person C.
Bye-bye. Thank you. 95.1 to the Sports Live.
You still didn't get that name right.
Simon, go ahead.
See, I think this is not, although we have already treated this thing before, but because of one of our color that said it is not an Enyimba thing. We do refer to Elder Paul Baptist. When Aqua United play their own, Aqua United they are having 8 outstanding matches. Go and check it. 8 outstanding matches. Timber has a squad that can play 5 matches at a time. It doesn't matter.
All right, Simon. That's not the argument. That's not the argument, right? We've passed that level.
Just trying to.
It's from somewhere, all right. We've passed that level. That's not the argument. Now, I just have to let you go right there, Simon. Thank you very much for contributing. Then anyway, Norwich City, I told you were defeated at home by West Ham 4-0. Watford defeated Newcastle 2-1. Liverpool played out 1-0 draw with Burnley just ended. We're still expecting an encounter between Sheffield United and Chelsea, sometimes 5:30. 8 p.m. we'll see Brighton off and Hope Albion take on Manchester City. In the Spanish La Liga, Osasuna are playing out a 1-0 draw. Not yet done. At the 56th minute, 1-1 it is between Osasuna and Celta Vigo. Later, Real Valladolid will take on Barcelona. Atletico de Madrid will take on Real Betis. And Italian Serie A, Lazio are leading at halftime, 1-0 over Sassuolo. And Brescia will take on Roma at 6:30. 8:45 we'll see Juventus take on high-flying Atalanta, who made it to the Champions League, I think quarterfinals, right? For the first time in the history of the club. I think this is their debut season in the Champions League as well. We'll get back to the phone lines. We'll get back to take your messages, to your tweet and all that. But let's switch at this point and then discuss the Super Eagles on the show.
Super Eagles check it, we are back again. See my boys, them tapping on the pitch again. We don't come, we don't run, make them clear the way. West Africa, so now we they throw the blaze. Them be they underrate, but now we dominate. So now we they set the pace for them to emulate. Cause we they tap, we they score, and we they dribble. Them they fall, and we they shoot, we they push, we they show them they fall, and we they...
The Super Eagles of Nigeria are certainly setting the pace for them to emulate. All right, of course, at least they are leading in the African qualifiers. AFCON qualifiers in their group, 6 points have been able to amass from the qualifiers. So definitely they are assessing the best. Not the highest winning side of the AFCON. We want to talk about that, mention the likes of Egypt and Ghana who have won it more than Nigeria, but that is not the topic of discussion. The topic of discussion this evening is that General has predicted a complicated 2022 for the Super Eagles following the postponement of the 2021 Africa Cup of Nations by a year. Raw, however, expressed confidence in his team's chances of qualifying for the competition and the 2022 World Cup in Qatar. He said in a statement, or he was interviewed by Gerondin'sForever.com, and I quote, "The African Cup of Nations is postponed. It's the same for everyone, so it's not a drawback. We have more time to prepare as well as for other countries, but it will be a difficult 2022 year because already in 2021, there are a lot of qualifying matches to play for the team." That's the Super Eagles. I think we will have time to play a few friendlies in the year 2022. If we have qualified for the World Cup and the AFCON, there will be many games to play. So it will certainly be a difficult year. That's talking about the year 2022. Quote right there from Raw, end of quote, talking about the decisions or the position of the Super Eagles in the year 2022. Saying it's going to be difficult because there will be so many matches to play. But in the meantime, let's get the lineup for the match involving Chelsea and Sheffield United. Lineup ready, Victor?
Yes, of course, that game is going to take place in the next 10 minutes, and it is the third position battling it against the seventh. Sheffield United, of course, trying to find a way to make it into European slot. If they win that game, they will take Wolverhampton Wanderers. Well, Sheffield United will play in a 3-5-2 formation. Dean Henderson, the regular goalkeeper, right, the regular suspect, starts in goal for them. The three-man defense made up of Chris Basham, John Egan, and Jack O'Connell. While the five-man midfield sees Baldock, Burge, Norwood, Ben Osborne, and Stevens, while up front is Oliver McBurney and David McGoldrick. Oliver McBurney just had his driver's license taken from him after he was caught, drunk driving. While on the bench for Sheffield United, they have John Lodstrom, Billy Sharp, Phil Gagielka, Kieran Freeman, Jack Robinson, Lee Musey, Simon Moore, Jack Rodwell, and Ricario Zivkovic. While for Chelsea, they play in a 4-3-3 formation. Kepa Arrizabalaga starts and goal for them. On the left side of defense is Christian Aspilicueta, while Kurt Zuma and Andres Christensen make up the mid-defense pairing, with Rhys James playing out from the right side of defense. While on the midfield, Mason Mount, Jorginho, and Ross Barkley. While up front is Christian Pulisic, Willian, and Tammy Abraham right there leading the ranks. On the bench for Chelsea, Luis Bates, Antonio Rudiger, Marcos Alonso, Ruben Loftus-Cheek, Wilfredo Caballero, Mateo Kovacic, Olivier Giroud, Callum Hudson-Odoi, and Michy Batshuayi.
Do you have any problem with the lineup Chelsea put out against Sheffield United?
Well, I don't think I have any problem. I have a problem with Sheffield United's lineup. I expected Lee Musey. He's a brilliant player, and we saw his brilliance in that last game. I'm trying to remember Sheffield United. Yes, they played Wolverhampton Wanderers, and he was actually fantastic. But right now, he's starting from the bench. I also expected Olivier Giroud to start this particular one because he has been pretty phenomenal for Chelsea, getting goals. But then Tammy Abraham came off the bench and also got a goal for Chelsea. So I kind of understand Frank Lampard's reason to want to start Tammy Abraham, and possibly we'll be seeing Olivier Giroud coming in the second half. I think it's the lineup is quite okay, and we should be having a game with some goals.
Who wins for you?
I think Chelsea is going to win this one 2-1.
All right, 2-1. You don't say Sheffield United putting on a resisting performance against Chelsea. Sheffield
United,
they
will put in a resistance. That's why it's 2-1.
All right, okay, that means they're going to score a goal. All right, on Twitter, Idele Emmanuel with the handle at Emayo_1 says, how long does it take to reply a message? We didn't get any message that requires a response, Ayodele Emmanuel, so you could send in again. Expat Show with the handle at Expat Show on Twitter says, Chelsea fans are just running their mouth. We won the Premier League 2000 and this 2000 and that. How many Premier League trophies do they have under their belt? All right, I want to believe that was for the first part of the show. So let's get to discuss the Super Eagles on the show this evening. Gennaro Roth saying that it's going to be a difficult year for the Super Eagles, talking about the year 2020 because there will be so many matches to play. Of course, 2022 will be a busy year in sport because so many events postponed to that year. But the AFCON postponement, Victor, does it work in any team's advantage? I mean, on performance-wise?
I don't think it does. I mean, we normally say it will give us more time to prepare, but I don't think that is the case. I just want to link it to even the Olympics. Right now, we have been saying the postponement of the Olympics will give our athletes more time to prepare. But I can assure you, Reliance, when that time comes, we're also going to be hearing athletes say they did not have enough time to prepare. So I don't think it's working in any team's advantage, although looking at it in that generic note of it giving us some more time to prepare. But then you look at Gennaro Roth's concern as regards the African Cup of Nations and the World Cup, and I completely understand his stance, looking at how difficult it will be. But I want to believe that this postponement could be sort of an advantage for the Super Eagles, maybe a chance for them to unravel new talents, maybe get new players, or if we want to work with the current squad we have and just had one or two new additions, maybe that's what Gennaro Roth will be doing. But I think eventually the postponement is not sort of a bad, it's not in detriment to the Super Eagles. At the same time, it's not giving us a massive advantage. It's just something that happens, and we just have to make shift and find a way to move on.
Right. Okay, we are still finding our way to move on the show, even as we have just about a couple of minutes before we run things, about over 30 minutes before we wrap it up. So yeah, we're moving on here. As for Gennaro and his team, I want to believe they're also going to be moving on, until 2022. But Emeka, should we buy into Gennaro's statement that 2022 will be a difficult year, or is this, this man knows how to
give excuses?
Give excuses. I didn't really want to use that word, but he knows how to moderate our thought, our thinking, our expectations.
No, we shouldn't take it too serious, in the sense that it's something that will happen
across board. It will affect every other team on the continent. It's not just Nigeria Super Eagles. So whatever difficulty, we are all starting on the same notes in terms of qualifiers. For the AFCON qualifiers, we have 2 matches under our belt, and we started very well. 2 matches, 2 wins, maximum points, top of the group. By the time we finished match day 4, we could have even booked our place at the next AFCON in 2022 now, no longer 2021. And at the end of the day, for the World Cup qualifiers, we haven't started that one yet. We know the teams will play in the group stage, to start the qualifiers. We know that. I think we have a Cape Verde as well, and 2 other countries there. But that being said, when we start the qualifiers, that's when the other countries will also start. No African country has automatic qualification, right? Because we are not the host there. Okay, so it's something that will affect every other country on the continent. So all we need to do is to get ourselves ready. The man has a large squad already, so it's up to him to know how to juggle these players and see how he can get the best result. The matches will come thick and fast. You could play 3 matches in 1 week, as it were, but let's see how it pans out. Eventually, the calendar is not even out for some of those fixtures because they've been rescheduled already, or maybe postponed, as it were. We haven't seen the new calendars per the qualifiers and what have you. So we just have to wait. But the man is looking ahead, and he has the right to do so. And you look at it very well, he's also correct, because by next year we're playing the qualifiers for the AFCON. We'll also be playing for the World Cup as well. The World Cup year is 2022, in November, December. But before then, we'll be playing the AFCON in 2022. That's if we qualify. Good thing to come very early, January, February, still in Cameroon there. And I'm hoping that, we'll also be playing World Cup even before, immediately after the AFCON or so. So it's going to be a busy, 2022 for the Super Eagles. But come on, just the way it will affect the Super Eagles, the same way it will affect the Teranga Lions of Senegal, the same way it will affect the Pharaohs of Egypt, and maybe the Domitable Lions of Cameroon as well. So we shouldn't complain too much. We just we have to find a way to get around it.
Waiting they happen, waiting they share, we want no. Shana winch, I've been landing, no matter their plan, no, we go still they fly.
No matter the plans of the coronavirus pandemic, no matter how difficult 2022 is going to be, Super Eagles will continue flying. I share in that belief, don't you? Victor, it's going to be a busy year, 2022. Now, we have our players playing their trades in different competitions, in different clubs across Europe, and I wanted to see some of them here with us. Remember, it's just one. Okay. So look at the players we have, across board. Some of them will stick to their clubs. The likes of Moses Simon will be sticking with Nantes. Some will be transferring. Victor Osimhen is still on the verge of signing for Napoli. Now, also look at the form of the players we have, and then look at the new season. This is more like making a proposition now. So look at the new season to resume in those clubs, in those leagues. Do you see our players maintaining the form they have at the moment, such that they will be able to compete, come 2022, since it's going to be a busy year? Or should we have worries that there could be dwindling of form among our players?
Well, it's not a given. I mean, it's not spelled out whether they would retain their form. The truth be told, some of them are not even in fine form.
Okay.
So saying retain the form they are, for some of them, it's more like a curse. Players are not having it well for themselves, and they hope to retain this particular form. But it's not a given. Anything can happen. We know how football is. One game can just change everything. There can be injuries. You can fall out of favor with the manager. I think anything can happen. So
at the moment, does Gnabry have or has the arsenal, like across various departments, across various leagues?
Yeah, I think he does.
To prosecute the busy 2022 schedule.
Well, especially in the Africa, I may not be able to talk about the World Cup, but I think in the African Cup of Nations, Gnabry has the, like you said, arsenal for him to be able to gun the other teams down. You look at the number of players, the quality of the players that we currently have in the Nigerian Super Eagles. Yes, it might not be so much compared to the golden days of the Eagles, but then I think we are on the right track. You look at a certain Victor Osimhen, who is being wanted by a number of clubs. Even you want want to say the fringe players sort of that have not been doing so well for the coach or have not been doing so well for the national team. The likes of Kelechi Iheanacho, I mean, he's been getting regular playing time sort of now in Leicester City, and then you go outside the English Premier League. Look at Wilfred Ndidi, Alex Iwobi. These guys are playing quite well. So I think currently, as it stands, if the African Cup of Nations was to take place in January 2021, Gernot Rohr has the personnel to get the job done. The only issue would be now he has the individual personnel. The only issue would be the team play. How good would they be able to work as a team? And that has always been my skepticism with the Nigerian Super Eagles. But currently, as it stands, I believe that the Super Eagles have the talents. They have the technical know-how. The only issues might still be in that goalkeeping department that we don't know who the number one choice goalkeeper is. And I mean, the number of names that we call, are they really good enough? Are they not good enough? That's just the only argument. But you look at the defense, you look at the midfield and up front, I think the Super Eagles is quite balanced. Samuel Chukwueze as well has been having life beautiful for him at Villarreal, especially since the restart. So looking at every single player in every single department, I think the Super Eagles have what it takes, but that is just individual talents. They will need to do more working as a team.
All right, it's just about a few seconds to kick off in the encounter between Chelsea and Sheffield United. They are taking a knee at the moment in that Black Lives Matter movement about the fight against racism globally. So we are waiting for the kickoff of that particular one. Just 5 and it is kickoff in that encounter. We'll keep our eyes on it in just the first 28 minutes of the encounter and keep you updated as it starts on our screens right there. Back to the discussion on ground, the Super Eagles and our menu, and then looking at what's going to be happening in 2022 and Gernot Rohr's comments about the Super Eagles. And right now, I'm going to look at the Super Eagles lineup. I'm going to compare them with what we have with other African countries. Here at the moment, you may not be sure of countries that will be qualifying, but the Super Eagles stand in a good position, leading their group right there with 6 points to qualify for the AFCON. So, with the traditional names, traditional countries in the African Cup of Nations, Jamaica, look at the Super Eagles lineup. Do you think the players we have measure up to other African countries, their national team, going into the AFCON?
Well, they are amongst the best, at least from the last competition we had in Egypt. They finished the third best team ahead of Tunisia, who at the time were even Africa's number one rated team. We beat Tunisia in the third place match, if you recall. We beat Cameroon on our way to the semi-finals. We also took out South Africa, ultimately losing to the eventual champions, Algeria, in the semi-finals. It wasn't, they were not disgraced as it were. It was just a narrow 2-1 defeat, right? That late free kick from Riyad Mahrez, the difference between the two sides, to prove that, of course, at the point they were the better team. They eventually went ahead to win the competition. By the time you name top 5 teams on the continent right now, the Super Eagles of Nigeria will be there. In fact, if you will narrow it down to top 3 teams, I think you should also have the Super Eagles of Nigeria based on the ranking, based on performance as well, because you're as good as your last game. The last time they played in a competitive encounter, make it a competition now, the AFCON itself, they finished third best. So I want to think they are just up there. If you talk about individual players, we don't have those marquee names, no doubt about it. The Algerians can boast of Riyad Mahrez. The Senegalese can boast of Sadio Mane. These days, even the defender in Napoli, Kalidou Koulibaly, can pass for a marquee player these days, wanted by a lot of clubs for the huge sums, as it were. You can talk of Mo Salah of Egypt. I mean, African Footballer of the Year winner and what have you. These are the marquee names we have on the continent, and we don't have too many of them. The Super Eagles might not have those names at the moment. Gone are the days of J.J. Okocha and Nwankwo Kanu, or even the great Rashidi Yekini and what have you. But these days we have a young team, and like Victor pointed out, if we're able to knock them into good shape, they can do wonders. We saw them against Brazil and in an international friendly. They were able to hold their own. They were also able to hold their own against Ukraine prior to the Brazil game, as it were. So I want to go with the mantra that big name doesn't play football. We don't have those big names. We have to admit that. Victor Osimhen is not a big name yet. He's a talent, hoping to hit the big stage. He's heading to Napoli. Napoli they are not even amongst the biggest clubs in the world these days. If you look at it very well, Ndidi is playing for Leicester City.
quality. He's about our best player these days. Okay, Villarreal is where Samuel Chukwueze plays his football. They are not in the top 4 right there in Spain as we speak right now. So you look at it generally, we don't have those big names, but we have something going for us. We have a coach that has been with the team for 4 years. He will most likely make it 6 years, and that's continuity. And he's been building this team for that 4 years, and at the end of the day, you expect that synergy to be there, and somehow we have seen it play out. Yes, you have your reservation when you go to the major tournaments and you fault the team's ability to manage games and what have you. Like we saw in the World Cup in 2018 out there in France, we could have easily qualified for the round of 16 against Argentina. We needed to hold on and all that. We couldn't do that. But that being said, coming back to Africa, we don't have the big names. It's a fact. Nobody will want to even argue it because where are these our big names? Where are they playing? Back in the day, we have players in Juventus, in AC Milan, in Inter Milan. The big clubs. He will be left Arsenal for Everton. That's a step down, if you ask me. And at the end of the day, that is no longer the. Yeah, he's not even playing regularly. He's not even getting the goals and what have you. At the end of the day, today we have players in Nantes, in the Leganés, in Saudi Arabia, in second division sides, in championship, and all that. But that was not really the case back in the day. That being said, you don't necessarily need to have your top players in the top teams. Yes, for them to win you titles or qualify for tournaments, like you can see from recent happenings as well. In 1998, I always say this: Carlos Dunga was playing in Japan. He was the captain of the Brazilian team in 1998. Brazil got to the final of that World Cup. Yes, France eventually won. But their captain, Carlos Dunga, was playing at Jubilo Iwata in Japan in 1998. So it doesn't matter where you're playing. Once you have the good quality, then you can knock a good set of players into a winning team.
2012, Emeka has taken us back to when some people were not even born who are listening to us right now. So let's go back to 2012, where some persons were maybe a couple of years old. Zambia won the AFCON.
Okay, I mean, that's a typical
big
example.
Name,
yeah, exactly. 75% of that squad that won the AFCON in 2012 played in Africa.
It's okay.
You understand?
They had funny names.
Yeah, exactly.
Funny names, I'm telling you.
So I met the captain of the team in Rwanda.
Okay.
That's Chris Katongo. I met him in Rwanda. He played in the Chan tournament. He was playing for Green Buffaloes of Zambia at the point. They came to the Chan tournament. So I mean, it tells you that you don't need those big names. They must not play in AC Milan, Real Madrid to win you AFCON or to win you to qualify you for tournaments. Just like you pointed out, typical example. Zambia in 2012.
All right. So Kenoro should not have any excuse to fulfill the clause in his contract, which is give us the AFCON.
Is he a clause in his contract?
Yeah.
Yes.
He is mandated. He's a target.
Okay.
Is a target. He might still not win the AFCON and retain his job. Like Amajupini pointed out, only God of Soccer can save him. God of Soccer in that case will mean that they played very well in the final. Hit the bar 7 times. Did everything possible. Somehow God of Soccer didn't want him to win. Then in that case, he will still keep his job. But otherwise, he will be sacked if Nigeria fails to win the AFCON in 2022.
All right. There is a Super Eagles player that has had resurgent form in the president of Kelechi Iheanacho and the coach of his football club Leicester City, talking about Brendan Rodgers, says the man can fill in the boot of Jamie Vardy. Let me quote the statements coming in from Brendan Rodgers. With Kel, that's how he calls Kelechi Iheanacho, Kel. It's a question of confidence. He came in from Man City and into a position where you have such an iconic figure in Jamie Vardy playing there. I like his talent from the outside looking in before I came here. He scored goals for City and you can see his raw talent. But he needed to develop and grow in confidence, and gradually that has grown. You can see the appreciation of supporters for him. The crowd really respond to him. Rogers further adds, it was a question of working on his strength. He's a powerful boy. He's strong, aggressive. He naturally wants to work. It's given him clarity when he plays. What's expected of him when he has and hasn't got the ball. I speak to him a lot. Been a very important player for us this season and has scored valuable goals. Then it will be over to people like Kels or anyone else to come in and take on that mantle. So, Victor, Kelechi Iheanacho filling in the boot of Jamie Vardy. Jamie Vardy is 33, Iheanacho still younger.
23.
I mean Jamie Vardy. Yeah, 23. Yeah. So, do you agree with Rogers that he can fill in the boots of Jamie Vardy?
Well, I don't know really. I don't know. I think but what Brendan Rodgers is Kelechi Iheanacho's coach. He knows him in and out. I mean, he has been working with him. So probably that's the reason why he can say this. But he said something very vital, and that is the question of confidence. I completely agree with him. For Kelechi Iheanacho, it seems like he lacks that confidence. He really lacks that confidence, especially in the final third.
But hasn't it grown over time? The man is getting the goals now.
Yes, I mean, this is his best season ever. You look at in Leicester City, he has made 23 appearances for them and has gotten 10 goals in all competitions. Quite impressive compared to the 2 goals that he got last season in 35 appearances. So yes, he's having a very good time, you want to say, in his career. But then I'm still quite skeptical. That is the truth. I'm still quite skeptical about
him filling the boots of
filling the boots of Jamie Vardy. I think he works excellently as a supporting striker, but looking at the way Leicester City like to play, they love Jamie Vardy just up front. Jamie Vardy is pacey, he's really, really fast, and all you need to do is just give him those up through balls and be sure he's going to slot it at the back of the net. So he's sort of growing into the shoes of Vardy, trying to get that confidence, but it will take some time. So I mean,
if Vardy departs Leicester City now, maybe hangs boot for any reason, you don't see Leicester City sticking with Kelechi Iheanacho as the number 1 striker.
I think they'll still be. No, I don't think so. I don't really think so. I think maybe they'll get another striker, and Iheanacho would still be there, or the striker would be a backup. But I don't know if Leicester City can actually just throw all their eggs in the basket of Kelechi Iheanacho, believing that he's going to perform really well. He's been, over time, he has shown some sort of inconsistency, and that is something that is worrisome. But then you look at Jamie Vardy's growth, his progression, especially with the Leicester City team, especially when they made it to the Premier League. He got 5 goals in that first season, just 5 goals in the Premier League. Then the next season was able to get 24 goals. I expect with this season, Kelechi Iheanacho, I mean, his best tally so far in Leicester, the number of goals he's gotten, I mean, his career high is 14 goals in a season for Manchester City. There are still some games to play. Maybe he can exceed that record, and then the question would be, would he be able to do that next season if he's given the same amount of chances? Because he did well when he first came to Leicester City, but the next season he was not able to do so well, and that was the main reason why we saw Kelechi Iheanacho somehow relegate to the bench, getting just 2 goals, and that is not the job. I mean, a striker, you need to get the numbers. So I'm still quite skeptical about Kelechi Iheanacho's consistency, but let's see how it goes for him next season. Let him finish this season strong, probably get more goals, and then start next season in blistering form, and we might just be having Kelechi Iheanacho slowly and gradually replace Jamie Vardy.
11 minutes of football played already at the encounter between Sheffield United and Chelsea. Still stalemates, no goals scored. Chelsea looking like a hungry side. Sheffield United equally looking like a hungry side. Of course, a lot at stakes for both clubs. Talking about UEFA qualifications, to play in UEFA competition, the Europa League for Sheffield United, and of course, Champions League for Chelsea. So it's a battle for UEFA Champions League and Europa League qualifications right here on our screen. So it's still 0-0, no goal scored at the moment in that encounter. So if the offer comes for Kelechi Iheanacho, Emeka, he's having the best season so far at Leicester City. Not his best season in the Premier League, though. I think he did something better than this when he was in Manchester City. But in Leicester City right now, has been able to get the goals, going in confidence according to the coach. If any offer comes, would you advise him to stick with Leicester or move? The man is 23 years of age.
He's 23, but if he gets an offer where he will play regular football, he's not been playing regular football. You know, he's been coming in from the bench most times because of the fact that Leicester basically play with 1 striker up front. The leading scorer.
That's right, just to add, but I mean, I'm quite impressed to see that Brendan Rodgers has somehow tweaked the formation he's known for. For the last 3 games, we've seen Brendan Rodgers play with 2 strikers up front, which is not his usual style.
Yeah, it's no doubt. I think, well, how long is he going to continue like that?
But it just shows that for him to actually tweak, you don't know what. I mean, for me, I believe it is something for a manager to tweak something that he is known for. this is what he has been doing for years or for months since he came in. It just shows that Kelechi Iheanacho is probably doing something right in the training pitch, and
he wants to accommodate him.
Yeah,
it's up to the man to to be consistent with goal scoring. Otherwise, I will want him to leave the club.
Okay,
because he needs to play regularly.
All right.
But he can only leave. The offers will only come when your numbers are impressive. Yeah, exactly. When you're doing something good, you attract suitors. But if you're sitting on the bench, come in, manage a goal or two. The big clubs will not come for you because they want to see your numbers.
0817 000 0951 0810 9510951 for numbers for you to contribute on the show as we wind down to the end of it. Text message 0701 933 9962 0701 933 9962. I take the phone numbers for you to call again 0817 0000 and 0810 951 0951. We started the show with discussing women football, the money paid by FIFA to develop women football, and we looked at women's football in the country Nigeria, on the continent of Africa, as well as globally. We got to the decisions made by the NFF about all league football in the nation, and then we landed at the Super Eagles. 95.1 Today Sports Live.
Hello, good evening. This is Dr. Oko calling from Port Harcourt.
Dr.
Oko calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, doctor, let's hear you.
Yes, I want to talk about Kelechi Iheanacho.
Please talk about him.
Okay, Kelechi Iheanacho, I think he will do better in Leicester.
All right.
He's just 23. We can't compare him with Fadi. Fadi at 23 is not what didn't do better. He didn't do so much at that age.
Fadi is a late bloomer.
Yes, I believe that Kelechi Iheanacho will only get better in Natural City where he is.
All right.
So there's no need in changing clubs except if the coach said,
decides to let him go.
I think, yes, Rogers is doing a good job with him.
All right.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, doctor, for calling into the show. We're still taking your calls. The floor is now yours. The microphone given to you.
Just to add, Vardy around Kelechi Iheanacho's age was getting 34 goals for Fleetwood Town. Although yes, not the team, but
Fleetwood. Okay, how for you? 95.1 Today Sports Live.
Hello.
We can hear you. Your name and location.
My name is Collins from.
All right, Collins. You need to turn down the volume on your radio set or turn it off completely so we can have a smooth conversation. All right. When you do that, you can call us back. We don't want to have a hold back, so we can have a free flow conversation. 0817 00 00951 95.1 Today FM.
Reliant.
Lawson.
Emeka asked a question. Where are the numbers? Is there any number?
There is number this season.
How many goals there?
There is number this
10
season.
10 goals in all competitions.
The man don't improve it. It's called like that last season. It's called like that last season.
2 goals last season.
Now wow.
We should clap for him.
2 to 8. Now wow. Why would I want to do like this?
Oh, no. See, seriously, I think he should just stay in Leicester. There is no need to leave. Besides, I don't think big clubs will come for him. True. Because Brendan Rodgers is doing a very good job with that young man.
All right.
Let him stay there. Yes. Before I felt he should leave and go to a smaller side and play regular football. But from what I'm seeing, Brendan Rodgers doing, let's see whether he will, revive his career again with Leicester. You understand? Then again, I don't know. There is no excuse. The guy is capped already. He wanted the job. He said he wanted. They used a lot of things to scare him away. He refused to go away. Yes?
Listen, this will interest you. This will interest you. Should I tell you?
Yes, please tell me.
Sheffield United have taken the lead against Chelsea. 1-0.
I said it.
You did not say anything.
You didn't say anything.
You didn't say anything. You didn't say anything.
What did you say?
See, Sheffield United, they are back. They are playing well now, and they want to go to Europe. In fact, what they are seeing right now, I don't think Chelsea is seeing what they are seeing. They are not going to let go. You understand? This is what, and the moment Chelsea drop a point, even a draw, you understand? And United play on Monday, we will overtake them because I think we should have a superior goal difference We should.
Okay, Lawson, let me shock you. Should I shock you?
Please shock me.
Lawson, it's just 18 minutes of football played, so calm down. There's still a lot to play for. The goal stands. So thank you very much for your contribution.
No, but relax.
Yeah.
Please, one thing.
Yeah.
You see, the Sheffield United, there's a way they are. They are like crocodiles. Once they grab something,
they hardly let it go. For your mind.
Yeah,
for your mind.
Let it go, especially playing at home. So I don't know, but last is football. The game is on. Thank you.
All right, Lawson, appreciate you. The man is laughing and happy. This Manchester, the Red Devils. All right, keep the calls coming in. 0817 0000951 and 0810 951 951. SMS 08701 933 9962. I don't know. Waiting. General, give me AFCON so that I will play this song and dance and be happy. Let me talk to this caller. 95.1 Today Sports Live. Hello? Hello? All right. We cannot get across to you. Do what to call us back if you can. Phone numbers are still there for you. Time to take your calls. We just have about 5 minutes to wrap up the show. So we're throwing it to you to air your contribution as much as you can. 95.1 it is. Not ready for us. 95.1 Today Sports Live.
Hello.
Yeah?
Reliable Reliance. Good evening.
I love the way you call that name. Good evening to you. What's your name and where you calling from? Yeah.
Okay, no problem about that.
All right, so just listen. I'll call our SMS line now, Chucks.
Okay.
All right, Chucks, for you, our SMS number is 0701 9339 962. I'll take that again, Chucks. SMS number is 0701 9339 962. Let's talk to this caller. 95.1 Today Sports Live. All right, we lost you. You can call us back if you can. Chelsea are still trying to knock on the door and see if it will be open for them to equalize right there. But seems Sheffield United are bent on locking this door until the final minutes of this particular encounter. 95.1 Today Sports Live.
Hello, Reliance.
Yes, Faith. Faith, you're a Chelsea fan. Are you not?
Yeah, I'm a Chelsea fan.
Yeah.
And we're going to win this match.
Oh, yeah.
It's not even good yet.
Okay, all right. So let's
we'll
hear
win the match.
Let's hear you, yeah.
And, I was among those who supported that he should be given the contract for the second time. But he should not come out and start giving excuses.
Okay.
It's not good. What's he saying? Is he trying to tell us that, are we the only ones that are not playing football? Why is he making it that obvious that 2022 will be a big
difficult, yeah.
Everyone already knows. We already know. The question is that what's he doing to make everything work out well?
Okay.
If he like doing no do and I ain't go collect this. Thank you.
All right, Faith. Of course, he will be the band on fire if he doesn't do well. What a break it is at the 23rd minute between Sheffield United and Chelsea. Sheffield United still leading in that game, and Chelsea are looking for a way to come back to it. At the moment, Chelsea have dropped to they're still third.
Yeah, they're
still third. Having played 35 matches, one more than Leicester City and Manchester United, who are yet to play their fixtures. So that's what it is. We are wrapping up the show. Thank you very much for being a part of it, right from 1 o'clock culminating to about 6 p.m. where we shall be calling it quit for today's edition of Today's Sports Live, the marathon edition of it. Do not forget that tomorrow we are going to be back here by 1 p.m. and then we'll discuss the major sporting events that took place or is taking place by tomorrow. Kamaru Usman, our Nigerian, will be against Match Vidal early hours of tomorrow, and we shall be giving you update and preview, and of course live report about that particular one by tomorrow. We have SMS coming in.
Well, just one message, and the person is asking for the score between Lazio and Sassuolo, and I will just take the rundown of all the major games going on. Well, let's start with the English Premier League. We did tell you earlier that Norwich City were relegated with this particular result, losing at home to West Ham United, 4 goals to 0 in favour of West Ham, while Watford are still fighting to remain in the English Premier League. Got a win right there at Vicarage Road, 2 goals to 1. It ended in favour of Watford versus Newcastle, while Liverpool drew to Burnley 1-1, and currently Sheffield United are 1-0 up against Chelsea. By 8 p.m. at the American Express Stadium, it will be Brighton and Hove Albion taking on Manchester City. And in the Spanish La Liga, one game already concluded. Osasuna defeated Celta Vigo 2 goals to 1, while by 6:30 p.m. it will be Real Valladolid taking on Barcelona, and at the Wanda Metropolitano, Atletico Madrid will face Real Betis by 9 p.m. Currently in the Italian Serie A, 80 minutes of action gone. Lazio are being held to 1-1 draw with Sassuolo. 1-1 it looks like they might just be handing the title over to Juventus. And by 6:30 p.m. it will be Brescia versus AS Roma. And speaking about Juve, the champions will take on Atalanta right there at their home stadium in Turin.
All right, with that fixtures, that will be the end of the show this evening. Thank you very much for being a part of your text messages. Thank you for your phone calls. Do it again with us tomorrow. In the meantime, I urge you to stay safe. I urge you to respect and, of course, obey all the protocols put in place to minimize the spread of COVID-19 and keep you safe. Put on your face mask anytime you're out. If you don't have any significant reason to go out, please stay indoors, all right? So as not to contract coronavirus. News updates will be coming up by 6 p.m. But in the meantime, I'm going to leave you in the hands of our own time song I told you about. Lord Brian featuring Sheun. The song is titled Asiko. I love this song as much as you do. So listen to it. Have a wonderful evening and goodbye.
Say go go. Lord Brian they assume. Sheun natural. Nobody know when I laid back, wearing my hoodies and Ray-Ban. Nobody know me when I no get back, but make you no forget say black don't crack, yeah. Focused on the paper, make nobody tell me nonsense, me nigga. Many times I waste my data upon the things we know they pay back, yeah. Sacrifices, sleepless days and sleepless nights, plenty chances, this man they
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good evening. Here is the news on Today 95.1 FM. I am Wealth Wilson. Nigeria has recorded 555 new cases of coronavirus, bringing the country's total number to 31,323. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and CDC, in its official handle tweet, said 12,795 persons have now been successfully treated and discharged, while 709 deaths have been recorded as a result of the virus, according to the health agency. Lagos State with 224, Oyo State is with 5, FCT with 68, and River State has 49, among other states that recorded large number of new cases. The Federal Airport Authority FAN has restated commitment towards ensuring a zero coronavirus transmission as Port Harcourt International Airport resumes operation. The regional manager, South-South and Southeast of Van, Abayomi Akimbunu, said this at the airport during the arrival of the first flight after 3 months of COVID-19 shutdown. Abayomi said that the Port Harcourt Airport management was posed to ensuring zero chances of COVID-19 transmission as flight operations kickstarts at the airport. He said compliance with COVID-19 safety guidelines by the regulatory bodies in the sector has been well upheld, adding that management will give no room for default. While commending safety compliance level by service providers and passengers at the airport, the GM of Van, Abayomi, however, decried poor adherence to the physical distancing rule. The Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Administration of the University of Port Harcourt, Professor Regina Ogali, is expected to hand over to the newly appointed Acting Vice-Chancellor of the University, Professor Stephen Okodudu. Professor Ogali has been in charge of the university following the absence of the outgoing VC, Professor Ndua Lale, who had proceeded on his annual leave and whose 5-year tenure is expected to lapse tomorrow. According to a statement by the Deputy Registrar Information Publication and Public Relations of Uniport, Williams Woody, the new acting VC, was the former Dean of Student Affairs and a former Director of the College of Continuing Education. Professor Stephen Okududu's appointment as the new VC, which is for an initial period of 6 months, was announced in a statement by the Minister of Education, Adamu, as approved by President Muhammadu Buhari. Embattled factional caretaker chairman of the All Progressives Congress in Rivers State, Igor Aguma, has reached out to the national chairman, Governor Mai Malabuni, complaining about activities of the factional chairman, Sokote Davis. Aguma, in the complaint, accused Sokote Davis of trying to frustrate all reconciliatory efforts being made to resolve the crisis in the Rivers State chapter of the party. He further expressed concern over the insistence of some members of the party to seek redress in court despite President Muhammadu Buhari's order that all members of the party should drop all litigations. Igor Aguma said he wants the National Caretaker Committee to set up an independent committee to deal with the factionalized parts of the party in the state with a view to bring about peace and reconciliation to the party. Port Harcourt-based lawyer Osi Olisa has charged members of the National Assembly to avoid being proponents of a bad law. Olisa gave the charge while speaking on the ongoing amendment of the Electoral Act by the Senate. He advised the Electoral Act should not be amended based on political interests.
Personalities that are involved in trying to amend the act is very important. Because if you put men who want to behave as usual, men and women who want to do a business as usual, they are sure that nothing good will come out of it. And you see, we must understand that these things must not be done based on political interests. It must be done with the mind of the welfare of Nigerians. The people lawmakers should see themselves as the conscience of the country. It is when they see themselves as the conscience of the country, they cannot evolve laws that cannot reflect the interest or generality of Nigerians. You look at what is happening in the National Assembly. Of the things that come up there, they just give blanket approval. They don't care about the interests of the Nigerian people. And this whole thing will follow. The Nigerian people are the people that will suffer it. So if you look at the collective consciousness of the people there at the National Assembly, and vis-a-vis the people that will now be saddled with, or that have been saddled with the responsibility of amending the law, you begin to ask yourself.
The federal government has urged the Nigerian army to continue to put in their best in the fight against insurgency and other challenges of insecurity battling the country. Retired Major General Bashir Magashi said this during the Nigerian Army Medal Parade in Katsina State. Magashi, who commanded the military fight against terrorism, pledged that the federal government will continue to demonstrate the political will to protect Nigeria and her citizens. The immediate past chairman of Niger Delta Development Commission, Joy Nunue, has made damning allegation against the Minister of Niger Delta Affairs, Senator Godswill Akpabio. Nunue, while speaking with newsmen after the investigative committee set up to probe allegations of financial recklessness against the NDDC at the National Assembly, alleged that Akpabio forced her into taking an oath before contracts were signed in the commission. She claimed that the Minister of Niger Delta Affairs vowed to remove her from the appointment because of her stance to discourage corruption in the NDDC.
Akpabio never signs any document. He will always refuse to sign, but he will tell you to go and commit the fraud. For instance, he told me to go and raise a memo and give an emergency contract for flood victims. He wanted me to take an oath. He has denied that, but I want to say today, he told me up to 3 times until we had a reconciliation meeting at the villa in the house of Mr. Sadiki Abba, who is the SA to the president on domestic. In that meeting was Alaji Mekano. He said the only condition is that oath, and I will never take the oath from him. So he said he was going to remove me. He started a campaign of calumny against me. He said I did not answer him because the fact will speak for itself. Now, to end this matter about the procurement process, I refuse to go with him to deceive Mr. President at the FEC meeting because the Procurement Act says if I contravene any section of the Procurement Act, is 5 years imprisonment without an option of fine.
But a member of the current committee of the NDDC, Caroline Nagbo, countered Joy Nuno's allegation, emphasizing that no oath was taken by any appointee into the NDDC.
So I come here to tell you people that as a member of the IMC, His Excellency Senator Godswill Akpabio did not give me any fetish oath to take. Are you listening to me? Yeah. Yes. And it applies to all of us that are working in the IMC. Any other thing is pure fallacy. I am an evangelist. If people have issues and they try to cover up the issues and try to bring propaganda, as a woman of God I am, I will not come to mislead the public. There is no other fetish oath given to us as members of the IMC by His Excellency Senator Dr. Godswill Akpabio. There is no other oath, and I stand to be disputed. Anything concerning secret oaths by anybody concerning Dr. Godswill Akpabio is a lie and a big lie.
Today FM's correspondent Elfreda Alerechi has been selected for the 6 months Dubawa Fellowship. Elfreda Alerechi is to join other Nigerian journalists to expand the reach of verified information to grassroots communities. Alerechi's selection is confirmed in a statement issued by the program assistant of Dubawa, Tamilade Oniledi. Oniledi stated that Elfreda Alerechi was selected out of the 104 applicants following a call for application in June 2020. The Dubawa Fact-Checking Fellowship is supported by the Heinrich Böll Stiftung Foundation, HBS, and the National Endowment for Democracy, NED, who equip journalists on how to tackle misinformation and how political elites are accountable for their actions. On the foreign scene, leading Democrats have condemned U.S. President Donald Trump's decision to commute the prison sentence of his former advisor and friend, Roger Stone. Presidential contender Joe Biden's spokesman accused Trump of abuse of power and laying waste to U.S. values. Stone's request to delay the start date of his 40-month prison term. He was convicted of lying to Congress, obstruction, and witness tampering. Stone was the 6th Trump aide found guilty on charges linked to a Justice Department probe that alleged Russia tried to boost the Trump's 2016 campaign. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Do not forget to take responsibility. Wash your hands frequently with soap under running water. Avoid touching your face and high contact surfaces to prevent coronavirus. Once again, good evening. I am Wealth Wilson and thank you for listening. Do stay with us.
Today's news.